Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully you're all having a fantastic Friday so far. Let's see what we have in here so far. We have Indiana, Green, Tapwater, Cody, as well as, let me go down a little bit more, Edits here, Proxy, also T. Smith and Keegan all in here for another stream, as well as ALT, Robert, everyone else who is watching who may not be chatting, or if you're just now chatting and I may have missed you, welcome to the stream storm as well. Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and dive into this. I'm just going to do a check, make sure I got everything right. I should have everything correct. I have the little glitch there. Don't know why that's decided to start up out of nowhere. I still haven't figured out how to fix that. But yeah, in this stream, we're going to be talking about our risk for severe weather today. We got a large moderate risk for severe weather now outlined by the Storm Prediction Center out here in portions of Arkansas, Missouri, even into a sliver of Louisiana and Oklahoma as well. So quite the high-end risk for severe weather today. A couple intense, potentially long track tornadoes are a very, very real possibility. So yeah, let's go ahead and just dive on into our probabilities for today. We'll go to the SPC here. There we go. So at the moment, which we're about to get an update here in around 15 minutes, the SPC has an enhanced risk all the way up into portions of south central Indiana. That goes through much of the southeastern portions of Missouri, through almost all of Arkansas, back into Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Texas. The main threat with this enhanced risk is going to be the opportunity for multiple strong, long-tracked to intense tornadoes being a possibility, especially in the yellow and red area, as well as the possibility for some damaging winds, potentially around 70 to 80 miles per hour, specifically in the red area, but also could occur in the yellow region as well. And some large hail to very large hail being a very real possibility as well. Up to about 2 to 3 inch in diameter hail being possible if we can see any semi-discrete storms out here in Arkansas, Texas, as well as a very late early morning risk going into extremely late tonight and extremely early tomorrow morning, likely close to the 2 to 3 a.m. time frame Eastern time, back out here towards Abilene, Texas, where we could see some hailstones as large as potentially 2.5 to 3 inch in diameter back there as well. So, all hazards on the table today. Once again, strong long track to intense tornadoes, damaging winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour, and large hail around 2 to 3 inch in diameter are all possible in the main risk areas. That main risk is the enhanced risk level 3 out of 5 in the orange, and that moderate risk level 4 out of 5 in the red. that has been introduced specifically over much of central Arkansas. I don't believe we will see a high risk for severe weather today. It looks like overconvection indeed could be a big issue and a big underperformance factor for today. We'll need to be nowcasting that very carefully to figure out if overconvection is going to end up being a very large issue for today's event. It could underperform the event significantly if we get over convection in that risk area. But at the moment, it's not looking likely. We have pretty much clear skies over much of southeastern Arkansas. We have pretty much no rain over much of the state of Arkansas, with the exception of northwestern Arkansas. There's very, very little rain. You could see a few little rain showers here in central Arkansas, but nothing that's going to be halting any type of warm air advection here from the south and pulling that warm sector up. Not much is going to be able to stop that. Now, if this rain here in Oklahoma back up towards south central Missouri, if that was back out in our main open warm sector here, like some models were predicting, then today's risk would be significantly lower. But unfortunately, that rain has indeed stayed well off to the north and west of the primary risk area. There is the potential for overconvection. The HRRR initiates plenty of thunderstorms down in this portion of our risk region. That goes into the open warm sector and overconvects the entire warm sector. However, I would not be guaranteeing that as a very real possibility today. It is possible, but I don't think it's going to be something that actually happens. The HRRR loves to overconvect things, so I would not be shocked if on the next model run that overconvection issue just completely disappears. If we look here, let's see, so what is it, 16Z right now? Okay, yeah, 16Z. So we're going to have to watch this area, that area I've circled. We're going to watch that area very closely towards 1 to 2 p.m. And if there is convection firing in that area, the HRRR has a chance to be correct there, with overconvection being a very real issue for today's main risk area. I do think overconvection could be an issue in one way or another. There's definitely going to be the chance for some destructive cell mergers that may prevent long-tracked tornadoes today. But really, there's no way that we escape a significant day for severe weather. Just the overconvection has an opportunity to limit that long-tracked strong and as well as that potential violent tornado threat that may exist today if that overconvection is not an issue. Taking a look at satellite imagery here, this is your satellite imagery, and you can see there is clear skies where our warm sector is beginning to lift northward. If we go and take a look at our current mesoanalysis right here, you can see that warm sector is already lifting up almost into central Arkansas at this moment. So rapid destabilization and very, very rapid intensification of the environment is ongoing at this moment. That is something that all model runs have generally handled well. I don't think many model runs have really this, have this current warm sector overperforming. Much of them are correct in where that warm sector is located. It looks like the HRRR, I mean, same goes there. It may be a little bit more northwest than forecasted, but generally, we are right on time with that warm sector moving up to the north-northwest at this moment. Taking off that mesoanalysis there, again, you can see just a large area of not very clear skies, but clearing, definitely clearing. And then over your main risk area, still struggling a little bit with some cloud cover, but that won't be much of an issue. As we go throughout the rest of the day, that cloud cover should move a little bit to the northwest. I'm not sure by how much. That might be something we have to watch just a little bit. Over mixing is not really an issue today, since we'll have dew points into the low 70s, but those dew points being so high may promote over convection. So a lot of things to watch very carefully to see if we're going to get over convection or not. Right now, you can see above my face cam, I'm currently looping the satellite imagery in northeastern Texas, and I don't really see much signs of initiation off of that CU field in eastern Texas. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Again, if we do see initiation in this area over the next 2 hours, that would possibly promote an overconvection issue into the warm sector as we go throughout the later portion of our afternoon hours. Let's see. Newest information from the SPC will be in just 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, we will get a new outlook from the SPC. I don't expect much to change. I think their forecast is right on par with what we are currently seeing. I don't expect any changes to their moderate risk or enhanced risk. I really think that this is a good outlook for severe weather. If there is something that may change, it may be the introduction of a 30 sig hail back here in Texas for our nocturnal up to 3-inch hail threat. That is a possibility back out in southwestern Texas, especially as we get towards the 1 a.m. time frame. Midnight, 1 a.m. Eastern, those storms should fire up. So that could be an issue. Wouldn't be too shocked if they add a 30 sig hail back out in this area I've circled. But outside of that, and even then, I don't really think they will end up doing that. But outside of that, I don't really expect much from this next SPC outlook here. And you can see, our warm sector is very much, it's very much cleared out here over our primary risk region. Just very little rain showers, very, very little rain showers, not much that's going to impede significant intensification and rapid advection of that warm sector. Which again, if you don't know what that looks like, there's your warm sector. We're watching this line right here. There is questions on how far north it may go. But at the moment, the SPC is confident that once we get towards the nocturnal hours, that warm sector should be generally up in this vicinity here, or maybe closer to like this vicinity. But it should be well into southeastern Missouri by the time we get into our evening, and then eventually into the sunset hours tonight. The main time frame for severe weather is a little bit uncertain, hence why we're live quite early. It seems like our primary storm should begin to really fire towards 3 p.m. today, as that warm sector approaches more into central and northern Arkansas. That's when we should start to see some more initiation begin. However, initiation could begin a little bit sooner than that or a little bit later than that. It just depends on how overconvection goes. So we're really just going to be nowcasting, keeping a very close eye on mesoanalysis and keeping a very close eye on our current radar and just seeing how things unfold here over the next few hours. That may or may not promote a extremely high-end day for intense long-track tornadoes. Tomorrow, I don't really see much tomorrow. I know Nowcast has a high risk for some reason. I'm pretty sure it's at least a moderate, but I believe it did go high risk. But tomorrow, I just don't see much. It looks like an overconvected warm sector and just a big old mess. Damaging winds, large hail, and a few spin-up, potentially strong tornadoes will be a possibility tomorrow. But we'll keep an eye on it, because if today doesn't overconvect as much, then that could promote a better threat for severe weather tomorrow. So we won't really know the full extent of tomorrow's threat until today is fully over with and we're going into the overnight hours. Yeah, very crazy stretch of severe weather, that is for sure, V. Very, very crazy stretch for severe weather. We've been dealing with quite high-end days ever since, what was it, March? Like March, shoot, I forgot. Was it 30th, I believe? Right around there, March 30th, we started with an enhanced risk in Oklahoma, or an enhanced risk in the Central Plains. It was either the 30th or the 31st, end of March. So we've had like almost, by the time this week is over, it will be a full 7-8 days of consistent, significant, severe weather. No, I don't think the moderate will be expanded eastward. I don't think that's needed. They could, but I don't personally see it being needed. So there's your current moderate risk for severe weather in the red, centered over central Arkansas. And again, that will update here in about 5 minutes. But yeah, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, share the stream with your family, friends, social media. It's greatly appreciated. try to get the word out about this another very significant day for severe weather. Another moderate risk for severe weather here. And again, I don't believe we're going to be seeing a high risk out of this. It doesn't seem like that type of environment at the moment. Now, if everything goes horribly wrong and we don't see a single bit of overconvection, we could get very close to this playing out as a high risk, but I think overconvection will be an issue somewhere in the warm sector. Thank you, Jessica, for continuing your membership. Now a EF2 member for over a month. Conway, Arkansas. Let's go check that. Yeah, dead center of that moderate risk. Definitely want to be hyper weather aware today. I don't know how many supercells we're going to see in the open warm sector or exactly what's going to happen today, but I mean, you can see here by the time we get towards 4 p.m., we're going to start seeing supercells likely firing in multiple different portions of the warm sector here. 5 p.m., 6 p.m., that still continues, and you can see even as that cold front comes through closer to 8, we'll probably see even more additional prefrontals begin to fire there as well. So I just want to stay hyper weather aware if you are in the enhanced risk, moderate risk areas. Could definitely end up being an extremely high-end day for tornadoes. But there is also the chance that the newest HRRR here is correct. And in that case, you could see a few supercells that try to fire here around 4 p.m. But they are all overconvected and not really as significant as if overconvection is not going to be an issue. So there is a chance that we see a lot of overconvection, and that's going to decrease our long track tornado threat. But even if we see all this overconvection, we could still definitely see a few strong to potentially an isolated intense tornado in this scenario. And this overconvection would also promote a much higher threat for flash flooding. If we go ahead and take off the SPC outlook for severe weather, turn on their day 1 risk for rainfall, you can see they have actually extended that high risk for rainfall in really all directions here. So very large level 4 out of 4 high risk for excessive rainfall, centered over Fort Smith, Little Rock, central Arkansas there, back up into south central Missouri, southeast Missouri. Big old high risk for excessive rainfall there. And the moderate risk level 3 out of 4 goes all the way back into just south of Louisville, Kentucky, back down to just barely east of the DFW Metroplex there. So big risk for flash flooding today across much of the central U.S. And that will continue into tomorrow. We've got another high risk for flooding, 4 out of 4. And then as we finally go into Sunday, things will finally start to decrease in overall intensity. Sunday still could pose a tornado threat and a flash flooding risk, but it will be substantially lower than today and tomorrow. And then finally into Monday, that's when your risk is going to be getting much lower. We can't see Monday's risk yet. This is Monday's, and so far they haven't highlighted anything, and I don't think we will see much on Monday at all. All right, let me zoom out your satellite above my face cam there. I want to keep that somewhat zoomed out. All right, let's go back to the MRMS. Back here. So again, the thing we're paying very close attention to over the next 2 hours is initiation here on the southern side of the moderate risk and enhanced risk. We could easily see an overconvection issue if that does occur. Sure, Pez, you're probably on spring break. All right, SPC outlook should be out shortly. I wouldn't be shocked if literally nothing changes, like, whatsoever. Let's see here. I have to keep this up so that way I can tell when it's issued. Because there's a chance literally nothing changes and we can't even tell the difference between the two outlooks. So I'm going to keep up the SPC on this end here. Okay, there we go. So once again, if you are just tuning in, this is the early stages of what will likely become a tornado outbreak. Once again, the main things we're paying attention to is overconvection. That should be an issue today to some extent. How much of an issue is something we'll just have to figure out once storms really get going. But everybody in the enhanced risk area and the moderate risk area, that's the orange and the red, need to be hyper weather aware. That enhanced risk area at the moment, again, we're about to have a new update here, goes up towards Evansville in southwestern Indiana, almost up into Bloomington in Indiana, goes through Mount Vernon, southern Illinois, back down into southeastern Missouri here, much of Arkansas inside the enhanced risk and moderate risk zone, and then that enhanced also goes all the way back down towards Athens and Tyler, Texas. The enhanced is also for the northwest metro of Shreveport, too. Downtown Shreveport's not in that, but I mean, you're right on the edge. And then that moderate risk zone is really centered over Jonesboro, Little Rock, and the Texarkana. And there's that new update. They indeed did just shift the enhanced risk a little bit more east. You literally saw that in real time. That just got issued there. They just shifted that outlook the slightest bit to the east. And they did disextend the enhanced risk a little bit on the west side. Let's see if we got... Okay, no enhanced risk introduced out here in southwest Texas. So that enhanced risk was just barely expanded there. It goes a little bit closer to Beaufort here in south central Indiana. But relatively everything is going to stay on track there. Looks like all the same probabilities are still in place. The wind threat actually did go ahead and grow. They did actually push that wind threat a little bit more into Arkansas now. So this dark brown is actually your 30% wind risk. And they did actually push that down into Jonesboro now. So that wind risk was shifted slightly southward. Or I should say not shifted, but rather expanded slightly southward there. And we're going to wait to see the discussion on that from the SPC. Yep, there is their discussion. I'm almost in a marginal risk for today. That's their old outlook. So yeah, just very little, very, very little shift to the east here. Smallest little shifts. And then, like I said, they did go ahead and disextend that enhanced risk. So it's even smaller on the west side. Look how small this is. Very, very small difference between the slight enhanced and the moderate risk here in southeast Oklahoma. Very, very close there. Once again, we're gonna wait for them to issue the full outlook there so we can go read the discussion, figure out what their thinking is, see if it's still on track with the same outlook that they issued about, what, they issued that like 9 a.m. this morning was their outlook before this one. But like I said, it looks like everything's relatively the same. Little expansion of the wind risk to the south. And then maybe a little expansion of the enhanced risk to the east-northeast. And then a little disextension of the western enhanced risk. So just very small changes with the new SPC outlook here at 12:30 Eastern. Very little change. All right, here it comes. So we'll be able to see that. They may have expanded that moderate just the slightest bit northward. Oh, actually, no. They expanded it slightly eastward. So actually, the moderate, yeah, they did push that moderate a little bit more east. On to the northeast side here. Because that didn't encompass almost the entire Boot Hill, and now it does. It encompasses a lot of the Boot Hill of Missouri, so that's a pretty good expansion there. But like I said, it's still relatively low. No huge changes to their outlook. Just a few small changes. All right, here is their new outlook. This is on their page here. So again, just the smallest expansion northeastward here. Smallest disexpansion on the west side. Not a huge change there. Wind threat was slightly expanded. more into Missouri, as well as into Arkansas. And then the hail risk looks like it's about the same. Several clusters of severe storms are expected today from central Texas into the Arklatex area. The greatest tornado threat will be focused over the Arklatex area into the southeastern portions of Missouri, including the potential for strong to potentially intense tornadoes. Let's see here. Supercells will be capable of producing a few strong to EF2 to EF3 tornadoes this afternoon and evening in the moderate risk zone. Yeah, it still seems like we're all on track here. All on track. Still the same quite significant wording here. So again, there's your new SPC outlook there. That moderate risk zone. Just a very small expansion into more of the boot hill of Missouri there. And then once again, a little bit of an expansion of that wind risk more into Arkansas and more into southeastern Missouri there. So that was their new SPC outlook. Just got issued there. Still on track for a likely tornado outbreak with likely strong to intense tornadoes, and the possibility of an long track tornado is definitely present. All right, we also did get a new Mesoanalysis, so let's pull up that. Remember, we're going to try to just stay on the nowcasting side of things instead of the forecasting side of things. That means we're going to be using a lot more of our current observations, current mesoanalysis, current radar data to figure out exactly how potent this day may be. So right off the bat, you can easily tell where your warm front is generally situated. Generally somewhere out there and going into central Arkansas, northwestern Tennessee. If we switch that, there you go, nearly perfect. What did I draw before? Yep, nearly perfect right there. I just drew that off of the wind barbs there, so that's where your warm front is continuing to lift up to the northeast here. That will continue to rapidly advect up to the north. A very potent environment. You can see right along that front, extremely potent environment for long-tracked, strong to intense tornadoes today. That's going to keep on shifting to the north, and eventually it will primarily set up over this region here, maybe a little bit more east. Primarily over this area here is where it's going to be setting up at. And then any discrete storms that form in that environment will be able to try and produce a long-tracked, strong to intense tornado. Instability, I do want to just check on that here. This is, let's see, let's do mixed layer cape. So mixed layer cape is instability towards the lowest 100 millibar of the atmosphere. And let's just see if we have a little bit of an overperformance at any area here. It doesn't look like it. Looks relatively on track. I will say, is this 2,000 instability here? Or is that 1,000? 3,000? Oh, wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. My bad. We're looking at ML cape here. This one. Not this one. This one right here. The one beneath the one that says 3,000. So 2,419. You know what? That might be overperforming just a bit. Just a little bit, especially if we go into like southeastern Arkansas. Yeah, that might be overperforming just a little bit on the HRRR, but it's still relatively on track there. And you can see a very potent environment. Not the best for wind shear. Yeah, definitely not the best for wind shear. We can easily get a better sounding, though, for wind shear there. Let's just take it, like, right in this area. Actually, that might... Yep, that is actually significantly better, so there you go. And that's going to be where your main cells fire. This environment here that we just took that pretty good photograph at, that's what's going to be evecting to the northeast here. And that environment's going to be situated right over central Arkansas. Surface observations here, again, clearly outlines your warm front is generally in this vicinity here. Somewhere in that vicinity is where your warm front is located. I'm not sure where it goes after that area. But your primary warm front is definitely in between Little Rock and then southeastern Arkansas. And again, it's going to keep on pushing up to the north-northwest, well, north-northeast actually. Lower level jet, which is part of your wind shear, not going to be an issue. Very large, broad region here of 45 knots. So very, very large area of 45 knot jet stream there. Not going to be an issue. That will continue to increase as we go into the evening and night hours. Lower level lapse rates will keep improving throughout the day, but I don't think they'll be much of an issue. Here is your overall trough. So you've got a huge trough here located over the Four Corners area. And the right exit region of this trough is really centered over this region. Actually, a very broad area all the way from Indiana all the way back down towards Texas. That's your whole right exit region of your trough here. That allows for some subtle forcing, specifically in this area, which is supposed to allow for greater supercell threat there. And like I said, we may have an overconvection issue, specifically because of those dew points. Those dew points going into your low to mid 70s now, 74, 76, 71, all around the Arklatex area, very high in there for dew points, which may allow for a lot more convection to occur. Let's see. I haven't checked if we have any observed soundings from weather balloons. I need to make that a habit to check that. I know we got the 12Z ones here. So with 12Z data, you really you want to pay a little attention to the thermodynamics, but you're really wanting to pay attention to the kinematics, which is your wind shear. So you're really wanting to pay attention to this portion down here. Your kinematics will improve. So this was all the way back at about 8 a.m. here. And you had plenty of wind shear over central Arkansas there. So that means once your warm front starts to lift more north, we're going to see a significant increase in all of these thermodynamics. This is a very bad sounding for Little Rock in terms of a tornado threat. It means that any storm that taps into this environment here, again, it will improve thermodynamic-wise in about now over the next 3 hours. But once storms get in this area, it's going to be pretty rough if we can get a single storm to fire or any storm that can become semi-discrete here. It could definitely produce multiple long-tracked, strong tornadoes. So, definitely a concerning sounding there in terms of your wind profile. Again, the thermodynamics out there, they're going to improve. If we get one like near Little Rock right now, you can see we're still at 0 for surface-based instability. Still at 0, which is to be expected. Your warm front is not yet reaching into Little Rock. Let's turn on the radar again. Still no signs of convection here firing in eastern Texas, so I wouldn't be so confident in the HRRR being correct today with that overconvection mess. So, see, you need a balance of more convection hoops, because if we get a bunch of convection, say for like this over the warm sector, that is fantastic. But if we get more convection that's like more spaced out, that is very bad news. So we want like a big blob of very heavy rain to go over the warm sector. We don't want individual storms to go over the warm sector. These are individual storms, but thankfully that's not going into a very primed environment. I don't think those are going to be forming into much more than rain showers in western Tennessee, western Kentucky. Those shouldn't be an issue. But if we see this stuff in like 3 hours or so start to form in central Arkansas, once that very volatile environment is in place, then that will be a big issue. Trying to see any type of just anything here. I'm watching those rain showers in Dallas. They're moving north though. Yeah, if I were chasing today based off of current observations and satellite imagery, I would position myself directly over Hot Springs, Arkansas. Where is the interstate out here? You know, that might be a little bit too far west. Maybe closer to Conway. Now, you want to be in Hot Springs because storms aren't going to, like, fire up here. You know, they're going to fire down here or in this area and then make their way up towards Conway. So the greatest tornado threat with discrete storms should be focused up in this area. But, you know, you want to follow the storms as they form. So you're going to want to start your chase day back out in this area. New HRRR should be in here in about 10 minutes, and I'm very curious to see if it's overconvecting still. It's hard to say, but Texarkana is in the highest risk today. You're in the moderate risk level 4 out of 4 there in Texarkana. So it could easily be a very, very rough day for Texarkana. So I can't tell you if you will or won't see a tornado, but what I can tell you is the environment is extremely favorable for strong to potentially long track tornadoes. Whether or not that happens is fully dependent on how convection fires and how much convection fires, and also exactly where. SPC said several tornadoes, a few intense are expected. Let's see here. And potentially strong to long track tornadoes as well. For today. I haven't looked at any forecast from local National Weather Service. Their AFD's area forecast discussions. Let me see if I can go read that. Let's see here. What's going to be the best one? Probably like Little Rock. Probably Little Rock, considering they're dead center, that moderate. Forecast discussion. There we go. Moderate risk for severe weather, high risk for rainfall. Flash flooding there. Tornadoes are possible yet again, with a few of them potentially being long-tracked. Be sure to have multiple ways to receive warnings today. Dangerous, life-threatening flash flooding as well. So they do say long-tracked tornadoes, a few long-tracked tornadoes possible. That's from your Little Rock area forecast discussion. What about... That's really like the main one, right? That's like the main National Weather Service today, Little Rock. They're gonna be probably pretty overwhelmed today. So just make sure you're hyperweather aware. If you are very worried about storms here, and you're in the main risk area, maybe you have a severe storm anxiety. The main thing I can tell you is just make sure you are weather aware. Just make sure you're really weather aware. You know, make sure you have your phones charged. Your phone is fully charged and the alerts are turned on. If you can, make sure you have a weather radio. Stay tuned to your local meteorologist and your local news stations as well. And, you know, you could track it yourself too, using any radar apps that you can find. I am seeing a little convection firing in northeast Texas. I just saw that on the new scan. We'll see if that becomes more widespread. So that could be our overconvection issue. We'll need to see a lot more than just a few little rain showers, though. So keep an eye on that. That is what the HRRR had being the biggest overconvection issue, meaning it would prevent some strong tornado threats today. Let's see here. Okay. Now we are going to wait for the new HRRR, the new Mesoanalysis. Did that already just disappear? Okay, that's never... Okay, there it is. So there's some storms firing near Longview. That could be the overconvection issue the HRRR was talking about. But like I said, we're going to need to see a lot more rain showers than just that. These storms here around Dallas should very slowly start to move to the northeast/east here. And then these will probably, a few of these should start to go severe once we get closer towards the 3-4 p.m. time frame. Those should become more robust thunderstorms and more of a severe weather issue there. I didn't check CSU this morning. I checked it for tomorrow and day 3, but the morning one wasn't loading for me. Oh, wow. It's definitely quite aggressive. Especially for tomorrow, too. Yeah, CSU definitely shows a very notable tornado outbreak threat today and tomorrow. Alright, so, let's see what the 16Z HRRR is going to say. Like I said, we're more into nowcasting, so don't take the model runs too seriously. They can be very, very inaccurate, especially day of. But it's still something that I look at just to have another tool to see possible outcomes today. Yeah, definitely getting more clear. You can see above my face cam. I don't really want to switch the scene fully here. But you can see our clouds are definitely starting to move into Missouri. Now, we do have a lot of lower level clouds. If we look here, see, these are, you know, your normal mid upper based clouds up here. But you have some lower level clouds that are still in place across this portion of your main risk area. I don't think that's going to be a big issue. If we turn off satellite, yeah, you can see that's over much of your moderate risk area in central Arkansas, into your enhanced risk as well. But as that warm front pushes up to the north, which I don't know, actually I could tell you exactly where it is. There you go. So, oh, look at that, actually. Yeah, you can see over the last hour, it has definitely moved very far northward here. So this mesoanalysis updates every hour, but it updates at the 30-minute mark. So normal mesoanalysis updates around 15 minutes of every hour. So 12:15, 1:15, 2:15, 3:15, every hour, every day, all the time. Whereas this one updates closer towards 1:30, 2:30, 3:30. So this one's a little bit later. which I don't know if that means it's maybe a little bit more accurate. In my opinion, that's probably going to make it a little less accurate. From what I've experienced with this mesoanalysis, it's been a little less accurate compared to the actual National Weather Service mesoanalysis. We'll also get an update from the SPC for tomorrow's outlook here in about 35 minutes. I really don't think much is going to change for that outlook. Yeah, HRRR still keeps the big overconvection issue today. So that's fantastic news. If that overconvection issue is going to verify, like I said, that would significantly decrease the threat for long track tornadoes today. So we want to see overconvection, especially now. Once we get closer to 4 o'clock, more convection could end up resulting in a threat for more tornadoes. So we'll just see. Like I said, you want to find that balance. There's a balance between too much convection and then not enough convection. And that balance is what we unfortunately nailed perfectly on April 2nd with that high risk over northeastern Arkansas, western Tennessee. We didn't have a big overconvection issue, and we also had enough convection to promote a very violent tornado threat. Bethany, I don't know if you're in the stream, but what's crazy is I just saw your Twitter profile. I just saw one of your tweets. I had no idea you had a Twitter account. I recognize your profile picture. I'm like, is that the same person in my chat? Yes, it is. Same person, same name. Yeah, also flooding's still going to be a big issue today. You can see we still have flash flood warnings out here from southwest Missouri into northeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Arkansas under flash flood warnings. And I mean, I don't know if we've ever been flash flood warningless over like the last 5 days. I mean, it's just been crazy. The flooding has been absurd. I know at one point we did have a flash flood emergency as well. Yeah, see, here's the new HRRR, which again, we're more of a nowcasting situation. Don't take this too seriously, but you can see it is definitely overconvecting a lot over southeast Oklahoma, much of eastern Texas, into portions of Arkansas. But it also has, you can see it barely. Let me zoom it out a little bit for you. It also has another threat for tornadoes back up in Tennessee. We'll see what that threat has in one more scan. Or not one more scan, but one more frame, rather. There's your warm sector. I don't know exactly where Little Rock's located here in Arkansas. Is that Little Rock right there? I think that's Little Rock right there. So it's pretty much 17Z, and that's where the HRRR thinks our warm sector is. Barely south of Little Rock. And here is where your warm sector actually is. Barely south of Little Rock. So still good on the HRRR. Still handling instability well. Let's see, 4 o'clock there. That's it's over convection, but it's still not a great picture here. Tornado threat West Tennessee, but you can see a lot of these embedded semi-discrete cells that may be able to produce strong tornadoes. Just the overconvection is going to be able to limit the long-tracked strong tornado threat. But I wouldn't be shocked if this is dead wrong. We'll see what the radar looks like here in, what, 3 hours. See if it looks exactly like this or not. I wouldn't be shocked if it's dead wrong. All right, let me go ahead and pull this back over here. We'll get a new mesoanalysis in 10 minutes, and then we'll get an outlook for tomorrow in 15, or rather 30 minutes. So you can see a lot of these storms already starting to fire up here on the southern end of our main risk area. That's where our overconvection threat is starting up at. So pretty difficult chase day. Because if that overconvection ends up being an issue, which it probably will, things are going to congeal into a clustery mess very, very quickly. And that tornado threat wouldn't be nearly as high. We'll also need to keep an eye on the extent of where storms fire here in Texas, too. That's a bit of a tricky one there. Overconvection is firing now. Well, possible overconvection. We won't really know if it's actual overconvection until the storms really get exploding near. All right, so once again, there's a look at your radar as well as your main risk area. SPC maintained a moderate risk level 4 out of 5 for all hazards. Well, actually, no. The main threat today is tornadoes, but it is still an all hazards threat. Just the moderate risk itself is actually just for tornadoes. The hail threat and the wind threat is for an enhanced risk. So you have a 30% wind, 30% hail. That is a enhanced risk category. But the tornado threat is a 15 sig, which is a moderate risk category there. So it is a moderate risk for severe weather, all hazards possible, but the main hazard today and the reason for that moderate risk is the tornado threat. Let's see how much that overconvection it is here. HRRR is definitely overdoing overconvection. We do not have that many rain showers out in the southern side of your enhanced and moderate risk. We only have a few showers, whereas the HRRR, it has a bunch of showers out here. So it's definitely overdoing overconvection a little bit already. Which could be the difference between a long-tracked tornado threat today and just more of a spin-up strong tornado threat today. We'll see how it goes. Also, there is the threat for tornadoes along the actual warm front later today. Once the warm front fully sets up, the HRRR doesn't do a great job at convecting that at the moment. But right along that warm front, there is a conditional threat for all hazards here. I gotta do more of dew points. Yeah. So right along your warm front, right in this area, there's a conditional threat for all hazards. Including maybe even the opportunity for an isolated strong tornado. If we can see a very discrete storm latch onto that warm front. You can see it does initiate quite a few storms, so it's not terrible with initiating it. So we'll need to watch the northern side of that warm front, which is going to go up into southern Illinois, southern Indiana, southwest Ohio, portions of Kentucky. This whole area here has a conditional strong tornado threat, except for that moderate risk. That moderate risk is obviously not so conditional there. But that might be why they expanded your 10 sig and 15 sig a little bit more on that newest outlook. The HRRR just doesn't really fire much on that warm front. You can see it fires a few storms, like this one's on the warm front, but it really doesn't have any of that conditional tornado threat firing back out in here. So we'll need to keep an eye on that as we go towards like 5 o'clock or so. See if we get any storms to fire on the warm front. And maybe pose that conditional strong tornado threat all the way up into south central Indiana. Six o'clock, even though the HRRR is very sloppy and overconvected mess here, just a really huge squall line there, it still has a few supercells right out in front of the line that would be able to pose a long-track strong to intense tornado threat going towards 6 o'clock Eastern time tonight. Like I said, there's no really significant bust factor today. There is that underperformance factor of seeing a lot of overconvection, but even in that case, we would still end up with a strong tornado threat. So if you are enjoying the more of update so far, we'll turn it into coverage once things really start firing. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, share the stream with family, friends, social media, and also hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. We'll be live tomorrow. I'm not sure when exactly. There's a lot of uncertainty tomorrow. We really won't know the full extent of tomorrow's threat until we actually get to tomorrow. Because the overconvection today could lead to a overconvection risk tomorrow as well. Let's see here. Alright, we're getting a new Mesoanalysis here shortly. That will update us on how far north our warm sector is here at 17Z. Looks like the date is a little bit too small. I'm going to increase that just a little bit. There you go. Saw a little gap there. Which cities in Arkansas will be hit the hardest? It's difficult to say, but the areas that are in the most favorable environment and highest chance for tornadoes, you're looking at Jonesboro, Little Rock, Hot Springs, around the Texarkana area. Everyone in that red area. Everybody in that red area is in the highest chance for being hit by a strong to intense tornado. But even on these higher end days, I stressed this on April 2nd as well, even on these high end days for severe weather, the chance of a tornado going through your town, hitting your house on your street, it's still very slim. Even though we have such a high end probability day like today, it's still slim that you are hit by a tornado. So just make sure that you're hyper weather aware. You just want to pay very close attention to how storms are occurring now and what's happening at the exact moment. Which right now, I mean, it still looks pretty bad. We're not seeing a lot of overconvection in the open warm sector, so that means instability is just going to continue to rise. We're just going to continue to see the atmosphere get more and more favorable for all hazards. And again, the HRRR had this, like this 3-4 rain showers you see here in Northeast Texas. The HRRR had it being like a big clump, like this big of rain showers at this time. So HRRR is still overconvecting, and its little mixing bias is still very much evident for today's thread as well. We're waiting on that new Mesoanalysis, which should be in the next 5 minutes, to figure out if our warm front has really moved notably to the northwest or not. Okay, so there's a Little Rock. So in just about 5 minutes, we'll figure out how much that warm front's moved to the northwest. And that's definitely a big key thing for today. That warm front needs to be north of Little Rock by 4 p.m. It has to be north of Little Rock, which I think it's going to be able to do that. Considering it's pretty much on top of Little Rock now, I think it's going to be able to get north of Little Rock within the next 3 hours. Heading towards northeast Arkansas? That's interesting. Like, how far northeast? Like Jonesboro, northeast? I know Connor Croft, chaser that we use here, I know he just recently went live, so I'm going to go check his feed to see where he's heading. He is moving northeast. He's just northeast of Little Rock right now. He's going towards Jacksonville. He's in Jacksonville, actually. He is leaving Jacksonville right now. He's somewhere right in this area, going northeast. Not sure exactly where he's going to head to, but I know he's definitely heading northeast. Yeah, I don't really blame him. Just, I wouldn't go too far northeast. Like, if he goes too far northeast up towards, like, Augusta, that's too far northeast for the prefrontal threat, in my opinion. You want to stay around this area here. Too far northeast and, you know, storms may end up being more messy, and then too far southwest, it looks like a full-blown line at the moment. So it's very difficult to choose a really good target area for today. You just got to figure out where that single discrete storm may fire up at. All right, let's see if our Mesoanalysis is in yet. It is. Looks like that warm front is still, like, right on top of Little Rock at the moment, which makes total sense there. Like I said, I don't think that warm front is going to be able to get north of Little Rock, like, now. I think it's going to be closer towards 4 o'clock Eastern. And I also don't think it's really, like, ahead of schedule. I don't believe the warm front is, like, ahead of schedule here. It's really right on time, still continuing as expected. But that warm front is something we have to pay very close attention to today. Yeah, still not seeing a big overconvection issue here. I mean, there's just a few showers, but that's not going to really overconvect anything. Looks like we may have some intensifying storms over Dallas, Texas right now. If those do manage to grow upscale rapidly, they will be mainly hailers and a very low-end tornado threat. Let me see this. Okay. So we'll keep an eye on all these cells here. I don't expect them to do much in terms of severe until like 3 or so. So I'm not like worried about severe weather until we get towards like 3 o'clock. Then we're going to start, unfortunately, having to watch it a lot closer. We'll go over tomorrow when the SPC issues their new outlook here in about 15, 20 minutes. We'll go over tomorrow a little bit. But yeah, it looks like some chasers are heading up northeast now, so they're going just past the Little Rock area, which is where I would go as well. Like I said, I would be tempted to start my chase somewhere near Hot Springs here. Like, that's where I would probably attempt to start my chase at, but the main prefrontal threat today is in this area. That's the main prefrontal threat area for today. So that's the highest chance, in my opinion, of us seeing a strong long-track tornado. Oh, here comes the SPC outlook for tomorrow, very early, and they have significantly, let me see here. Yeah, they have quite significantly expanded that enhanced risk to the west. It's a lot more west than that current outlook you just saw. They issued that early. Very early. I pulled up the day 2 outlook and this is what it came up with. Friggin' jump scared me. Look, it says day 2, but that's wrong. They have to fix the link here. So we'll wait for them to fix the link, which should be within 5 minutes, maybe even less. That enhanced risk, like I said, expanded quite a bit to the west. The thing I'm most curious about is if that 10 sig tor got any bigger, because if we go to the current day 2 outlook, which is being updated literally right now, we have a small size 10 sig encompassing just less than 750,000 people there in that 10 sig tor. So I'm waiting to see if they expanded that 10 sig at all. See if I can get it early on College of DuPage real quick. Okay, yes, they did expand it. Look. This is our new outlook here. So there's the old, there's the new. 2% was expanded significantly to the northeast, and the 10 sig and 5% was expanded quite notably to the southwest. Hail threat for tomorrow was also expanded notably to the southwest, and the wind threat was expanded slightly to the northeast. So very small changes to the day 2 outlook. The most notable one is definitely the change to the 10 sig tor. Quite a good expansion there to the southwest. Hello, Pete. Welcome to the stream. Glad to see you in here. Zoom that back out. There we go. So they did change that 10 sig tor a little bit. It was slightly expanded to the southwest for tomorrow. I'm really unsure about how big of a threat tomorrow may be. Either way, we're going to have the chance for a strong tornado or two. Just overconvection looks to be a much bigger issue tomorrow than today. And tomorrow could be very much played out by how much overconvection we see today. All right, let's get rid of the satellite. So once again, if you're just tuning in, the SPC has issued a very large moderate risk level 4 out of 5 for today, centered over Little Rock, Arkansas. That also goes into the Texarkana area in northeastern Texas. And it also goes all the way into the Boot Hill of Missouri as well. So that includes Poplar Bluff out there in southeastern Missouri. Also Jonesboro, Little Rock, Hot Springs, Russellville, just east of Fort Smith in Arkansas, back down towards Idabel in southeastern Oklahoma, Texarkana as well, in the Arklatex area, and then also down to Mount Pleasant in northeastern Texas. Memphis is on the edge of that slight risk and enhanced risk. I think Memphis will be relatively good for today. Your main threat should end up being late tonight when the line pulls through your area. If it survives that long. It seems like, at the moment, it seems like the main storms will stay to your northwest. But if you're in Memphis, still pay attention to the severe threat. It just looks like, at the moment, it's going to stay off to your west-northwest. All right, here comes an MCD. Tornado watch will be issued here. Let's go to the MCDs here, and it should appear at any given second right in front of us. We should see, there it is. Tornado watch will be issued here for the potential of wind gusts as high as 70 miles per hour, large hail as large as 3.5 inch in diameter, and a few tornadoes, some of which it may be strong. That is your mesoscale discussion. So that includes all the way from far north central Arkansas towards the Salem Mountain Home, Cherokee Village area, all the way through Little Rock, through Hot Springs, through the Texarkana area, back down towards Tyler, Texas. All going to be inside a tornado watch here within, I'll tell you in a moment, once we figure out the wording there. Actually, we can... The link's wrong again, so we got to wait a little longer. Supercell development is expected this afternoon. All hazards will be possible, including the potential for strong tornadoes. Gotta wait a little bit for them to fix that link, like they did with the SPC Outlook. So just a heads up, if you are in this dark red highlighted area here, you are going to be placed under a tornado watch eventually later today. I'll try to give you a time frame of when that watch could be issued in a moment. Once that MCD eventually gets completely issued here, it will be within the next 2 hours. So before 3:15 Eastern, we will see a tornado watch. Before 3:15 Eastern. One or more tornado watches are expected this afternoon in order to cover this threat. Let's see here. Relatively strong lower level shear will increase the potential for strong tornadoes with any sustained mature supercells in the warm sector. Once again, 1 or 2 tornado watches will be needed. Or rather, 1 or more tornado watches will be needed to cover that threat. Let's see here. Storm coverage may tend to be greater near the cold front in eastern Texas into western Arkansas, but isolated supercells could also form as farther to the east and also in the vicinity of the warm front. So all hazards will be possible. So they did note a little bit of a potential overconvection issue along the southern end of this mesoscale discussion in here. Which is not too surprising. All right. We just got the new Mesoanalysis there. Looks like the warm front is still right around the Little Rock area. So it hasn't moved very notably in the last hour here. Let me see. Yeah, warm front's over the Little Rock area now. And it should go north of Little Rock within the next 2.5 hours or so. Let's see that mesoscale discussion again. Yeah, so there is the MCD. And that is where the SPC denotes the warm front being. Which, if I'm not mistaken, Little Rock is right there. So I'm pretty sure the warm front's like over Little Rock right now. And you can see the cold front in here. So right along that cold front, this southern edge of your MCD, that's where overconvection has a chance to be an issue for your strong tornado threat. Most likely your greatest strong tornado threat will be more focused on the northeastern quadrant of this MCD. From just to the southwest of Little Rock all the way up into north central, northeastern Arkansas. Let's move this here. Oops. Next thing will be the HRRR run here in about 30 minutes. Let's see. Either way, today is going to end up being a significant threat for severe weather, regardless of how much overconvection we see. It's just that overconvection may limit the overall strong tornado threat. And long-tracked strong tornado threat as well. Yeah. I would definitely be a little bit more on the northern side of the risk area, like Connor and the weed whackers go into. North central Arkansas, northeastern Arkansas. Just north of Little Rock is where I would be. Because it looks like that southern end is probably going to ignite into a big old line with embedded strong tornado potential, as opposed to discrete, long-tracked strong tornado potential. So storm should really get going here towards 3 p.m., about an hour and a half from the expected storm initiation of strong to severe storms. And again, we will see one or more tornado watches issued here over the next hour and a half. So once again, if you're just now tuning in, we're just keeping an eye on all of our observations here where our warm front is, which is the most favorable environment. We're also keeping an eye for a tornado watch that should be issued before, what time was it? Let's see, before 1915 Z, that is 3:15. So before 3:15 Eastern, within the next 2 hours here, we should see a tornado watch get issued by the SPC, one or more tornado watches. Also, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new with the notification bell set to all, so you know when we go live tomorrow. We'll be live again tomorrow, and then we may stream Sunday. We'll see how notable Sunday's threat may be. We might end up streaming on Sunday. I'm a little bit iffy on a stream Sunday because it doesn't look that potent at the moment. Looks like a weak line of damaging winds in Alabama for Sunday. So just to give you an idea of what we should see over the next few hours here, let's go to the newest HRRR. So once we get towards about 3, 4 p.m., right around 3 p.m. Eastern, we should start to see a big area of just clustered storms fire across much of our southern moderate risk and enhanced risk area. A lot of this is going to be elevated, more hail and wind. The greatest tornado threat with these would be on the eastern extent. This stuff back here would probably be mainly a hail and wind threat. And as we go towards 4 o'clock, you can see this should congeal more up into a line. That's the big question, is will we see a full-fledged line along that cold front or not around 4 p.m. Eastern. That greatest tornado threat would be focused with these discrete to semi-discrete supercells out here in central western Arkansas, as well as with any supercells that can fire along that warm front back out in Kentucky, Tennessee. That might also extend into more of Missouri and Arkansas for that warm front tornado threat. Going towards 5 p.m., all hazards will still continue. Pretty good tornado threat should be along that warm front still. Arkansas back towards Kentucky, Tennessee. Prefrontals right out in this area into central northern Arkansas with probably a line of embedded tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds back out there in Texas and Arkansas. 5 p.m., 6 p.m. here, you can see it just looks like a big line, which that's a big question mark. Not every model run shows it being a big line. We'll just have to see how things congeal here going towards the 6 p.m. Eastern time frame. Still 6 o'clock. Still 6, 7 o'clock. Dealing with multiple prefrontal cells out here. Still prefrontals back out along the warm front in Kentucky and Tennessee. 7 p.m., much of the same. Those prefrontals do start to merge with the line out here, as well as those prefrontals along the warm front begin to die out as they enter a worse environment. 8 o'clock, according to the HRRR, everything is congealed into a full line by 8 o'clock, and your tornado threat is very low at that time frame. Still could see a few spin-up tornadoes, maybe 1 or 2 strong by this time frame, but according to the HRRR, everything should be a full-fledged line around 8 o'clock tonight. Still, though, look at that. It does initiate 10 p.m. Few discrete storms here in Mississippi. And that is a wild line, potentially producing winds up to 80 miles per hour there, according to the HRRR in this area. Look at that. Very strong line there in the HRRR. So that's just the general thinking for today. That exact scenario won't happen. Just something around the realms of that should be our case for today. A few things could change. We could see a few more cells in the open warm sector, maybe a few less cells in the open warm sector. Who knows? We'll just need to see exactly how today plays out. The one and only Reed Trimmer out there, he is also highlighting from about northern Arkansas into portions of western Arkansas. Right in here is where Reed Trimmer is highlighting for the greatest tornado threat, and I couldn't agree more. I agree with that. That's directly where I think we have the best chance for prefrontals. That's where I think our highest tornado threat could end up being. So that would include Little Rock, Hot Springs, Jonesboro, Batesville, and Arkansas, all being in that highest threat for severe weather there. We are about to get a new HRRR here in just a bit, so We'll see how much the newest HRRR changes this simulated reflectivity. But either way, today's going to be a significant day for severe weather. There's no escaping that. There is definitely the possibility we could escape a notable strong tornado threat. That is definitely possible, where we end up with just a lower end tornado threat today, as opposed to a widespread strong tornado threat across much of Arkansas. We will see which way we end up going here. I mean, just going to have to pay attention to convection and how storms fire. Welcome, V. Glad to see you back in here. Thankfully, you're not in the main risk today. You're in a marginal risk. You could just get a lot of flooding and a lot of very heavy rain starting about 10 o'clock tonight. 9, 10 o'clock. Just a lot of very, very heavy rain up there. Main threat should stay off to your south. Let's see here. Once again, just make sure you're weather aware. I'll show you the risk areas again. There's your risk areas from the SPC. That level 1 threat in the dark green, level 2 threat in the yellow, level 3 threat in the orange, and a level 4 out of 5 threat in the red. Greatest risk for all significant hazards will be focused over more of probably the northeastern, eastern sides here of our moderate risk area. Generally in here is where our greatest threat for all hazards will exist. They do have that moderate risk, though, all the way back down towards Longview, Texas. But that's just where models have been in the most agreement of the greatest threat for all hazards. Satellite imagery does definitely look clearer than when we first started our stream up about an hour and a half ago. You can see we are definitely getting clearer out here over much of our main open warm sector for today. That clearing is definitely lifted north of Little Rock now. So when we started our live stream here, let's see, we started right about this time here. Right around here is where we started our stream up. And at that point, we had cloud cover over much of, pretty much all of Little Rock and most of Arkansas as a whole, really. If we skip to what it looks like now, you can see definitely getting a lot more clearing here on the east-southeast side of Arkansas. And that should still continue. We'll see. It's definitely a bit tricky on exactly where that greatest threat for tornadoes will be. It's all going to come down to storms and where they are and how many of them fire. Oops. You can see a few more storms firing now out here in Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas. Like I said, going to start seeing those bigger hailers fire. They're going to continue to fire out here around Dallas. And then probably really explode as they get closer to just east of Dallas. We'll have to see exactly what storms explode here. It may end up being these storms that explode as they move to the north. Could be these storms here near Paris, Texas that explode. We'll just have to see. But definitely looks like another day for strong tornado potential. Whenever you have this type of satellite look here, where you have a large open warm sector and there's just light cloud cover over your main risk region here, or little to no cloud cover over your main risk area, that's definitely a look for a tornado day. Especially looks like a tornado day up here. because you've got all these little bands that are probably going to try to fire thunderstorms and move into that area. Which way are those bands moving? Are they moving northeast? Yeah, they're kind of moving more north-northeast, so more like this. They're all moving up like that. And like I said, I do think this area, you can tell this area back here looks a little bit more sloppy cloud cover-wise. Definitely looks a little more sloppy. Not that bad for overconvection, though. Just a few storms firing. It's getting close to 2 o'clock, which is where the HRRR had a lot of overconvection issues here. The HRRR had a lot of rain showers in this entire area here at 2 o'clock. Which you can see, definitely not nearly as many showers in the central and southeast part of that. But it is definitely a little bit more convection over here. Which is probably why they disextended that moderate risk and enhanced risk a little bit. If we take a look at that, you can see there's still definitely rain showers in that main risk, but they did disextend that just a bit. Also, just another heads up again, we will be seeing one or more tornado watches here in this dark red area. We'll see what they go with. I'd imagine they're probably going to do a lower end probability watch here, and then probably a decently high end probability watch there on the northern side. We'll see what they go with, but both of them, if we do see 2 tornado watches or more, they will be tornado watches. Most of the watches we see today should be tornado watches. And once again, still dealing with a big flood issue here. Flash flood warnings all across portions of Kentucky there into West Virginia. Also here in the northeastern portions of Oklahoma, northwest Arkansas, southwest Missouri. Plenty of flash flood watches. I don't think we'll see a PDS watch. I think there's too much uncertainty on overconvection. My assumption for the highest probability watch today is probably around I'd say probably like a 80-60 or 70-60. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't think today we'll have a PDS watch with the uncertainty in convection. Let's go here again. So this is our newest update from Mesoanalysis here. So this was at about 1:30 or so Eastern time. And you can see that warm front is getting there. It is definitely getting there. It's definitely getting to our main risk area. Little Rock now in an area of higher instability. About 4,000 surface-based instability there. Mixed layer instability closer to, well, that says about 4,002, but I think that's way too high. Yeah, there you go. That's more realistic. Mixed layer cape around 2,600. Surface-based cape around 4,200. Best case scenario today, the entire warm sector completely overconvex. We end up with a line of severe storms as opposed to semi-discrete storms. And today ends up being mainly a wind threat and low-wind hail threat, low-wind tornado threat. So best case scenario is everything gets messy and congeals into a line instead of staying discrete to semi-discrete. Which that is a possibility. Definitely not a set in stone event here, which is why we're not going to see a high risk, like I said earlier today. Just too many uncertainties on overconvection for that to be pulled by the SPC. What do you mean? Which one's more likely to happen? I think we'll see a middle ground. And that's kind of what the SPC is forecasting. You know, overconvection mess on the southwest side of the moderate, and then on the central and northeast side of the moderate, it's more of a semi-discrete mode. So I think we'll see more of a mixture today. The Ohio Valley. Depends what you consider the Ohio Valley. The tornado threat's fairly low up in this area here. That's where your tornado threat's going to be fairly low. Your main severe threat will be damaging winds back out in this area here. Tornado threat's fairly low, though, up north. Southern Indiana. Definitely damaging winds spin up tornado threat. You could see here. A line's going to make its way through your area probably around between midnight 2 a.m. there. Mainly south of the Indianapolis metro. And main threats will be multiple events of 60 to potentially as up to 70 mile per hour winds, as well as a few spin up tornadoes. Let me go ahead and do this. So there's your tornado threat. That primary tornado threat is going to be from western Kentucky, southern Illinois, back down towards northeastern Texas, northwest Louisiana. And this portion of your tornado threat is uncertain because we don't know how many storms are going to fire there. And then the southern portion of this tornado threat looks to be very linear and messy. So our greatest threat for strong tornadoes today looks to be in between those two areas, which should be somewhere from near Hot Springs back up towards southern Missouri. Somewhere in there. Fort Smith, I mean, it's a very, very tight little risk here. You could see the tornado threat, 2%, 5%, 10 sig, 15 sig. Very, very close proximity in Fort Smith. Personally, it looks like with their newest outlook that they issued about an hour ago, I think it's going to be mainly very heavy rain and some isolated damaging winds. Things should be messy up there. There should be a lot of storms that fire in and east of Fort Smith that promotes less of a severe threat. Slightly less there. Yeah, Little Rock is in a pretty high-end threat for tornadoes. I would definitely be weather aware. Same for Benton. Both of y'all are in a moderate risk for tornadoes. And again, there's a lot of uncertainty on how many discrete storms could fire. So if I show you here, you can see the newest run only has like 1, 2 or so discrete storms that fire. If that happens, we'll still have a strong tornado threat, but it won't be nearly as notable as if you know, something like this were to happen where we get plenty of discrete storms in the open warm sector. Our newer model runs have kind of backed down on that high-end strong tornado threat, at least for the moment. Clarksville, I think you'll be fine. Keep an eye out for some strong storms towards like 4 to 6 Eastern. 4 to 6 Eastern time. A very conditional severe threat out there. But still a threat for severe weather. It's Clarksville in Tennessee. See if we're still seeing a big overconvection issue. Yeah, see, these aren't very overconvection looking. And even some of them die out. It's not like a huge blob of overconvection, for instance, like back here. Well, even this... Yeah, see, it's not like this. And even that's not too bad. Matter of fact, we may even have to keep an eye on some of these little storms here to become a tornado threat in about an hour. Because if they're firing more discrete and we're not seeing that huge overconvection like the HRRR was saying, some of these storms might try to take advantage of the full environment at hand in central southwestern Arkansas. New HRRR is coming in here in about 5 minutes. We'll see if it's backed off on the overconvection or not. But like I mentioned earlier in this stream, and with all these events that you're tracking in real time, you really want to be more of nowcasting and less of forecasting. Because a lot of model runs aren't going to pick up on like an extra rain shower that forms, or an area that doesn't have as much convection. They're not really good at picking up on those very small features that could make or break a complete event. You can see some stronger storms definitely did fire out here, south central Oklahoma, far north central Texas, north of the DFW, just to the southeast of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Main threat, small hail, gusty winds with those. Tornado threat should be next to none. Oh, Wophus is coming in? I don't know if Wophus is coming in or not. They pick and choose the days that get Wophus runs. Alright, there should be it. Yep. Wophus is indeed coming in right now. Wophus is indeed running again. It is just starting up. I'll keep that up for the moment. I'm going to close some extra tabs, though, so that way my computer don't blow up. I don't have any radar sites open right now on GR2 analysis. Because, yeah, we're not really tracking strong storms at the moment. Once we get closer to the 3 p.m. time frame, I'll start opening up like 3-4 radar sites or something. Most of the Wophus runs don't have these overconvection showers maintaining. Most of them have it dying out in an hour, which is completely different than the HRRR. Because the HRRR took those and made them overconvect. Alright, see you later, Lakeisha. Thanks for tuning in. Once Wophus gets a little bit further, I will show you guys the Wophus runs like we did for April 2nd. We are starting to see some random overconvection in Little Rock. Which nearly... I mean, not a lot of Wophus runs, if any of them, picked up on that. So that's something that's a little new there. But I don't think that's going to affect... oh, there we go. Tornado watch somewhere. Oh, over the whole risk area. 80-60. Very close. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking 80-60 or 80-70, one or the other. So that means we have an 80% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and a 60% chance one of them is strong. Several tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes likely. There you go. 2.5-inch hail likely, 75-mile-per-hour winds possible. So decently high probability to watch there. The lowest probability is significant winds. That is the lowest threat on this watch. Yeah. Even though they do say, look at that. That's pretty... It's pretty high in wording. Let me go ahead and screenshot it. That way I don't have to pull up Twitter. Look at that. Several tornadoes likely. Tennis ball sized tail. That's what? 2.5-inch in diameter? Likely. And then 75-mile-per-hour winds likely. Likely, likely, likely. For all three hazards there. So there you go. 80-60 is the tornado probs, which I said like 80-60 or 80-70. That was right around the thinking. All right, there we go. I mean, we'll keep an eye on these storms, see what those do, because that's kind of the wild card for today. Model runs have been all over the place with what happens with those storms. These cells right in here. That's your wild card for today. They could allow a bunch of overconvection. They could become supercells, or they could just simply dissipate. So a lot of question marks with that. Oh yeah, they did put Shreveport in that watch by one county. I mean, you're actually quite well into that watch, to be honest with you. You're in that slight risk to enhanced risk. We'll probably see more watches come out later, too. There will probably be another watch along the northern side of this risk, especially going into the evening hours. And then maybe even a severe watch back out here for any extra convection that may fire. But this is our primary watch for the day. Primary watch here. That's our main tornado watch. And here comes another MCD. That's for your warm front threat there. 1.75-inch hail up to 80-mile-per-hour winds. And a few tornadoes, possibly one strong. All possible there. A 60% chance of a watch being issued. And I don't know what watch that's going to be. It may be severe or tornado watch. We'll have to wait to get the graphic on that. Sometimes GR Earth can glitch on that. Yes, it would be a tornado watch. So 60% chance of a tornado watch being issued for a few tornadoes, possibly one strong, up to 80-mile-per-hour winds, and also some small hail, potentially an isolated hailstone up to 1.75-inch in diameter there. And that's right along your warm front. (17Z) HRRR was a little late. Nearly 10 minutes late there for it to start rendering. So once again, if you're just tuning in, there's your tornado watch. Right in the purple. So that's where confidence is the highest in an all hazards threat, including multiple tornadoes, a few of which are likely to be strong to intense, and potentially a long track tornado or two are all very, very real possibilities today. Some of these Wofus runs are pretty crazy. All of them have a lot of storms firing. I'm just wondering, is it going to be too many storms that fire? And everything gets messy. Really? That's a weird spot. Rockets, that's a... Or not rockets, my bad. Lord Howard, that is a weird spot to have a 30% at. Yes, it did rockets, and there is a little overconvection, but not a lot at all. I mean, most of them show storms around you, but I don't think any of them are significant, Isabel. None of them look very significant. But I do see why they ended up putting you in that tornado watch. We'll have to see what the HRRR 17Z has, see if it overconvects to, and it's already overconvecting. Legit 1 frame in, and this sucker's already overconvecting. It thinks that there are storms north of Houston right in here. And there's nothing. It also thinks this area is much more overconvected. Literally 1 frame in and it's wrong. And 2 frames in, and I bet that is going to be wrong too. The HRRR does acknowledge a bit more of this overconvection in Arkansas, though, so that may not be all that wrong. I really don't think that's going to be an issue. I mean, it's just a little bit of storms firing. I don't really feel like that's going to be a big issue there. So, I would still be, if I were chasing, I would still be near the Little Rock area. See if Connor's moved at all. He's going far up there. He's going all the way up to Newport right now. So he's getting really, really far up there. Dude. One of the chasers the other day got hit by a turkey. It destroyed his windshield. And it almost happened in nearly the exact same fashion to another chaser about 5-10 minutes ago. So that's just crazy. Almost had 2 people's windshields get shattered by a turkey. Geez, I never thought you have to look out for those on storm chasing. While storm chasing, I never thought about that. Yeah. HRRR still... I mean, it still just congeals everything into a line instantly. It thinks it's like the NAM 3K over here or something. Just, this is what it thinks the radar looks like now, and you can see it is dead wrong with all of this overconvection here. It is a little bit right with this, as well as this. Oh, no, it's not wrong. It's wrong with that. So it's wrong with, like, this whole area here with overconvection. It's a little bit correct about this overconvection and a little correct about this overconvection. And then it does, I mean, it rapidly intensifies everything in an hour. You go from overconvection mess to everything with damaging winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes being possible literally here in less than an hour. And then at this point, 5 p.m., it has a big old bow echo there too. But I'm not really taking that too seriously, to be honest with you. I'm really not taking that very seriously. I'm thinking we're still in for a very significant day, more significant than what the HRRR is saying here. It still does have some prefrontals, but I mean, I'm not trusting the HRRR. Let's see. Yes, it's still the same for the warm sector. Warm sector doesn't seem to be much of an issue. Now, there may be an issue with the northern extent of the warm sector, but it doesn't look to be that big of an issue. Speaking of that, we're going to get another mesoanalysis. I swear, it feels like it's every friggin' 15 minutes. We're about to get another one in 10 minutes. After we literally just finished looking at the other one, not but 30-ish minutes ago. This is definitely a big-time nowcasting event. Very big nowcast event. Because it seems like a lot of model runs are handling a lot of different portions of this event wrong. Let me show you every single Wolfus run. This is definitely very, very concerning. Look at this. Look at all the semi-discrete storms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All of them are discrete. Every single one of them. All 18 members of Wolfus are fully semi to discrete. And none of them have a line forming in 2 hours. Not a single one of them agree with the HRRR. 0 of them. Wolfus 18 has a little line, more of a cluster down there. But none of them have a line like the HRRR here. There. That's the same time frame for all those Wolfus runs that we just looked at. That's the same time frame. This is 4 o'clock looking at all the Wolfus runs. Really quick. And then looking at the HRRR. HRRR is a big outlier compared to the Wolfus runs there. So, we'll see which one ends up winning. The Wolfus runs ended up winning on April 2nd, 2 days ago. The HRRR was wrong with the significant overconvection being a huge issue and, like, getting rid of much of your tornado threat. Obviously, that didn't happen. We ended up with one of the biggest events in the last 4 decades. So, I wouldn't be so sure that the HRRR is going to be correct with this overconvection mess today. Hopefully it is, but it just wouldn't shock me if it's dead wrong. It wouldn't shock me to the slightest. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it would shock me more if the HRRR is correct today. So, if the Wolfus runs correct, we could easily have multiple long-tracked intense to violent tornadoes today. all across Arkansas. If the HRRR is correct, it is nearly the complete opposite. 1 or 2 strong tornadoes with mainly a big-time wind bag with winds of 80 to 90 miles per hour and some isolated large hail up to 2-inch in diameter. WOFUS is definitely historically more accurate from what I've seen and what I've used and just from general feedback than the HRRR. Let's see. I do notice a lot of these. Let's see. It's 210. I do notice a lot of these WOFUS runs have no convection in Little Rock, which is not correct. But I just don't see that being a big issue. Like, that's just the tiniest bit of convection. That's not like a major bust amount of convection there. I just don't see that being an issue. I don't know. After looking at the WOFUS runs, honestly, I may be a little shocked that they didn't pull the PDS watch today. Considering the HRRR has been an outlier ever since last night, I'm a little shocked that we haven't gotten a slightly higher probability watch. Even though 80-60 is still high probability, I'm not sure if that high of a probability is enough, to be honest with you. There is that chance for overconvection and destructive cell mergers, though, so we'll see how it plays out. Regardless, we're in for a very active and significant day across much of the state of Arkansas. No matter what model run you look at, they all have a big threat for severe weather today. We're just going to have to just, like I said, nowcast it. So here's your watch, and you can see high, moderate, 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 high, high. So it's definitely a high-end threat for severe weather, with that overall tornado risk actually being in the high category there. Supercell development is expected along the surface front into the warm sector this afternoon across northeastern Texas, northeastward into Arkansas. The storm environment will support the potential for a few strong EF2 to EF3 tornadoes. I mean, this just looks like a day that's going to end up being significant, in my opinion. The only issue is overconvection today. That is the only issue. And all it takes is a few less storms to fire, and that's not an issue anymore. Yeah, hold on a second. I just realized this, too. Yeah, these storms are barely even in the warm sector right now. So they're not going to hurt the environment that much. I do believe we got to start watching the Memphis radar site now. I might have to pull up GR2. I think it's almost time to start coverage here. If you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. This may be one of the few times that I have left to say it before we go fully into coverage mode here. I try my best not to say it that often when we're tracking storms actively, but if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. We're 15 away from 200. Also, if you can, hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. This has been, I'm pretty sure, this has been one of our best months on YouTube in this channel's 4-year, almost 5 years. You know what? Actually, hold on. I gotta go check something. Let me see. Yeah. Anniversary is April, May, June. 2 months away. 2 months away, this channel will be 5 years old. So I think in the whole entire will be 5 years old. Did I say 5 months? In 2 months, it will be 5 years old. And I think this has been our best month on the channel in the entire 5-year span. YouTube says 194% better than the last 3 months. I know last April was very, very high for this channel in terms of count. But anyways, I don't want to get sucked up into analytics. People don't like hearing you yap about analytics. So, yeah, we'll keep on monitoring these ongoing storms here around the Memphis area, and yeah, definitely a lot of overconvection here in Arkansas. Only a few of them are notable enough to potentially make a little dent in the warm sector. So I don't think it's that big of an issue, personally. Major, that's it happened on April 2nd, too. Remember, April 2nd, the original MCD was 120 to 150. Then they issued 3 different special MCDs for 150 to 170. So I wouldn't pay very close attention to it. You know, it's definitely good to look at it. It's awesome that they added that, but I wouldn't be solely judging today's threat just off of that. Let's see here. Thank you, Douglas. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, like I said, it's still a good idea to look at them, obviously, because it's from the SBC. So any information from the SBC is going to be something you definitely want to pay attention to. But you know, I wouldn't get too homed in on it. That's just the peak probable intensity. So the guess of what the environment may be favorable for. Like I said, April 2nd, they upped it by 20 miles per hour with special MCDs. Lucky's thinking he's about to get a bunch of storms out there in North Carolina. Why do we have so much cape? What? Did I miss it? Oh, this is firing over my... Oh my goodness, hold on. Do I need to go run outside? This is barely firing to my north. Look at that. There's a little boundary here. You see that? There's a little boundary here where these storms are firing north of in my neck of the woods. And that just got special weather state. Well, shoot. You know how tempting that is to chase? Oh, man. Doggone it. Let me... Oh, my phone's pretty far away. Give me a second, y'all. Just want to let my my family know that there's probably some rain coming. No severe weather for me. Nah, I'm needed here. I'm not going to chase it. Yep, there's my local alert right there. Winds up to 40 miles per hour. Penny-sized tail moving southeast, east-southeast at 25 miles per hour. Woohoo. I guess what? The HRRR didn't pick up on that. It had a few rain showers, but not how strong they are. Not as strong as what they currently are out here in Southern Virginia. I'm actually being a little serious when I say this here. That could knock out my power. If that heads right for where it's still heading right now. That northern side, I think, is going to miss me to the north. I'm here in Martinsville. I think the main batch is going to miss to my north. But I wouldn't be shocked if this knocks out my power, so I'll kind of need to keep an eye on that just in case. Girl Dev, thank you for the $10 donation. Should I be worried about tornadoes here after seeing Nowcast? I don't know what Nowcast is on there, putting a 30 sig tour in southern Illinois and southeast Missouri. I don't see that by any means. I don't think you have to be worried about tornadoes, but I do think you should keep an eye on the damaging wind threat going into very late tonight. I think the tornado threat will definitely stay, in my opinion, from what I've seen, should stay off to your south by like a county or two. But I would definitely keep an eye on it. Yeah, worst case scenario, spin up tornado and 70-mile-per-hour winds. That spin up tornado would be very brief and very weak, and there's a very low chance it would end up hitting you. Like in this whole area here, in this entire area here, this whole region, I wouldn't rule out a spin up, brief, weak tornado and 70-mile-an-hour winds tonight. I think the winds are your biggest issue. They could even actually get closer to 80. In that red area, they could even get closer to 80. Let's see here. It looks like those storms are dying off. The HRRR had these being a big overconvection issue, and they're just dying off. I am a little bit interested here near Little Rock. These storms are starting to get decently strong to the point where there's a chance they may tamper with the environment a little bit. But ultimately, I don't think they will make a major difference. I want to go outside and look at that storm. I'll have my opportunity. I'll have an opportunity later this year. June, July. Imagine sucker starts rotating. It's over the mountains right now, which is, yeah, it's literally over a mountain. Kind of gonna keep an eye on that. Never know. Like I said, if that hits me, if that takes a little southern shift, I will lose power. If that does not go to my north, I'm going to lose power. I'm not in that special weather statement. I'm just barely, or rather, yeah, it's just barely to my northwest, yeah. I'm barely to its southeast. Also, I would like to note how fast these storms are moving. So they're not like staying around here and really going to become an overconvection huge issue. They're really moving off to the northeast. So I would still stay around Little Rock. I don't think I would go northwest of here. I would not go in this area for my for chasing. I would stay away from this region. I don't think this region's going to do much. At least in terms of a strong long track tornado threat, it looks like that area may be overconvecting a little bit. So from a chaser perspective, I would still be around Little Rock. I'm not going to go very far northeast. I know Reed and Connor both would, they're booking it northeast. I'm not so confident in that being a really, really good call. You don't want to get too far northeast because guess what? Say you get all the way up here towards near Jonesboro, and then storms start popping off down here. That is a good almost probably 2-hour drive, even on an interstate going 70, 75 miles an hour there. That's still going to end up being a good 2-hour drive. And Connor's getting up there. He is in Newport. He is almost out of the tornado watch. I wonder where he's going. He is up there. Is he targeting the warm front threat? I'm listening. Listening to Connor real quick. I'm not 100% sure where he's going, to be honest with you. Let me see exactly where the weed whacker is. Weed whacker. Let's see, can I get a map of where he is, perhaps? Says north of Little Rock, but how far north? He's definitely on the interstates here. I-40, I-57, I-30. He's on one of the interstates. Let's see here. Another chaser is in Searcy, Arkansas. See, that's pretty far northeast, but that's not too terribly far northeast. Connor is way up here. I imagine Reed and the other chaser are generally still in this area here. But just got to be careful. I mean, they are pretty dang far to the northeast. Okay. Let's go back down here towards Shreveport's radar. And you can see these overconvection showers, they're really just staying as that, just showers. We are starting to see some more intensification of these storms down here. A little bit more of a notable lightning increase with them. We'll keep monitoring those. And they did just put out an MCD down here for a tornado watch or severe watch. That may be needed. Up to 3.5-inch hail, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, and a few brief spin-up tornadoes may be possible. 60% chance of a severe or tornado watch being needed at some point. Watch issuance is becoming increasingly possible this afternoon if observational trends support development of multiple organized storms across this area. Main threat will be large to very large hail, as well as a low-wind tornado threat and some severe gusts. So hail is the biggest issue. At least in this MCD here. Yeah, if there is like a big tornado ongoing, there's a chaser there, then we do start to allow more channel names. So that way we can help get the word out even more. Okay, that was a long time ago there. For instance, like yesterday, there were more chasers we were mentioning, in both in the chat, and myself was also mentioning more chasers as well. I myself, in proper grammar. Me, myself. Yo. I'm sorry. I'm I'm barely sustaining energy to stream all these threats. Yesterday we did nearly 6 hours. Other day was like almost 12, and it's been consistent long streams. Let's see here. I mean, by the time we're done this stream, that will be in the last 3 days. By the time this one's over, because we're probably going to do about another 10 hours. So that's 21, almost like around 30 hours in the last 3 days after we're done with today's stream. And that, I mean, that's just crazy. It's literally just sleep, eat, stream for the last 3 days. I am very excited. We are going to have a good high pressure over much of the U.S. going into next week, mid next week. Let's see here. Extremely long range model runs do show the threat for severe weather around the time frame of when I will be at the race on April 27th and 28th. But those are very, very long range model runs, and I wouldn't put too much stock into them. But it looks like this high pressure, according to the model runs, that go out very far. The high pressure that builds in this upcoming Wednesday, about 5 days from now, according to some model runs that go very far out, that high pressure is not going to go back into the Gulf until very late April, which would keep us at a low end severe threat for the rest of April, right, until the very end, the last few days. So hopefully that doesn't change. If that doesn't change, I mean, we could be looking at weeks worth of awesome weather here in the U.S. and minimal threats for severe weather. But you can see there's a little signal starting up here on the 15th through the 17th. So we'll keep an eye on them. Just to show you again, though, look at that very nice inactive period from the 6th of April all the way till at least the 13th of April. Very nice 5 days to a week of just no severe weather. That's going to be awesome. Up to almost 5,000 instability here in the surface-based instability. Surface-based Cape, almost up to 5,000 in southeastern Arkansas. A lot more clearing definitely has been occurring over the last 2 hours here. If we look at our satellite again, get rid of the Mesoanalysis, and get rid of the, we'll keep the MCDs up, but you can see that clearing is now, I mean, it's into the boot hill of Missouri now. So that clearing's getting very far to the north. I want to go check on my Torm over here. Okay, it did lose its lightning activity. That's really, really good. And it is staying, at the moment, it's staying very well to my north. But look at that. You can see a little boundary. You see that? It's not often you see boundaries here with storms firing in Virginia. You can see a very clear boundary, like right in here. That's initiating thunderstorms. Very clear boundary. South of the boundary, minimal activity. North of the boundary, isolated strong storms. Which, that's a little like how today's gonna go. At least with our current Mesoanalysis. North of... Is it really that far? Hold on. That just updated. Jeez! That sucker moved. Look at that. That thing really started moving. Really far up there now. And you can see there is definitely a little lack in ingredients out here. From overconvection, most likely. Just a small lack in ingredients. We'll see if that gets fixed with time, because that is very low-end ingredients there. And that's like dead center of our greatest risk for severe weather. So it's almost 3. We're halfway to 3. And it looks like the HRRR definitely is behind in the warm sector now. With that newest Mesoanalysis jump, it is behind. But the HRRR has a lot more energy in this area, whereas Mesoanalysis doesn't. That could be a huge factor in today's threat. A big decrease in instability there. So that means your main warm front in the red here is like down here. So you have this big decrease sharply down in that area. So that could be a big underperformance factor right there. Let's see here. We'll see if that is fixed on the next Mesoanalysis update. It looks like in 2 hours that should be fixed, as the stronger exit region of the trough overlaps the area. All right, let's get rid of that mesofill again. Still the same for Texarkana. You're in a tornado watch now. Still all hazards that we do get a new SPC outlook in about an hour, 23 minutes or so for today. And then after that, it's a full 5 hours till the next outlook. All right, another WOFIS run is coming in. So that should slightly take better into account the overconvection possibility there in Arkansas over Little Rock. Does it take into account the lack in instability, though, on that western side of your warm front? No. So that could be a big issue there for thunderstorms, if that is true. Because not many models are picking up on that. Like I said, that is in your primary risk area, too. Yeah. 2,000 and 1,000. 1,000 is still favorable for tornadoes, though. So it may make a bit of a difference, but we'll see if it makes a huge difference or not by the time our main trough comes in here in about 2 hours and tries to continue to rapidly destabilize this area. So far, I think the warm front is generally... I think it's generally as expected. Maybe with that western extent being a little bit less potent than originally forecasted. No, we will not have a new higher end watch. That's impossible. There would have to be a massive issue for them to cancel this watch and then issue a PDS one. That's like, there would have to be some huge, major, concerning uptrends. So again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. We did hit our like goal of 200 likes this stream, so I greatly appreciate it. Also consider hitting that subscribe button. Like I said, we'll be live for quite a while tomorrow as well. I kind of forgot about tomorrow. That just slipped my mind right there for some reason. But we'll be live for, at minimum hours required tomorrow is 3 hours worth of a live stream. Most likely it will be substantially longer than that. And then on Sundays, we're probably just going to wing it. We'll see what happens on Sunday. Let's see here. So, let's see. It was better to be above the boundary. Today, is it better to be below? I think the ingredients are in the warm sector. Right. Yes, that's correct. So, tornadoes are more likely in the warm sector. So, if we put this back on, this is where the ingredients are favorable for tornadoes. This huge area, right? But the thing is, we don't have a giant, like, huge cold front pushing through that's going to ignite this whole area. So further out here, like, pretty much no storms are going to fire in this whole area. There's going to be, like, nothing here. Because nothing's going to be able to push against that atmosphere and ignite thunderstorms. Whereas back out in this area, turn on the SBC outlook, we have a cold front that is in here, like somewhere in here, and then that warm front is back up generally in that area. Definitely not exact, but so that's your little area where we're starting to see storms fire, and you can see it. We're starting to see storms in this area, this whole area, this area up here, this area farther to the east. So it is better to be above the warm front. But unfortunately, that warm front moves more and more north. So like 3 hours ago, right around when we started stream, our warm front was there. This is where our warm front was 3 hours ago. And 3 hours later, what we're at now, it has moved way up here. So in 3 hours, it traveled quite significantly to the north. And then it should stop once it gets up to about here. This is about as far north as our warm front is expected to go, that yellow line. So black line is where it was 3 hours ago. Blue line is where it was literally now. Yellow line is where it should be in about 4 to 5 hours. So it's better to be in front of that warm front. However, if you're just a little bit in front of the warm front, it could just move, and then all of a sudden in an hour, now you're in the warm front as opposed to ahead of it. That probably was a pretty complex explanation there, but unfortunately, weather's very complex. That's why, like I mentioned before, you know, even though we have such a good environment for instability out here, we're literally not going to see much more than some light rain in this area. Actually, I don't even know if you're going to see much more than a tiny little drizzle. Much of that region's going to just stay dry all day. We may see a tornado watch shortly out here. These storms have tried to fire, but they actually haven't really matured that well. They issued an MCD. I'll show it right now. That is a mesoscale discussion. See that yellow mesoscale discussion there, stretching from southwest Kentucky all the way down into east central Arkansas, northern Mississippi. That's where we have, what is the chance of a tornado watch? 60% chance of a tornado watch being issued before 4 o'clock. So we still have about another hour and 15 minutes for this becoming a tornado watch here. Will they issue it? They're just going to watch it very closely. And if there's signs of more robust convection forming, they'll issue the tornado watch. Personally, I think they are going to end up issuing the tornado watch. And I think it's going to be a little north. I think the tornado watch will probably be out for this area up here or so. Maybe a little bit more west than that. Maybe more like this. And I think they'll hold off till probably 4 p.m. on it. But that's just basing off of model run trends. I don't know exactly what the SPC bases their watches off of. I know it's partially model runs, partially what's happening now, and then, of course, the forecast, as well as what local weather forecast offices around the country and in the area, what they're forecasting as well. Oh, we got an 18Z observed sounding for Shreveport, apparently. Let me close out this. Soundings observed. 18Z, Shreveport. So here is Shreveport sounding. There's a few obvious reasons why we're not seeing storm development out here. Very nice. It looks like actually a bit of a capping in place here above the 700 millibar. That is just dry air up there. That's not going to hurt storm development. This might hurt storm development. So that's probably one reason why we're not seeing storms really mature around Shreveport. If we go to the Shreveport radar, you can see these are just light rain showers. None of them are mature. But another concerning thing here is the nearly 5,000 observed surface instability out there in Shreveport. With a very favorable wind profile. And remember, this is south of the main trough. So that's actually going to increase further once you go more north into the primary threat. And 74 dews, 83 temps. That's really good. I mean, this is a really, really good sounding for an area that probably won't see much severe weather today. That cap should keep any really robust storms from firing around the Shreveport area. But if that cap breaks even a little bit more or even just slightly weakens, it's not a very strong cap, so it wouldn't take much for that to weaken a little bit. And some models, like the, let's see if any of the WOFUS runs show the cap eroding successfully here. Yeah, so WOFUS 5 shows it being broken, a very broken cap here in like 40 to 50 minutes. And storms end up firing around Shreveport, so we'll see. It wouldn't surprise me if that cap doesn't stop storms. Storms are trying to get more mature out here still. You can see they've definitely strengthened over the last hour in East Central Texas. So I wouldn't be shocked to see a low-end severe watch issued here. I don't think it would be a tornado watch. They may wait, though. They may wait to issue that watch. The reason why I just realized that is because the cold front's going to hit that area towards like 4 o'clock, and it might intensify storms quite rapidly. That is portrayed on the HRRR, so we'll see. There's a lot of uncertainty on how fast storms are going to develop. That's the uncertainty. How fast are these storms going to end up developing? And that's an uncertainty in much of the warm sector, actually. All over here in Arkansas Tennessee, Texas, there's a lot of uncertainty on how fast they will be able to develop and exactly when. If we look here, I'm sure they said some uncertainty on timing. Let's see. Yeah, see, there's a little issue with timing there. Increasingly possible this afternoon if observational trends support development. Back over here, see if they mention anything about timing. Convective trends will continue to be monitored, so see, they're just waiting. Whenever they do pop up, they may issue watches for both of those areas. And this MCD, I believe, was the same case. Let's see here. This one didn't look to have as much of a timing issue. Yeah, they were confident in that one. So this one down here is more of when will storms start to intensify, and same goes for this one. When will storms intensify in those two areas? And whenever they do, they'll issue a watch accordingly with the according probabilities needed in those areas whenever those storms do fire. Definitely a little overconvection issue here, but it's not a big issue, like a big bust factor here. Let's see. Now, if that overconvection becomes more widespread, it could be a big bust factor there for today. A lot of uncertainty revolving around storm mode and how it evolves and how fast it evolves. But regardless, we're going to see severe weather today, and it's a high-end environment, so there's just questions on how quickly storms can really get going. New WOFIS runs just now starting up here. Literally right now. Just starting up. And it looks like some of them are starting to paint that we should be keeping an eye on these storms here. I think those are going to go north, though. But some of the WOFIS members definitely have those getting pretty strong in a couple minutes. Looks like the Convection will win. Buddy, the event isn't even underway. We haven't even seen one severe. And this is not even bad Convection at all. What? I bet you said that on April 2nd, too, didn't you? I bet you said that on April 2nd. I bet the morning of April 2nd, and then in the afternoon, you said Convection's a big issue. And then in the evening, you went quiet because we had violent tornadoes. Overconvection is not a big issue right now. Like I said, it's affecting our warm sector a small bit right in here, just a little bit here, but I mean that's still favorable. 1,000 instability, still favorable. And this is significantly less overconvection than what the HRRR was saying. Significantly less. It's not even close. Here's what the newest HRRR thinks is happening right now. Right now, the HRRR thinks there's a messy cluster of storms in this area. If we minimize that, there is literally very minimal convection in this entire portion of your warm sector. And there's starting to be clustered storms down here. So the HRRR is dead wrong. That's why we've used it a little bit, but every time I pull it up, I give a discretion about that. And obviously you mustn't have been here for us looking at the WOFIS runs, because your thoughts on overconvection would be completely different if you did see that. We're getting a new one in now, so I'll wait a couple more minutes before I show you guys that. We'll wait till it gets a lot more rendered in here. Let's see. The cap's, actually, I have no idea what the cap's doing. I don't think there is much of a major cap. That's a pretty good question there. I haven't really checked for a strong capping. Yeah, there's no cap. There's no cap towards the surface. Now, there may be a little bit of a capping towards the mid-level, like the 700 millibar, as we saw in the observed sounding from Shreveport. But I don't think that's much of an issue. If it is an issue, it will erode over the next 2 hours as sun is rapidly heating up the atmosphere. Our main area, though, does have a low cap. You can see a bit of surface-based capping there west of Little Rock, and that's because overconvection has been in that area most of the day, ever since about 15Z this morning. So I'm going to pay close attention to that to see if that ever erodes at any moment. We do get a new Mesoanalysis here in about 20 minutes. But I don't think it's going to erode because we have a lot of cloud cover there. New 18Z HRRR, and shocker, it's already overconvecting and it initiated wrong. The HRRR currently thinks there is a huge blob of convection in this entire area here. It thinks that whole area has a big blob of convection. Which we do have some convection in it, but it's not a very widespread blob like the HRRR thinks. Let's see. You know what? One run that is handling this well on the HRRR is the 13Z. If we look at the 13Z HRRR, which is the one I was looking at early this morning when I first woke up, this was the first run I saw. You can see it does have that area right now of lower instability here. And it does have also a little bit of a cap north of that too. Also, if we go to simulated reflectivity, it's not handling the overconvection that bad. And it also has that overconvection over Little Rock too. So really the 13Z is not shabby at all. And just to show you what that has for the rest of the day, you can see it does turn quite a few storms into prefrontal supercells here with an all-hazard significant threat. And then, of course, those big hailers out there in Texas. Alright, Wolfus is still loading in here. It's getting pretty far in now. Let me go load up all these frames real quick. There we go. I'm going to wait till that goes until at least 4 p.m., which is about another 5 minutes of the Wolfus loading in here. Right now, I mean, they're all just very light convection. Storms are intensifying, but they're not really maturing that well. Like, they're getting in higher DBZ levels, but they're not, like, you know, becoming severe or special weather statemented. Speaking of that, let me go look at my house. It's going to miss me to the north. Maybe. That little blob right there is heading right for me. Light rain might knock out my power. You never know. All right, let's go to MRMS again. So you can see there's a lot of little areas of overconvection that have popped up over the last hour and a half or so. If they continue to intensify, they may be issues for thunderstorms, or they may actually become prefrontals themselves, as they are pretty close to that warm front. Specifically, that batch over Little Rock. I'll keep an eye on that little batch there, which doesn't look like it's doing a whole lot. We'll see what the SPC thinks in an hour when they issue their new categorical risk. The new update for day 1 today. And we'll be able to figure out if this is gonna, if this risk area is gonna change at all or not. If you are just tuning in, here is your risk area. We've got a large moderate risk for severe weather. Level 4 out of 5 there. All the way from northeastern Texas all the way into southeastern Missouri. With a very large level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk there in the orange surrounding that. The main area of concern for the highest threat of tornadoes, in my opinion, is still going to be focused over this corridor here. But there's a lot of question marks on exactly how convection is going to mature here over the next few hours. But now we're starting to get to the point where we have to start paying attention to radar. It's 3 p.m. Eastern here. And that's when daytime heating is peaking. The environment is starting to be its most favorable. And we should start seeing more intensification of these storms. Let's go to the Shreveport radar again. Yeah, also going to watch just that blob down here south of Shreveport. And you can see our clustered mode has indeed happened here, as expected. SPC mentioned that in both their day 1 outlook and also in their mesoscale discussion they issued in this area about 30 minutes to an hour ago. And we'll see if that poses a notable severe threat or not. If it does, they'll issue a new watch, which will probably be a severe watch, I imagine. How are these storms up near Memphis doing? They are starting to get little areas of rotation on them. Look at that. Little mini cells trying to get some rotation on them. Some little upper level mesos on them. No imminent threat, but, you know, might want to start paying attention to them just in case. And these are too far east of that main environment, so they shouldn't do much. We will keep an eye on it, though. So again, next update will be from the SPC in about 55 minutes. We are getting a new HRRR run now, and we will get a new current observation from Mesoanalysis here in about 10 minutes or so. But I mean, that HRRR, I really think the HRRR is just overconvecting everything. It's not doing a horrible job, but it's definitely not doing a really good job. All right, Wofus is done. I'm going to load all these runs up for y'all. And you can see 4 o'clock, right around 4 o'clock. That's when everything should start to pop off. Things should actually start to pop off here in the next hour, but 4 o'clock should be the start of our peak. As pretty much every Wofus run has tornadoes potentially being ongoing at that time somewhere in central Arkansas. Notice the location definitely does vary, but generally central Arkansas. Wofus 15 and 16 are definitely a little bit messier, but still right around the same. And then I always like to look at your dew points here. Is this your dew points? These are your temperatures. Yeah, your dew points here. So you can see those dew points progress northward. That warm front really won't lift too far more north than what it already has here. It won't lift ridiculously far north. Just wanted to show you guys that Wofus runs there. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, satellite imagery definitely has a really good look to it. Here, I'm going to flop Mesoanalysis over here so we could get a full page of Mesoanalysis, full view there of, rather, satellite imagery. And you can see that warm front definitely is lifted pretty far northward here. There your clearing is right about that line is where your clearing is currently located. So that whole area has still been destabilization here, still ongoing across much of that area. If we zoom it out a little bit more, we can get a look at where that warm front is located with the instability. And you can see that warm front. We'll go a little bit more to the right. There you go. So you can see that warm front is located generally across this area here. So that's your main warm front is actually this. This is your main warm front, and then back here it turns into a cold front. So that warm front's still lifting northwards. You can see that little cool pool thanks to some extra crap vection. There is definitely a cool pool just barely west of Little Rock, Arkansas. So we'll keep monitoring that. See how that progresses. And I wouldn't take these numbers too seriously. This only says like 2,500 CAPE over here. That's definitely wrong. In this area, we're actually going to get closer to 5,000 here in about an hour. So it being 3,000 right now is definitely not an accurate number. You know, let me keep that up for just a second. Put that over here. There we go. Still haven't seen a single severe. That should change in the next hour or so. If it doesn't, then something may be going wrong with the environment. But we should start to see a big increase in all hazards here starting now. And that should progress. Peak is from about 435 is your absolute peak activity. 435, all the way till, it's hard to say, but probably till about 9 or so. Probably till about 9 or so. You can see still a lot of lightning activity with these storms. They are getting clustered, which was to be expected. One special weather statement here over McAllister in Oklahoma. Not really seeing much with these storms in southeast Oklahoma, far southeast Oklahoma. They don't look to be a big issue. They look to just be part of your crap vection. So starting to get a little bit of mixed feelings here because there's a lot of crap vection now in your open warm sector. They're starting to get a lot more crap vection. We're going to get a new mesoanalysis here at any given second to see if that's affected your warm sector at all. Which I wouldn't be shocked if it hasn't. But yeah, we're going to keep watching it and see how this goes. Really, things should really start increasing in activity. Like 4:30 is what all the WOFIS runs were saying. Ben, it's getting close to running behind schedule in terms of when the severe threat starts. It's starting to get a little close to running behind schedule. We're just not seeing a lot of these storms intensify, like, at all. I'm not too sure exactly what we're waiting on. I think we may be waiting on the cold front to move a little bit more east, but I'm not very sure of that. Nope, the environment is still very potent. Matter of fact, we just got up to 4,500 instability in southeastern Arkansas on the newest mesoanalysis. That is surface-based instability, by the way. 3,100 mixed layer instability. I think we're really just waiting on the trough here. We're really just waiting on the trough to move more east here. I do think something that is very crucial today that actually happened here is a lot of overconvection on the west side of your warm sector. And right where your cold front, warm front meet, if we look at that on the old mesoanalysis, because we don't have the new one in just yet. You can definitely tell there is a bit of a cool pool that has been left from previous crap vection thunderstorms here. And that does overspread quite a large chunk of where your main activity is expected to start forming. So that did happen here over the last couple of, like, hour or two here. I have no idea, Ben, but WOFIS still indicates a very potent and very high-end environment and scenario here, going towards like 435. Trying to see if there's something better I could show here. Yeah, so I feel like that could end up being an issue. What I have circled there being a lot less in instability. I kind of feel like that could end up being a bit of an issue there. Okay, I'm not going to do that. All it takes is just one storm to really get going here, and then we could very easily get a strong to intense tornado threat. It's just going to be a waiting game until that eventually happens. We should get a new WOFUS run probably in about like 30 minutes or so is my thinking. Every WOFUS run has stuff really, like tornadoes potentially being ongoing by 5 o'clock. We'll see. A new SPC outlook comes out here pretty soon. About 44 minutes. And we did just get a good expansion of that tornado watch. Look at that. Tornado watch now just got expanded all the way down to Lufkin, Texas. And one more county to the south and northwestern Louisiana. So a little extension of your tornado watch there. Just checking for anything new, y'all. Okay, that new Mesoanalysis is fully in. It still shows a little capping, but not as big of a capping over that small area that we were talking about just a second ago. Right in there. It still shows a little capping. But it looks like that environment is trying to improve. And I imagine that's going to keep happening. Like I said, this environment should continue to increase in intensity all the way till about 5. And then at 5, it may slowly still be moving to the north-northeast, but 5 o'clock is when our environment is peaked. Man. I mean, all the WOFUS runs, they really do show it. They really show a big-time threat for severe weather towards 4:30 Eastern, about an hour from now. It's just the waiting game. Well, no, this is definitely a moderate risk environment for sure. It's just waiting for things to pop off. Which could end up being a little bit later. I really don't want to show any model runs though. Random guy, because they're not accurate. It's more of nowcasting than forecasting now. I did show those WOFUS runs, but that was just to look at consistency. If I were chasing, I would still be around the Little Rock area. I don't think I would be west of Little Rock anymore. I think I would be at Little Rock. I'm starting to finally get some thunder here with this storm. Some thunder and lightning near Hot Springs. But that could very easily not be one of the storms to watch. And just pass through the warm sector without doing much at all. So once again, here is the outlook for today. We are going to get a new one in 40 minutes or so. I wouldn't be surprised if they push that moderate even a little bit more east. Get rid of some of the moderate risk on the west side even a little bit more. Just because of that overconvection issue. But still, I expect it to stay relatively the same with that moderate risk level 4 out of 5 centered over Little Rock, Jonesboro, and the Texarkana area. And also, something to remember is it simply takes just one singular storm here. One storm in this environment, and we could easily start seeing a strong to intense tornado threat out of it. But we got to figure out which one of these storms are going to be the ones to watch, because all of these don't seem like they're anything to keep an eye on at the moment. I don't think those are going to do much, but we'll still, we'll still check on them every now and then and just see if they're going to try to do anything. But those are mainly north of the warm sector. See here. I'm starting to see some rotation pop up on this line now. Especially with this slightly more robust thunderstorm down here near Mexico in northeastern Texas. So correlation coefficient, the easiest way to explain it when you switch to the CC product here, the lower the CC value, the larger the object. So with this, we got like a 90, 98 CC drop here, right? That's probably just hail, very, very small hail or very heavy rain. But once we start seeing areas of rotation, and eventually once we see tornadoes touch down, we're going to start seeing those CC drops go down to probably the 80 percentile, 70 percentile, maybe even down towards 50%. And the lower that goes, the larger the objects we see lofted into the atmosphere. So for an area of rotation, say we switch to velocity, we have this very strong area of rotation. It's not actually, but hypothetically, we have a very strong area of rotation. We look at reflectivity. There's, a debris ball there on reflectivity or a lot of rain falling. And then you look at CC and you see this big ball of like 50% CC. That's what we call a debris ball or a CC drop. I did a overview on all products there on how to read radar on my Radar Omega tutorial. So you could go watch that. But be careful when trying to spot tornadoes from radar because it's a very sensitive thing. All products have to line up perfectly in order for there to be a tornado on the ground. Sometimes you can have contamination. For instance, you see that? That is contamination from a hail spike. So what that is the radar site up here in Fort Worth. Radar site in Fort Worth, Texas here, scanning through this storm. It scans big raindrops or hail here. In this case, it's going to be hail. And then it kind of correlates that and duplicates it on correlation coefficient. And it kind of scans it twice. So it spikes that hail core in that product. And so instead of it being like a little area of hail here, instead it looks like there's hail over here and it's a hail spike. Which that's because your radar has to scan through. First it scans through this rain, then it scans through this small hail, then it scans through this hail, and then finally it exits that rain shower and intense thunderstorm there, and then it causes that hail spike. So that is a hail spike corruption, and you can see that in areas of rotation too. So radar is very easy to read on a basic level, but once you try to get more in depth with it, like figuring out where tornadoes may be, where areas of rotations are, and hail spikes and how strong storms are, with other products other than just reflectivity, then it starts to become a little bit more tricky and a little bit more, you got to be a little bit more careful. Random guy, there is the possibility for a violent tornado today, but it would have to be an absolute worst case scenario where we see a discrete storm all by itself forming that very volatile environment. New tornado watch was just issued. And that is going to be for these storms here that we are watching starting to intensify here. So that probability is a 50-20 tornado watch. That's a pretty low probability. What this means is that few storms may drop quick, brief spin-up tornadoes. 50% chance of 2 or more tornadoes. 20% chance one of them is EF2 plus. But the main threat here is very large to extremely large hail. You've got a 60-60 probability on that hail threat. That means there's a 60% chance of 10 or more 1-inch in diameter hail events. And there is a 60% chance of a hailstone being around or greater than 2-inch in diameter. So pretty good probabilities for that hail threat. They say 2.5-inch hail is likely inside that new tornado watch, which stretches from Canton, Texas, down to Huntsville, Texas, and just a little bit west to Cameron and College Station, Texas. Also 70 mile per hour winds possible there as well. So they did go ahead and issue that tornado watch. That is Tornado Watch 114. I don't know if we're going to see a tornado watch up here in Mississippi. These storms really aren't doing much. We'll keep an eye on them. Area, that's a big old fat lie right there. You have asked twice. Be patient. And if I'm not focusing on Missouri, that's because not much is happening. That's your second message in this entire channel. There's just a lot of lightning and heavy rain. That's it. There's not much significant happening there. That will be later today in southeastern Missouri. Once the cold front comes through very late tonight, or very late today, I should say, into tonight, the severe threat in southeast Missouri will increase probably right around 9 p.m. tonight. But if you're anywhere like north of the St. Louis area, if you're not in this yellow area here, you're clear from any severe storms. So if you're in like northern Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri, Quincy, Missouri, Columbia, Missouri, Joplin, Missouri, you guys are all really in the clear, just light to heavy rainfall. No severe weather expected today. If you're in St. Louis, you've got a little threat for severe weather. Maybe some isolated damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. But the main threat in Missouri will be in southeastern Missouri here. Specifically in that little red area there. It's where the highest threat for all hazards is. So that's Poplar Bluff, Missouri, Maiden, Missouri, Dexter, Missouri. And the highest threat. All right, we did just get our first severe of the event. There you go. It is east of Dallas. Oh, wow. Actually, very impressive area of rotation starting up there. Tor possible severe, 1-inch hail, and 60 mile an hour winds. All possible there. And that is your first severe of the day. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get GR2 here. And you can see that pretty good area of rotation starting up over Gun Barrel City. I wouldn't be too shocked if this gets tornado warned because it is really, really starting to rotate. Right now, it is a tour possible severe. So what that means is if you are in Myrtle Springs, Wills Point, Edgewood, Fruitvale, Kempt, Mabank, Gun Barrel City, that is the most Texas name I've ever read right there. That is a very much Texas name. Gun Barrel City. If you said that to me out of nowhere and said, what state is this from? Gun Barrel City, I would immediately say Texas. That is the most Texas name I've seen right there. I'm going to send that to... You know what? I'm going to do it to Lucky. Watch. I'm going to send it right to Lucky. What city... Where is this city? See if he gets it right off the bat. But yeah, if you are in any of those areas, you need to be away from doors and windows and stay close to your safe spot. It is tour possible, which that means a tornado is it is possible over the next few minutes. So you just want to be monitoring the storm, and eventually the area of rotation will either die out or increase. If it increases in rotation, they'll end up issuing a tornado warning. If not, then they will just go ahead and let that severe stay or eventually cancel the severe once it moves out of the warned area here. So just make sure you are away from doors and windows and close to your safe spot there, from Gun Barrel City, Texas, all the way up to Myrtle Springs, Texas. New day 3 outlook. Doesn't seem like much changed with that. Still a decent sized slight risk from Alabama, Mississippi, far eastern Louisiana into western Panhandle of Florida, all the way up into extreme southwest NC. Still a pretty good area of rotation there. Like I said, not a bad area at all. I've seen plenty of tornado warnings with areas of rotation here. Like this strong. So that's winds going towards the radar. There you go, new update. Still winds going towards the radar, winds going away from the radar. That's about 40. Yeah, that's about, actually, no, closer to 60. That's about 60 mile an hour rotation there. So that may be strong enough to drop a tornado. Like I said, I would not be shocked if they warn that at any moment. There's also a good area of rotation here near Streetman in Texas. I want to take this to the Little Rock radar site here. I'm going to start opening these radar sites up as we are getting towards coverage mode now. Once that first tornado warning comes through, we will be in coverage mode, and we'll stay that way probably for the rest of the entire stream. Let's see here. New observed sounding over Little Rock, Arkansas shows a extremely prime environment for long-tracked, strong to intense tornadoes today. Very, very primed environment in our open warm sector here. 2000 instability, great temperature dew points, a little bit of dry air aloft, allowing for a rapid intensification of thunderstorms beyond the 700 millibar level. A little bit low on lapse rates, but that might be why these storms are struggling a little bit. There's not a lot of instability towards the very lower level. There's still definitely some. You can see the instability right here. So there's still definitely some instability there. But very, very, very volatile environment there. The only thing I could say here that's a little bit bad is those lower level lapse rates at 5.1. That might be why we're not seeing very intense thunderstorm development. Lapse rate is changed with temperature with height. So you can see there's not a lot of cooling in the atmosphere with these temperatures. At all, really anywhere in this level, there's not a lot of cooling. If we were to go maybe back here, yeah, see this cool, see it curving right there? That's cooling with height. That's lapse rates, and we are now under a tornado warning. So here comes a beep, first of many beeps today.
Tornado warning for southeastern Kaufman County in north central Texas, Western Van Zandt County in north-central Texas, Kaufman and Van Zandt County in Texas.
Good idea to tornado warn that. Like I said, I've seen plenty of areas of rotation like this that have produced weak tornadoes before. So make sure you're in your safe spot now. Myrtle Springs, Canton, what is that? Tundra, I believe. Tundra in Texas. Now you need to be in your safe spot. So you should have been close to your safe spot once that Tor Possible Severe came through. But now you have to be in your safe spot as you are now under a tornado warning, which means a tornado is imminent. So please be in your safe spot. That is the first of many tornado warnings to come today. And that is for 31,000 people there. So make sure you are once again in your safe spot. Myrtle Springs, Canton, Tundra, Mabank, and kind of northeast Texas here. Pretty far to the southeast of Dallas. So there's no CC drop here. There's multiple products we look for CC drop. So if you're looking for a tornado being on the ground, you always check reflectivity. Make sure there's rain there. Make sure there's a velocity couplet. Then you also check CC for any debris signature. And then there's also ZDR for a tornado, specifically a stronger tornado. You need to have a good ZDR drop, likely in or less than 0. In or less, around or less than 0, I mean. So, for instance, up here, you see this ZDR? See how this ZDR is red? That means there's probably some hail here. Matter of fact, what is this warned for? Does this have any hail threat? 1-inch hail? I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little bit larger, because that's a lot of red DBZ, or rather, red ZDR. A lot of red ZDR here and up here. So I wouldn't be shocked if that is, yeah, you can see on reflectivity, both of those are hail cores, so wouldn't be surprised if this is dropping a little bit larger hail. Yeah, the blue is like rain. So like this is all rain back here. That's all rain. See, that's scattered CC there, so you also have spectrum with 2. There's no well-defined ball there, so likely not a tornado there with that CC scan at least. We'll keep watching that over the next few scans. Oops. Okay. Also, again, ZDR here. Just a heads up, ZDR is, it's basically, it's figuring out which way the rain is going. Which way the rain's going. So the lower the ZDR, the more vertical the raindrop, I believe. Let's see here. It's partially like CC as well. But CC directly looks for large objects in the atmosphere. So that's why for supercells you look for a ZDR arc, which you can kind of see a little ZDR arc in here. It's definitely not defined that well by any means, but basically what that means is it's very heavy rain to hail. So it's a well-organized supercell. My computer is starting to scream at me. I gotta close this stuff out. New HRRR for tomorrow looks very messy. We'll see if that changes, but right now tomorrow looks like a low in enhanced risk threat. We'll see if that uptrends in the overnight hours or not. Another tornado warning. What? Only one I can think of is this one back here, unless I, missed something. Okay, it is for that one back there.
Tornado warning for Central Henderson County in Central Texas, Eastern Navarro County in North Central Texas, Henderson and Navarro County in Texas.
So the other storm I called out is now tornado warned. That's something. Let's see. Is the new Wofus coming in here? Yes, it is. Interesting. Yeah, now Wofus is starting to reach pretty far out, so it does show long track tornadoes over Arkansas. Wofus 2 shows 3 to 4 long tracked intense tornadoes over central Arkansas. All right, so the most concerning storm right now is the one over Mabank, Texas. That is currently tornado warned. We also have another area of rotation there south of Mabank, Texas. That is also tornado warned, so 2 tornado warnings there. GR2 is deciding to give me late scans again. 7-minute late scans over here. So I'm going to briefly task kill both of these GR2s here. Also just got a severe for Texas and Kentucky. Alright, and then we'll put this one over here. Another tornado warning. Lord have mercy. I'm telling you, when things go, they go. Oh, dang. Whoa. Wish we had a better radar site.
Tornado warning for northeastern Hopkins County in north central Texas, northeastern Delta County in north central Texas, southeastern Lamar County in north central Texas, Delta, Hopkins, and Lamar County in Texas.
Very strong area of rotation right there on this newly tornado warned storm. So that's a really good area of rotation right there. And you can see the other areas of rotation back here. So we're now up to 3 tornado warnings. I don't believe any are on the ground at the moment, but man, all 3 of them could drop at any moment. All of them could easily drop. Yeah, radar, not radar, my bad. GR2 is still behind, so. We'll put this one back up in the Little Rock radar site here. And we'll just stick with radar Omega for the moment. So 3 tornado warnings now active. One for Canton, Texas. Another one for Trinidad and Cairns, Texas. And then another one, pretty strong rotation that was just recently tornado warned here. Barely east of Sulphur Springs, Texas. So we just got 3 new tornado warnings within like 5 minutes. Let's see. So just continue to Be in your safe spot if you're in these tornado warnings. Again, they could very easily drop tornadoes very, very quickly. So just make sure you're in your safe spot. I think the southern one is really, really trying to drop a tornado. You can see very large area of good inflow here. In a smaller area of good outbound winds. So that means winds in the green, they're going towards the radar site. Winds in the red are going away from the radar site. So you've got winds, like I said, rapidly going in like this. And then also winds going this way too. So it wouldn't shock me if any of these are ongoing. So just make sure you're in your safe spot. Remember, a tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. What in the world? GR2 is not having fun. Look at this. Look at this big split in the radar beam. Another tornado warning. That is an extension. So we are up to 4 tornado warnings now. A new tornado warning for Clarksville, northeastern Texas. Clarksville and northeastern Texas. Should have a beep now. Come on.
Tornado warning for northwestern Franklin County in northeastern Texas, western Red River County in northeastern Texas, Franklin, and Red River County in Texas.
Yep, there's another one. I'm going to close out Wolfus and no longer pay attention to that. We're now actively dealing with severe weather. So there's your 4th tornado warning now. And it just wouldn't shock me if either one of those are on the ground. I can't... The Shreveport radar is even worse, Caden. Man, GR2, dude. I should have refreshed my computer before starting stream today. And checked my drivers. Normally refreshing my computer really helps. Alright, back down here. No defined CC drop, but I just would not be shocked if that's on the ground right there. So Canton, please be in your safe spot. Canton, Texas. Very easily could have a tornado develop in seconds here. So make sure you're in your safe spot. Southern storm, still very strong rotation. Really strong rotation on that southern storm still. We'll keep an eye on that very, very closely. Also a very large area too. It may not be really, really strong, but it's very large. Whereas this one is smaller, but stronger. And I can't even tell what's happening with this storm. All I know is that that is a strong area of rotation, and that could easily produce a strong tornado imminently. If only we had... You know what this reminds me of? Gracious day. This reminds me of November... Was it November 4th, 2022? That New Boston EF4. That's exactly what this reminds me of. Having a very strong area of rotation going right towards Idabel, Broken Bow. I mean, this literally looks like the same one. Literally looks super similar, but thankfully we don't have that good of an environment, I believe. At least not in this area. We may have that good of an environment over central Arkansas, but this is in northeastern Texas, so just make sure you're in your safe spot, Clarksville. This is, unfortunately, this is actually going to head right towards Idabel and Broken Bow, so you guys also need to be on very high alert there. Let's see. Yeah, so just going to keep watching that. I mean, it's literally taking, like, the same path. Look at that. Literally, like, the exact same path here. Let me look at the environment in front of this, see if it may be able to survive. If it was, like, 50 miles east, it would be in a significantly more favorable environment. It's not in the best environment. It's lacking quite a bit in lower level wind shear. So that's good. That's lower level wind shear is very important for strong tornadoes, so it does not have a great environment for lower level wind shear. Oh, seems like Twitter's also now realizing where this storm's heading and exactly what it looks like. Let's see, we're going to keep an eye on that one. The one in Canton looks to be dying out, but this one's still in Trinidad, west of Athens, Texas. That still looks to be pretty strong rotation. Another good thing is this storm's not all by itself. This is the storm that's tornadic right here. And you can see there's 2 to 3 cells directly in front of it. So it is going to have to undergo some cell mergers on the northern side of it. But just want to be in your safe spot there. You can see still a pretty strong area of rotation there. At least in the upper levels. I don't know if that's making it down towards the lower levels or not. Or near the surface. GR2 is fully broken. Oh, it's back. Never mind, it's not as broken now. It's still like 5 minutes behind, but it's getting there. Yeah, I just don't like the look of this storm here going towards Clarksville. Not a good look. Not a good look at all. Wouldn't be shocked if this is going to try to form an area of rotation 2 near Emory, Texas, going towards Sulphur Springs. We'll keep an eye on that, see if it increases at all. Gonna have to watch these prefrontals just to see if any of them really get going here. So we'll keep an eye up there as well. I haven't seen any definitive CCs, so whoa. 2.5-inch hail on that bad boy right there. So Canton, 2.5-inch hail. Tornado warning there. Yeah, I haven't seen any definitive CC drops, so I don't believe any of them have touched the ground, but just considering all 3 of them had good areas of rotations, it just would not shock me one bit. It would not shock me at all. Let's see here. Yeah, nothing too concerning in Arkansas right now, but we'll still keep an eye on it. Welcome, Carson. Yep, another moderate. Another moderate risk. Yeah. And just impossible to see that scan. So once again, just not anything that concerning here in Arkansas right now. That may change in about an hour or less. Oh, new tornado watch. Looks like it's a little bit higher in probabilities here. Quite large tornado watch just issued there, all the way from Jonesboro, Forest City, Poplar Bluff, all the way back towards Madisonville, Hopkinsville, Nashville in a tornado watch. Back down towards Boonville as well. Some of that's in a general thunderstorm risk. And that is a 60-40 tornado watch. The absolute highest probability with that is actually going to be a three-way tie between hail, wind, and tornadoes. All 60%. Well, dang, that looks very crazy. Now, don't it? See if we can get a new scan from the Shreveport radar. All my radars are slow. Like, this one literally took 11 minutes to update. Look at that. Literally took 11 minutes to update there. It would be really nice if this stuff would update quicker. My goodness. Haven't gotten a scan in over 10 minutes. Let's go back over to the Shreveport radar. Velocities are just not updating at all. And if they are, they're very slow. I'm going to turn it off, turn it back on. See if that helps at all. Look at that. That was a pretty intense scan right there. 120 mile an hour rotation with that one. It's on GR2's end. My velocity on Radar Omega updated literally less than 60 seconds ago. Yeah, look at that. Another area of rotation starting up there in Sulphur Springs. South of Sulphur Springs at the moment. None of them look very strong anymore. They're still rotating, still worth the tornado warnings. But none of them look very strong. Yeah, see, GR2, there's a new scan, but guess how long ago that one was? 9 minutes ago. So it's not even new. It's just GR2, man. It's having a bit of an issue today. Alright, tornado warning was dropped there. So, Myrtle Springs, Canton, no longer in a tornado warning. You are you're safe to come out of your safe spot, but I would still stay pretty close to it just in case. Look at it up here in Little Rock too. Just something going wrong with GR2, man. I don't know if it's just my GR2 or if it's just GR2 in a whole. Interesting. Let me go back to this scan. Probably just hail, yeah. Just hail there. This went very clustered down here near Athens, Texas, so that's probably also going to be dropped here in 30 minutes or so. Maybe canceled earlier, but right now it's still up for 30 minutes. New SPC outlook maintains the entire moderate. And actually has expanded the enhanced more into Kentucky, just by the smallest bit. Looks like everything still stayed the same there. Just a tiniest bit expansion into more of Kentucky. It's a little similar. It is an analog to November 4th, 2022. And it's very weird how we are seeing a storm that's following one of those storms' exact path here. I mean, literally following, like, the exact path going towards Broken Bow and Idabel. So, similar setup. It is a good analog, and now we're seeing a storm follow one of those storms on November 4th, 2022's exact path. However, the good news is the lower level wind shear in this setup looks to be lower. It looks like if these were, like, a little bit later, the shear would have been slightly better. But the shear does get a little bit better in southeast Oklahoma, actually. Right now, they're at about 100 lower level wind shear, and once they get into Oklahoma, they'll be closer to 150. So wind shear gets a little bit better as it goes more into Oklahoma. Another little good area of rotation starting up over Canton. Actually, might have been a meso handoff here in some sorts. This area of rotation that was over here died off, and a new area has started off here in Canton. Not close enough to actually be considered a meso handoff, but just one storm dying off whilst the cell merger takes the energy. So little rotation starting up there in Canton, Texas. Let's see here. Getting some closer scans on GR2 now. It's slowly starting to fix itself. I would use Weatherwise, but it doesn't have storm relative velocity. Okay, there we go.
Tornado warning for Hopkins County in north central Texas,
this one.
northeastern Rains County in north central Texas, northeastern Delta County
Actually,
in
no,
north
that's up
central
here.
Texas, southeastern Lamar County in north central Texas, Delta, Hopkins, Lamar, and Rains County in Texas.
So that new warning was actually for this small area of rotation that's still continuing. Oh, actually, hold on. I apologize. It was a storm I thought it was. My bad. My bad. That actually was for the Sulphur Springs storm. There you go. I apologize. They did go ahead and tornado warn this storm here. So Sulphur Springs, Texas, you are now inside of a tornado warning. So make sure you are seeking shelter. So there you go. That was one I called out a little while ago. So there's the area of rotation we're watching. It'd be very nice if GR2 would work. But it no want to work, so... These southern storms have definitely become more clustered here, so they're not as concerning around the Athens, Texas area, but we'll still watch them. Still a good area of rotation near Canton. You can see a good hook forming too. Gracious. Near classic Supercell here. That is formed over Canton, Texas. Not tornado warned at the moment. So we'll keep watching that. That's right over the I-20 corridor. Just barely south of Edgewood, Texas. Still good area of rotation here in Sulphur Springs. Not that bad. Same goes for this. This looks like it's starting to die out a little bit from what I could tell going towards Clarksville. That's the storm that is going to enter a better sheared environment once it gets closer to Idabel and Broken Bow. All right, there you go. New outlook. They've expanded the slight and enhanced risk a little more east into Kentucky and Tennessee. The primary limiting factor for higher probabilities, they were considering a high risk. They did indeed consider a high risk 30 sig tour for today. The primary limiting factor for higher probabilities in this area is a more parallel flow, and thus storm interaction should favor a more QLCS upscale growth. But they did not go high risk because of storm mode.
Tornado warning for Central Van Zandt County in north central Texas, Southeastern Rains County in north central Texas, Rains, and Van Zandt County in Texas.
Give me just a moment. There we go. New warning. That's going to be for the Canton storm. And yet again, I just wouldn't be shocked if this is producing a tornado here at any point. Another little area of rotation starting up near Athens, Texas. But that Canton storm looks like it could produce a tornado at any moment near Grand Saline, Canton, Fruitvale. Make sure you are in your safe spot here in Texas. Sulphur Springs, large area of rotation, still increasing in strength, attempting to increase in strength here over Sulphur Springs. And then another good area of rotation, also attempting to increase in strength here, going towards Clarksville, Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning that is possible back out southeast of Memphis. And that is a little area of rotation. It's trying to start up with a miniature supercell here. So just a heads up there. Holly Springs, Mississippi, Moscow, Tennessee. Make sure you are keeping an eye on the radar. Make sure you're close to your safe spot away from doors and windows. All right, back to the Shreveport radar again. That might be a CC drop there. Inside the donut hole. It's really impossible to tell. But there is a little correlation there. And you can see that does align perfectly with your donut hole there. Your velocity's just updated, so they moved more to the east. Alright, GR2 just fixed itself, finally. Let's see if we got any ZDR drop. No ZDR drop. And no spectrum width, so that is not a debris signature. However, it is now observed, so that may have been a debris signature. Well, there you go. Interesting. Is that radar confirmed? It is radar confirmed. They do believe that is a CC drop.
Tornado warning for northwestern Smith County in northeastern Texas, central Wood County in northeastern Texas, Smith and Wood County in Texas.
Well, the National Weather Service believes that is indeed a correlation coefficient CC drop there, so they do believe this is a tornado ongoing east of Canton. That is an observed tornado warning. I do not see a ZDR drop. I do not see a spectrum with increase. And the velocity couplet isn't really that aligned, so it's not it's not really a perfect CC drop there, but they have gone ahead and observed that. You see the pretty strong area of rotation now south of Sulphur Springs, Texas as well. And that new area, or rather that new tornado warning, now issued for Quitman in Texas. Still a pretty good area of rotation up here, too. That's going to go just northwest of Johntown in northeastern Texas. Uh-oh. Well, that is the storm I would probably book it to. Conway and Little Rock were my two target areas. Well, actually, I had three target areas. Had Hot Springs, Little Rock, and then Conway. But ultimately, I kept saying Little Rock. So that would be the moment where I leave Little Rock and book it north. That is where I would stop sitting around and waiting, and I would hightail it north towards Conway. You could see a mini supercell with a little outflow boundary that has begun here and is trying to rotate. If we had a better radar scan on that, you'd be able to see it easier. But little rotation trying to spark up there, so that's the storm I would probably start going for. Well, also these, hold on. These also don't look half bad either near Pleasant Plains, Arkansas either. So a few storms to keep an eye on now up there in Arkansas. But in the short term, the main concern is a tornado ongoing here in Grand Saline, Texas. So there you go, Grand Saline, Texas. Observed tornado warning. Still a strong area of rotation there. Likely ongoing tornado. Still progressing up to the northeast. Going very close to Grand Saline, Texas, once again. Wow. Had to do a double take on that one. You see me do a double take? That area of rotation is actually getting very strong. Looking at 100+ mile an hour rotation there. Yeah, so this actually could be a strong tornado here. Potentially ongoing. So make sure you are in your safe spot. Wow. I still don't see a good CC, but they did observe it. They say it's on the ground. Oh, well, that might be it. Look at that from the Dallas radar site. Just a strong area of rotation, but I doubt that's a CC still. I still don't see... There is more spectrum with there, though. I still don't see any definitive CC. But that could be a very large tornado fully rain-wrapped here. Heading right, probably to the... barely to the south of Grand Saline, Texas. Or may go right for Grand Saline, Texas. It's just hard to see CC. And I wouldn't be shocked if we get another warning here soon for this storm. Athens, Texas, starting to get a really good area of rotation now. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets warned here. Still an observed warning going over Grand Saline, Texas. Again, just don't see a really good CC drop there. Just a few little skeptical CCs. But that is a observed warning for 6,000 people there. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, again, I wouldn't be shocked to see a warning come out shortly for this one here in Athens, Texas. Confirmed by law enforcement now with this storm. Apparently, it still says radar indicated on my end. Oh, you know what? I bet it's this warning. Yep, there you go. Law enforcement confirmed tornado. There you go. And I wouldn't be shocked if this is about to be on the ground either, near Sulphur Springs. I wouldn't be shocked there either. And here comes a new tornado warning. Wouldn't be shocked if that's for one of the storms in Arkansas, or nope. Looks like it's for the ones in Athens, Texas. That was my other one that I was talking about.
Tornado warning for southeastern Van Zandt County in north-central Texas, northeastern Henderson County in central Texas, Henderson and Van Zandt County in Texas.
So that's a new tornado warning there for Murchison, Brownsboro, up towards Eden, Ben, Redland, Van, you guys, Athens as well, all inside of that new tornado warning in northeastern Texas. And here comes a new tornado warning. Let's see, I'm trying to see if any of these are doing anything. All right, let's wait for that new warning. Should come in right now.
Tornado warning for northwestern McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Red River County in northeastern Texas, McCurtain County in Oklahoma, Red River County in Texas.
So there's now a second storm that now has an area of rotation ahead of our previous storm that's heading towards Clarksville. So now another supercell that is fired here, going towards southeastern Oklahoma, and that is barely west of Idabel, barely west of Broken Bow, because it is a different storm. This is the storm that we were talking about heading towards Idabel and Broken Bow. But there's a new supercell that is fired up here that is now tornado warned heading towards Golden, Milterton, Wright City. And man, I mean, I just wouldn't be shocked if that's on the ground either. A lot of these storms have really good, at some point, have had really good, strong areas of rotation. I mean, almost every single one of them have. If we had a closer radar sight, I bet a lot of these would probably, definitely this one, had a CC drop at some point. If we had a closer radar sight, as that is now confirmed by both radar and law enforcement. But I wouldn't be shocked if one of these are on the ground at any point here. So we've got, 5 areas to watch? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas of rotation, all tornado warned here from northeastern Texas into southeastern Oklahoma. So make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in any of those warnings. So it's currently about 4:30. Just barely before 4:30 Eastern time here, when we were expecting the storms to ramp up, and they definitely have. I still haven't seen any definitive CCs, but like I said, I wouldn't be shocked if any of these produced tornadoes, which this one, of course, was confirmed and did produce a tornado near Grand Saline, may still be ongoing. Here, going up towards Golden. That is Golden in Texas. Not really much popping off here in Arkansas. Not really much popping off at all. Let's go back to the Memphis radar site real quick. Still a little area of rotation, little hook there, but not much really strong rotation there. Not really anything I'm very concerned about. Let's see. Go back here to the Shreveport radar site again. Excuse me. Yeah, still strong rotation over Murchison. Little strong. It's like about 70 or so. And then definitely strong rotation over Grand Saline. A newest scan that did break apart a little bit. Back to the Shreveport radar site. Looks like that rotation over Sulphur Springs also did break apart as well. And then these two storms are too far north to tell if they're rotating a lot or not. Excuse me again. I don't know why my just random yawns have started out of nowhere. Let's see. Also got a new Mesoanalysis here. Wow. Shows 4,500 surface-based cape barely south of the warm sector in south central Arkansas. Or barely south of the warm front, rather. So very favorable environment. These storms here, they're not even in the best environment, but they are still rotating at some points pretty strong. Also reports of a wall cloud here near Pleasant Plains, Arkansas. Not too sure where that is.
Tornado warning for northwestern Smith County in northeastern Texas, southwestern Wood County in northeastern Texas, Smith and Wood County in Texas.
Oh, that was with this little storm I was talking about. There was another tornado warning, and here comes another tornado warning. So we're up to 8. 8 tornado warnings already. Telling you, when things start to take off, man, do they ever take off.
Tornado warning for south central McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma, central Red River County in northeastern Texas, McCurtain County in Oklahoma, Red River County in Texas.
Another strong area of rotation starting up right there in Grand Saline. That's our previously confirmed tornado warning. It looks like it's successfully recycled and may still be ongoing here. Go back to this. Yeah, it has definitely started back up again. A new tornado warning now. Clarksville, you're in 2 tornado warnings for the same storm. So that new tornado warning also is an extension going into English in northeastern Texas into Harris and Idabel, Oklahoma. Idabel, Oklahoma now inside of a tornado warning. That does not look like ACC drop. That looks like a contamination spike there. Maybe from hail or maybe just interference, but definitely not a tornado. Going towards Golden, Texas, still a law enforcement confirmed tornado there. No update from the warning. But it is still an observed warning there. I mean, yeah, I'd be shocked if this isn't on the ground. It's most likely still ongoing. So, very large tornado. Likely still ongoing. That's going to go up towards, let's see, just west of Quitman in northeastern Texas, or very, very close to Quitman, Texas. Also, new tornado warning for Lindale and Hideaway, northwest of Tyler, Texas. Wind report, reports of trees on a house. Reports of a tree on a house at PM 1255. Also, a roof blown off a house nearby. Jeez. That probably wasn't a tornado. Instead, it was probably RFD winds. So it was probably the inflow winds here from the tornado that caused that wind damage. Gracious day. Getting very strong on velocity now. It is hard to tell exactly how strong this is because it is far from the radar site. But definitely looks like a pretty strong tornado here heading towards near Golden, Texas. I've just started like a yawn fest. I'm sorry. Just out of nowhere. Didn't yawn once this whole stream and then just like 6 right there. Someone added me in this picture on Twitter, but you can't tell if that's a large tornado or not. That just looks like a huge mesocyclone. So definitely a big area of rotation, that is for sure, and a very intense supercell, but you can't tell that that's a tornado from that far away. I've seen a lot of possible debris signatures with this, but none of them have really stayed there and been definitive for more than a scan or two. We'll keep watching that. Just difficult to tell the other areas of rotation. I mean, you need to be in your safe spot if you're in any other tornado warnings because they're so far from radar that the National Weather Service really can't confirm them until they get a report of a tornado. Or unless there's a very large CC drop from very far away indicating a strong tornado. So it's very difficult to say which one of these storms have or haven't produced tornadoes. So just for every last warning, you just need to be in your safe spot. Another damage report likely from those RFD/inflow winds there. Multiple trees down near PM at 1255 and PM 773. That's south of Grand Saline, Texas. I have spotted a slightly more mature storm trying to form here. Actually, 3 of them. One here near Alpine, Arkansas. One way up here near Jamestown, Arkansas. And another one in Step Rock, Arkansas. 3 storms trying to mature. I don't know if any of them are rotating at all. It's difficult to tell. But they are starting to mature now. Let me go back over here. New mesoscale discussion just got issued. Multiple supercells have developed over the last hour across northeastern Texas in the immediate vicinity of a slow-moving cold front. Sounding represents an environment across this area with very rich lower-level moisture and a large to extreme area of instability, sufficient for supercells and a rather strong lower-level jet. Including the potential for a significant EF2 tornado appears possible. There's another tornado warning. That's right there.
Tornado warning for
Mount Vernon,
northern
Texas.
Franklin County in northeastern Texas, northwestern Titus County in northeastern Texas, southwestern Red River County in northeastern Texas, Franklin, Red River, and Titus County in Texas.
I mean, man, it just really surprised me if this one isn't still ongoing here. Still observed. Still a strong area of rotation there. So just Quitman, Alba, Golden, you guys all need to be in your safe spot. Looks like a pretty strong tornado ongoing. Again, it's difficult to say how strong or how intense because we don't have a close radar sight, but just from that velocity signature, it looks pretty dang strong. Again, that is going very close to Quitman, Texas. Let's go back here again. Yeah, that one's definitely trying to intensify near Point Cedar, and definitely a few of these we need to keep an eye on. Let's see here. Brownsboro looks like a pretty strong area of rotation there. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh man. Oh man, Clarksville, you gotta run to your safe spot. That's a big tornado. Already strong. See, that's the problem with far radar sites. This is already a strong tornado. It might have just touched down, or it might have been down for a while, and we just figured it out because now it's lofting debris almost 10,000 feet up already. So, yep, also a chaser confirmation via drone footage. Definitely is confirmed a large tornado ongoing heading towards the city of Clarksville in northeastern Texas. You need to run to your safe spot. That is a strong tornado. Not likely, not possible. It definitely is a strong tornado on the ground via chaser and radar imagery going right towards Clarksville, Texas. Debris is being lofted up. Oh my goodness. Over 14,000 feet now. Over 14,000 feet. That is a large and strong and dangerous stovepipe tornado there heading towards Clarksville, the city of Clarksville in northeastern Texas. You need to be running to your safe spot. You have seconds to get there before this strong tornado goes into your town. It is a observed warning. They have not pulled PDS on this just yet, but I wouldn't be shocked if it does get upgraded to such. That is a now observed tornado warning going right towards Clarksville, Texas. Again, in Texas. Clarksville, Texas, large, strong, potentially destructive tornado heading towards Clarksville, Texas, northeastern Texas here. Very large debris signature, lofting debris over 14,000 feet up, drone confirmation from a chaser of a strong tornado ongoing there. And this is on the ground. It is currently going over the Clarksville Red River County Airport. In just a couple minutes, it is going to head into the downtown city of Clarksville, Texas, likely very close to the Old Jail Museum, near the new Cemetery Stadium. Very large tornado heading directly that way. Currently, it seems it is located directly over or extremely close to the Clarksville Red River County Airport. So you need to be running to your safe spot there.
Tornado warning for northeastern Callaway County in western Kentucky, southwestern Trigg County in western Kentucky, Callaway, and Trigg County in Kentucky.
Tornado imminent here near Boatwright, Kentucky, going up towards Donaldson and Lytton in western Kentucky. We're going to stay down here with these more preceding supercells. Likely a large tornado ongoing or about to be near Quitman. They did update this warning. It is still observed. Still an observed tornado going very close to Quitman. Also another huge area of rotation. Could try to drop a large tornado near Mount Vernon in Texas. These are all starting to become strong, large areas of rotation. Clarksville, unfortunately, the city of Clarksville, Texas, taking a direct hit from likely a large and potentially dangerous, possibly deadly tornado here going through the city of Clarksville, Texas. Y'all, it's violent. That is a horizontal vortice right there on that new picture that that What's Up just added me. And this is a potentially violent tornado, horizontal vortice tornado going through Clarksville in northeastern Texas. That is a strong horizontal vortice there, which is only evident in some of the most intense tornadoes.
Tornado warning for northwestern Stewart County in Middle Tennessee, Stewart County in Tennessee.
That's a extension warning here for portions of far northwest Tennessee. We are going to stay, though, with the likely strong to potentially violent tornado over Clarksville in northeastern Texas. Very, very strong area of rotation there. Horizontal vortex on a newly taken photo of this storm and this tornado that is heading into Clarksville in northeastern Texas. It is currently over the KLBR airport, which is the Clarksville Red River County Airport. It is going into the town of Clarksville. Looks like it's now past, if not on the northern side of Clarksville in northeastern Texas. Let's go back to here. I mean, gracious day. Lofted debris 18,000 plus feet up. This is now a particularly dangerous situation. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is going through the city of Clarksville in northeastern Texas. Also, wouldn't be shocked if we've got multiple imminent strong tornadoes here. All these couplets. Mount Vernon, Quitman, also west of Tyler, Texas. All strong areas of rotation could drop imminent strong tornadoes. Still CC being very much recognized there on radar. Very much being lofted. Looks like that may be being lofted up to 21,000 feet up into the atmosphere. So strong to potentially even a violent tornado. The reason why I say potentially violent is because we had a photo of a horizontal vortice around the top of the tornado here, as it was very close to Clarksville in northeastern Texas. A very, very large tornado could still be ongoing there in this PDS tornado warning in Clarksville in northeastern Texas. I can't tell you for sure. It's definitely still lofting debris, but I can't tell you for sure if it is still ongoing. We're just going to assume that it is still ongoing, so that way you can obviously play it better safe than sorry here and seek shelter. A new tornado watch consisting of 3 counties was just issued. That's right, a 3-county tornado watch was just issued. This includes, let's see, I believe Fort Smith. I believe this area here just got included inside a tornado watch. Right in here. It's a 3 to 4 county tornado watch. We'll see that get issued here shortly. I don't see a very notable CC drop on that anymore. I'm unsure if it is still on the ground, but like I said, we're going to just assume it's on the ground. So if you are in the path of this, please seek shelter. Could definitely still be a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground here over Clarksville in northeastern Texas. And unfortunately, this is going to head directly towards Idabel, Oklahoma and Harris, Oklahoma. So make sure you are in your safe spot as well. Very, very strong to potentially violent tornado was located near or barely to the west of Clarksville in northeastern Texas. I'm unsure if it actually went into Clarksville. Very difficult to tell from radar. Very difficult to tell. Just quickly want to show you that few county tornado watch there that was just issued. 50-30 tornado watch probabilities there from Ozark in west central Arkansas all the way back down towards Whitesboro, southeastern Oklahoma. Let's see, just checking these storms really quick. We're going to go back to the Shreveport radar site. Can we see this from the Fort Smith radar site at all? That might be the CC there. Yeah, you could definitely see the ridiculous CC drop there. My goodness. Still definitely a CC drop right here. I'm unsure if it's still ongoing, though, because that CC is notably weaker. Notably weaker there. Okay, here's what I see. Strong to potentially violent tornado touchdown southwest of Clarksville with this mesocyclone. Continued up to the northeast. Probably got very close to, if not directly impacted, the town of Clarksville, Texas. This tornado now potentially lifting. And a new, potentially strong tornado trying to touch down over Clarksville, Texas again. So one tornado was here, occluded off to the north, and a new tornado likely trying to develop here. Possibly already on the ground. So please be in your safe spot. Clarksville, northeastern Texas. Northeastern Texas, Clarksville, northeastern Texas. There, be in your safe spot. Another strong tornado is imminent northwest of Mount Vernon. Another strong tornado is imminent northwest of Quitman, Texas. Another strong tornado is attempting to become imminent west of Tyler, Texas. 3 strong areas of rotation, all capable of dropping a strong tornado at any given second. With this one in Clarksville, Texas, likely a strong tornado ongoing. Waiting for that new velocity scan in approximately 10 seconds for this storm in Clarksville, northeast Texas. Here it comes. And no new... Oh, nope, that is a new scan. Yeah. Yeah, still likely a strong tornado ongoing here. I'd be pretty dang shocked if that is not on the ground. Northeast of Clarksville, northeastern Texas. This tornado is going to head very close to Idabel, as well as Haworth in southeastern Oklahoma. We're going to watch that extremely closely. Lord have mercy. Huge area of strong rotation. Very close to Mount Vernon, Texas. Gracious day. Look at that. Huge area of rotation there. Still a PDS tornado warning, which means a large, potentially destructive and strong tornado has been observed going towards Idabel and Harris in southeastern Oklahoma, now exiting the city of Clarksville in northeastern Texas. Let's see here. Okay. Another picture of this about 10 minutes ago showed a strong tornado going very close to the town of Clarksville in northeastern Texas, significantly weaker than when I first saw it. So I am assuming that it possibly lifted around the Clarksville, Texas area and is now touching back down again. Either way, you need to be in your safe spot. Jeez. All right, let's go check further south here. Again, any of these storms down here. Lindale, Texas. Quitman, Texas, going towards Picton. Winsboro, Texas. Mount Vernon, Texas. Johntown, Texas. Keeping an eye on all those areas for a strong tornado to potentially touch down. 3 different areas of strong rotation here. And a fourth one back up here in Clarksville that is likely currently producing a strong tornado here in northeastern Texas. So please be in your safe spot. Again, that's going to go up towards Idabel in southeast Oklahoma, as well as near Harris in southeastern Oklahoma. Also going to continue to keep an eye on this storm near Hot Springs. It's just a little storm for the moment. Not really much prefrontal storms intensifying here in our main open warm sector, which is really good. Really good news there. Still also a tornado warning that is observed for 2.75-inch hail out here. You can see an observed hail threat of 2.75-inch hail from a train spotter at 4:40 p.m. Eastern Time. 2.75-inch hail here with a tornado warning that is currently in place over Donaldson in southwestern Kentucky. Let me go over here. All right, let's go back to the Shreveport radar site again. Here comes another warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Hopkins County in north-central Texas, Hopkins County in Texas.
Probably an extension for this storm, considering it's about to move outside of that warned tornado warning there. Let's see, where is this warning at? Yep. New radar indicated tornado warning for Sulphur Springs. I believe Sulphur Springs, this is, I think, your 3rd tornado warning now of the day here. And it is another strong area of rotation that is moving nearly dead north. Nearly dead north here. It should stay barely off to your east, but Sulphur Springs are included in that tornado warning, so please seek shelter. I'm also very worried about this storm here in Hideaway, northwest of Tyler, Texas. Yep, it definitely could verify Isabel as a high risk, depending on how many
Tornado
prefrontals
warning
we see.
for northern Franklin County in northeastern Texas, west central Bowie County in northeastern Texas, northern Titus County in northeastern Texas, southern Red River County in northeastern Texas, Bowie, Franklin, Red River, and Titus County in Texas.
That puts us at 10 tornado warnings now. A new tornado warning just got issued here, just north of Mount Pleasant, Texas, so make sure you are in your safe spot there. We are still under a PDS tornado warning for the next 36 minutes as a potentially strong tornado here is likely on the ground going towards Idabel and Harris, right around between Idabel and Harris in southeastern Oklahoma. This storm previously produced a potentially violent tornado, has now recycled, and is likely back on the ground, heading towards Idabel and Harris in southeast Oklahoma. I do think this area here, going towards Sulphur Springs, Texas, is beginning to weaken. That looks significantly weaker on the newest scan. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. It should weaken, though. All right, let's go back up here. I mean, gracious day. Both of these are just huge supercells. Look at this. Johnstown here. Just a giant area of strong rotation. Fully rain-wrapped, likely large mesocyclone here. Johnstown in northeastern Texas. Just a huge area of very strong rotation. If that comes together any more gate-to-gate, very easily could produce a strong tornado. Also, another area very similar to that, but this time northwest of Tyler, Texas. A little bit weaker, but still a large, broad area of potentially strong rotation here as well, northwest of Tyler, Texas. They have updated that PDS tornado warning, and they have kept it, so they now believe there is another likely strong to potentially intense tornado ongoing that is now on the ground heading towards Idabel and Harris in southeastern Oklahoma. So please be in your safe spot. That is a updated PDS tornado warning. So please be in your safe spot once again. Be in your safe spot if you're in any of these tornado warnings because they're far from radar, which means that we cannot see how strong the areas of rotation potentially are.
Tornado warning for northwestern Smith County in northeastern Texas, central Wood County in northeastern Texas, west central Upshur County in northeastern Texas, Smith, Upshur, and Wood County in Texas.
Even if we did have a radar site over this area, you still need to be seeking shelter. If you are ever in a tornado warning, you need to be in your safe spot. But these are difficult to see from radar, so that could lead to a potential delayed warning from the National Weather Service, potentially a tornado going being on the ground and not confirmed for longer. And this is now a PDS tornado warning south of Clarksville. That is a radar indicated PDS tornado warning, which means a imminent strong tornado is likely to touch down shortly between Johnstown and Wilkinson in northeastern Texas. That does not mean it is an observed PDS warning. That is radar indicated there, which I know is a little confusing, but that means a strong tornado is imminent and could touch down at any given second, or may be even on the ground here. Again, very close to just north of Mount Vernon. There's Mount Vernon right there. Mount Vernon, Texas, and there is our potentially strong tornado about to or possibly on the ground there, and that's going to head up towards just south of Clarksville in northeastern Texas. Now we are under a observed PDS warning, which means a confirmed strong tornado is ongoing here just to the southwest of Idabel, Oklahoma, heading up towards Idabel and Harris in Oklahoma, so please be in your safe spot. Let's go back to Arkansas here. I'm going to keep an eye on this little storm here west of Hot Springs to see if that intensifies at all. It is already starting to intensify on satellite, so I'm going to keep an eye on this one right here. It does seem like that observed PDS tornado warning, the area of rotation is beginning to weaken near Idabel, Oklahoma. So we'll keep watching these storms here every scan. And again, just make sure you are in your safe spot. A new severe thunderstorm watch was just issued. And that may be for Texas or back up here in Kentucky/Tennessee. We'll figure that out here in just a second. Gonna wait for it to come in here, and not in yet on this end. I get it so early that it doesn't even render. Oh, there it is. So that is a severe thunderstorm watch there from about Bowling Green, Kentucky, all the way back out towards Hazard and Jackson in southeast Kentucky there. Gracious day. That area of rotation might try to intensify quite a lot here. northwest of Hideaway in northeastern Texas. We'll need to keep an eye on that one very closely. That area of rotation is a little stronger. It's hard to tell what's happening up here because it's in an area that doesn't have good radar coverage. So it's very difficult to tell if that's ongoing or not. Again, we're just going to assume it is ongoing because it is a observed PDS tornado warning. So it's best just to seek shelter if you are in any of these tornado warnings. Which one are you thinking of there, Caleb? Bowling Green, Kentucky, or Tennessee? Let me go get my analysis radar real quick. Let's see. Is that in Kentucky, Caleb? Is that the one you're talking about? Let's see here. We're going to load up some more frames real quick. Which one? Am I looking at the right ones? I don't see anything at the moment. Okay, that's all hail. I had to go check this tornado warning. I don't see any CC on any... Well, there's a little there. That's corruption. I don't see one on that one in Alvaton. What about this one in Park City? I mean, they're barely even rotating. Is this even Tor possible? No. How about this one? No. Neither of them were Tor possible there. I don't really see it. I mean, I didn't even see any slightly convincing CC up here. Oh, man. That really intensified again. Potentially another tornado, likely strong, touching down here or already on the ground. Again, it's difficult to say if one's lifted or not. For all we know, this may have been one long track tornado here. But regardless being your safe spot, area of rotation has increased for the third time again. Now to just barely to the southwest of Idabel, Oklahoma. Just barely to the southwest of Idabel, Oklahoma there. I no longer see an area of rotation with this one in Sulphur Springs. So Sulphur Springs, don't come out of your safe spot. Do not come out of your safe spot in Sulphur Springs. But just to give you some relief, it looks like that area of rotation has died out. But please still stay in your safe spot as you're in that tornado warning. Not seeing much discrete activity, or rather not much robust discrete activity out there in much of Arkansas. We did get a new HRRR. I wonder if that changed at all. Okay, the HRRR indeed went back to showing discrete supercells in central northeastern Arkansas towards 6 o'clock, potentially producing tornadoes. So we'll have to see how that goes. All this stuff here in Texas is likely going to congeal up into a line. So we'll see just how linear that gets. All right, let me get rid of all that. Still a observed PDS tornado warning up here. Going very close to Idabel in southeastern Oklahoma. Radar indicated PDS warning here for Johntown. Yep, still radar indicated there. Connor went in extreme northeastern Arkansas. He may have backtracked a little bit now, but let me go see where he is. He's way up just west of Jonesboro. I mean, he is up there. He is really, really far up there. But if he does get something today, yeah, we'll show his feed. Which, I mean, he's, according to the new HRRR, that's like, the storm that he's going for is the storm that may become a prefrontal and end up potentially producing a tornado. He's on this storm. And that's the one the HRRR has moving northeast and potentially becoming tornadic here in about an hour. I am more concerned about this one in Hot Springs, though. This one is, it's really started to get its act together. It's starting to intensify quite quickly on satellite imagery and on radar, so I definitely want to keep an eye on that one in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Hard to tell if any of these are on the ground right now. Pretty hard to tell. No, he's not on the Hot Springs one. He's way up there. The other storm I pointed out. This one. Up here. In, east of Batesville. Northwest of Newport. That's the one he's on. He's somewhere here near Tuckerman. I think he's in Tuckerman, actually. In northeast Arkansas there. Still toward possible severe for a little area of rotation here going towards Middleton, Tennessee. We'll keep an eye on that. Very mini low precipitation supercell there. Yeah, still 2 PDS warnings, 1 observed for the next 21 minutes, and 1 radar indicated for 36 more minutes. Yeah, the HRRR doesn't really have that many prefrontals either. Like, no prefrontals develop in the best environment over Little Rock, Arkansas. Just nothing matures according to the new HRRR. The prefrontals all form to the north and even very far off to the north on the newest HRRR run there. All right, we are down to a radar indicated PDS tornado warning now. So they just canceled that PDS warning and updated it to a confirmed warning for Idabel. So a confirmed tornado was located just to the southwest of Idabel, Oklahoma, moving up to the east-northeast. No longer a large and extremely dangerous tornado, but still likely ongoing. Whereas this one here in Johntown and Wilkinson in northeast Texas is a radar indicated. That is a radar indicated PDS warning, which means a strong, potentially large tornado could drop down at any moment or may already be ongoing. All right, they did also cancel that warning for Sulphur Springs. So if you're in Sulphur Springs, still could see some light to heavy rainfall today, but that's it for your severe threat if you are in Sulphur Springs, Texas. These storms should stay off to your east for the rest of the day. Well, there you go. That was what, 3 tornadoes right there? At least 3 tornadoes that we just saw here in northeastern Texas. And they did just put a severe warning on this storm west of Little Rock for northwest of Hot Springs for a possible severe little area of rotation there. And we're continuing to see these little pop-up thunderstorms here all across this warm sector. Multiple thunderstorms that have fired and are popping up here that could become potential tornado producers late, very late this evening. I'm going to go see the new WOFUS runs here real quick. Let's see, radar. Yeah, they're very uncertain on how many prefrontals might be able to produce tornadoes out there in Arkansas. But every last WOFUS run has at least 1, 2, 3 prefrontals developing and potentially producing tornadoes somewhere in central northern Arkansas. Somewhere in this area here. So we're just going to have to pay attention to every storm in that area. Keep a close eye on them and see if they intensify enough to try to produce tornadoes. And you know what? I just realized something. Actually, never mind. I do want to go back to GR Earth here real quick. So over the last hour, that area that was capped and pretty low on instability did actually increase quite significantly in favorability there. And that's probably why this storm in Hot Springs, Arkansas has really started to intensify there. This storm is like right on the warm front. The one that Connor's on. He's on this one here, northeast Arkansas. So we'll keep an eye on them. See if they can intensify further to try to produce tornadoes or not. I'm pretty shocked this southern one never produced a tornado. This strong area of rotation that tracked from Athens all the way up towards, going towards Haynesville. At least it didn't get confirmed. There's a chance it produced a tornado and just never got reported or confirmed by radar. The NWS may survey that area to figure that out. But a little bit surprised that never produced a tornado. At least so far in its, what, like hour and a half lifespan there. It is currently trying to re-intensify. You can see a little area of rotation starting up again. Right there. Right there. South of Haynesville, northeast Texas, rather. South of Haynesville, northeast Texas. So we'll see if that can intensify further. But, they're pretty broad right now. Like, they're still strong, but the rotations haven't really gotten gate to gate here. So we'll keep watching for these to try to produce tornadoes here. But At the moment, it seems like they're trying to recycle. No, the threat in Arkansas is still very much a moderate threat there. There's just a lot of uncertainty on how many storms are going to be able to mature out here in Arkansas. Right now, we really only have one that's matured. That's the one over Hot Springs Village here. Eventually going to head up near Perryville over the next hour or so.
Tornado warning for northeastern McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma, McCurtain County in Oklahoma.
Oh, that one's a little close to our Fort Smith radar site, so we could finally use that radar now. See a new area rotation developing there, moving off to the northeast. And that's going to keep moving northeast here. Not very many populated areas out here. You got Mount Herman, Sherwood, Smithville, a few somewhat populated areas. See how many people are in that warning. There are about 1,300, so not very populated, but still populated enough tornado warning there. So you need to be in your safe spot there. So please be in your safe spot once again. That is in southeastern Oklahoma, Shorewood, Mount Herman. Pretty populated warning there. Like I said, not very populated, but about 1,300 there. So a lot of people who need to be seeking shelter. All right, let's go back here. You can see that is still continuing to try and re-intensify here west of Hawkins in northeastern Texas. Not very strong, though. It's just still trying to re-intensify. The only strong area of rotation is the one that is radar indicated PDS, and it's very broad. You can see wind's going away. That's a terrible arrow. Wind's going away. Wind's going towards the radar. And it's not really gate to gate. There's a lot of room in the middle. See all these grayer pixels here? That means it's not gate to gate. It's not very tight. So it's a broad, strong area of winds, but those winds haven't connected just yet. It is still radar indicated PDS for the next 25 minutes, which means a strong tornado could develop at any moment. So you need to be definitely in your safe spot. There we go. Well, the HRRR was already wrong today, so how about that one? It was already dead wrong. Now it's probably starting to get a little bit more accurate, but the runs between 14Z and 17Z were definitely inaccurate from what I saw. But then I stopped looking at it because we started getting all these warnings. Okay, there we go. Did I look at the 18Z for tomorrow? I actually forgot. I think I did. Yeah, it still looks messy. Ooh. Although I do have to say, it looks pretty cool seeing a discrete mode firing right over my house due to the warm front on Sunday, but I doubt that will happen. It would also be a very low-end threat. Still cool to see the HRRR output that. No, the moderate definitely is not verified yet. Okay, we actually just got a confirmed non-PDS tornado warning here. So this means that a tornado is now down, but is not strong. 8 miles to the south of Clarksville in northeastern Texas. So I would assume that's near Wilkinson, probably. Let's see. 8 miles to the south. That's actually like right here. So somewhere in here, there is a tornado ongoing. Just barely to the south-southeast of Clarksville in northeast Texas. Let's see here. Let's go to the Fort Smith radar site here. Still very broad area rotation there. That's going up towards Sherwood, Mount Herman, moving up to the northeast. So make sure you're in your safe spot there, southeast Oklahoma there. Still a little area of rotation north of Hot Springs. Still a tornado possible severe as well in west central Arkansas. I'm not too sure about the peak tornado activity. We really already entered it. 4 p.m. all the way till I think like 9 or so. Eastern time should be the peak tornado activity. But I'm not too sure about the absolute peak. There's a lot of uncertainty on discrete storms in Arkansas actually forming. So I'm not very confident on exactly when the peak will be. Looking for any signs of the storms in Arkansas trying to really pop off here. But they're all staying fairly, they're all staying fairly, mini. Very miniature. You can see they're not really becoming that robust here. They're staying fairly mini here. Which is, I'm not too sure what to make of that. Let me check. Oh.
Tornado warning for northwestern Sevier County in southwestern Arkansas, southeastern McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma, Sevier County in Arkansas, McCurtain County in Oklahoma.
Of course there's a county named Sevier in Oklahoma, man. Well, Sevier County, part of that county just got put into a tornado warning. I believe that's where Idabel is, right? Yeah, I believe that is the new tornado warning. Right there, going towards Broken Bow and Idabel. That is a radar indicated warning. It looks like that rotation's trying to pick up again, but it's not very strong. But that did warrant a new tornado warning there. I don't know. Let's see how it's spelt. Let's see. Is it this storm? Let me see if I can find it. Okay, wait. So it's severe. I guess it's severe Arkansas, actually. So it's McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma, Sevier County in Arkansas, and it's spelled Sevier. So not actually severe as in like severe storm, but it's pronounced generally the same. There we go. How to fix that again. I think this whole storm just fell apart because of cell mergers. You can see here, north of Tyler, Texas, there was just so many cell mergers now that have impacted it. So I think this storm is done in the short term for a tornado threat. Dang it, I did forget to fix the date on those other scenes. It's the right date, it's just not far enough to the right side of the screen. Alrighty. Yeah, let's go back over to Arkansas. Something's wrong with the environment out here. I don't know what it is. Something is not going right with the environment out here. It may be a little bit of dry air. It may be a little bit too low of cooling temperatures with height. But something's going wrong with it. Definitely not a dry air issue. And it may be a lapse rate issue, but your lower level lapse rates are right around 6. So that may significantly limit our long tracked, strong to intense tornado threat here across much of Arkansas. Let's see here. Lower level lapse rates. They do get a little bit better with time, but not by much. Oh, there's a new Wofus run. Sweet. Let's see what it has. They all still have prefrontal supercells being a issue in central Arkansas at 6. Pretty much every last one of them. Most of those prefrontals seem to form from this batch of storms down here. We'll see. I don't see a lot with this storm now in southeastern Oklahoma. Over the Mount Herman area, very weak rotation there. A little bit of CC right there. It does have spectrum with that. That may be a tornado. That may be a tornado that just came together in about 3 scans there, west of Hawkins, Texas. We'll keep an eye on that one. I'm kind of want to stay with that for another scan here. Let's see. Should have a scan in about a minute and a half. That's in a very tough spot because it is right where a little spike is. But we are using the Shreveport radar, which means there's not too much like hail spike happening there. Yeah, that's probably a tornado. Yeah, ZDR drop. Yep. That is probably a tornado. Right in here. That's your ZDR drop. Exactly where your CC is. And your spectrum width is 1 scan behind. Well, that should update right now. Yep. Check, 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 and check. Everything says that is a likely tornado ongoing right there. So most likely a tornado on the ground west of Hawkins in northeastern Texas. Decent CC drop right there. So if you are in or around Hawkins, Texas, make sure you're in your safe spot. It appears we have a tornado ongoing there. Let's see here. Unfortunately, there is some homes out here mixed in with some trees, but yeah, it looks like some very nice homes along a lake out here northwest of Hawkins, Texas. And there's a tornado very close to those houses. So hopefully everybody in that area is seeking shelter. Again, if you are in this tornado warning here, it appears to be dropping a tornado right now. Likely tornado on the ground northwest of Hawkins in northeastern Texas. Still a confirmed warning. They just updated it. Still a confirmed warning up here for Avery, Texas. Maybe some stronger rotation trying to spark up and intensify right there. Northeast Texas, we'll keep an eye on that as well. Should get a scan in about 3 seconds, possibly. Possibly right now. Nope. Going to be about another 30 seconds or so. Let's see here. All right. Should get a new scan in 4 seconds here. If not, this radar's a little late. Okay, it's a little late. Hold on, let's see if Radar Mega updated. I mean, that is definitely a tornado. I don't think that's the new radar scan on Radar Omega, but man, definitely looks like a debris signature right there. Right over the taste of Italy by the lake. Barely northwest of Hawkins, Texas. Yep, there's your new scan right there. Yep, there you go. May still be on the ground. Still looks like a debris signature to me. Lofting debris about almost 6,000 feet up there. ZDR still confirms. Spectrum width is a little bit old there. Same goes for the velocity. Quite confident that is a tornado ongoing still northwest of Hawkins in northeastern Texas.
Tornado warning for northwestern Little River County in southwestern Arkansas, central Sevier County in southwestern Arkansas, southeastern McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Bowie County in northeastern Texas, east central Red River County in northeastern Texas, Little River and Sevier County in Arkansas, McCurtain County in Oklahoma, Bowie, and Red River County in Texas.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a tornado. That rotation just got stronger too. That is definitely a tornado. Let's go back here. Still a decent area of rotation trying to spark up near Avery, northeast Texas. That's going into southeast Oklahoma, southwest Arkansas as well. Tornado is definitely ongoing here. Northwest of Hawkins in northeast Texas. Definitely a correlation coefficient debris ball there, indicating that there is indeed debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. Still there. Still there. Probably going to be there on ZDR. A little bit less on ZDR. A little bit less on ZDR there. Now an observed tornado warning. There you go. So a new confirmed tornado warning was just issued for Lone Star, Gilmer, and Hawkins in northeast Texas.
Tornado warning for western Marion County in northeastern Texas, southeastern Wood County in northeastern Texas, Upshur County in northeastern Texas, southern Morris County in northeastern Texas, southeastern Titus County in northeastern Texas, Camp County in northeastern Texas, Camp, Marion, Morris, Titus, Upshur, and Wood County in Texas.
So there's your tornado still ongoing. Just north of Hawkins. Thanks to Phoenix for pointing that out well before that confirmed warning came in. You could see the tornado first touch down right there, right when Phoenix pointed it out west of Hawkins about 10 minutes ago. About 10 minutes ago is when I was first alerted to that. And it's been on the ground for that long. 10 minutes there. Finally just got a confirmed warning. And you can see a pretty dang classic supercell in here that is producing a tornado, potentially a strong tornado, lofting debris over 5,000 feet up. You can see that right in here. Big embedded supercell here. Very, very high precipitation beast. It does have very strong rotation as well, but all that rotation isn't fully connected. At least on this radar scan, it doesn't look fully connected. But definitely a tornado ongoing right there. Well, now it just got more connected right there. Look at that. It just got a lot tighter. This could potentially go PDS if it keeps getting tighter like that. But now it is a tighter circulation of rotation there, so likely a strong tornado ongoing there, going up towards Betty, Gilmer, Pittsburgh, Rocky Mound in northeastern Texas. There is a bunch of cell mergers to the south that may interfere with this storm and prevent it from being a long-track tornado. We'll have to see how those mergers interact with our storm and see if they do indeed prevent a long-track tornado or not. Hard to tell how much of that is debris, but I can confidently say that's at least lofting debris 9,000 feet up there. So at least lofting debris 9,000 feet up there. Maybe even more. Possibly lofting debris as high as 15,000 feet up, but I'm not very confident in that. I'm confident it is lofting debris around or greater than 9,000 feet up now. Yeah, you can see the very intense velocity signatures here. Likely going to end up being a PDS tornado warning here shortly if it continues with that debris signature. And again, that is going to go right towards Pittsburgh, north of Gilmer, right in this area. And this may have some deviant motion with it as well, because it is getting interacted by a cell merger. So this may have some deviant motion. Catman, welcome to the stream. If you're just now tuning in, you did miss a likely violent tornado in northeastern Texas. Clarksville, or just barely southwest of Clarksville, Texas, took a direct hit from a large stovepipe tornado that had a horizontal vortice with it. Yeah, you can see this is still a strong area of rotation. Still continuing here north of Hawkins. So we'll see how that progresses here. Yeah, still definitely on the ground right there. And the only thing that would stop us from being a long tracker are these cell mergers right out in front of it that are moving into the inflow base of this supercell here. If those do not hurt it, then this could easily become a very, 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 very long-tracked tornado. Minimum, it's going to be a long-tracked supercell. You can see that here. It is definitely going to be a supercell that we have to deal with for probably the next few hours. Still ongoing. They haven't pulled that PDS trigger because it's not really a deep CC there. You can see it is definitely lofting debris between 9,500 and 12,000 feet up on that newest scan. Unfortunately, it did go right through some homes here. And is continuing still off to the north. And you could see what I meant by a little bit of deviant motion. You could see northeast, northeast, northeast. And then on those few, like 3 scans, it started to move almost directly north. So it does have some somewhat deviant motion here. Yep, right there. Kind of like that. So that's what I was talking about, because it's getting these cell mergers from the south, so that's pushing it further north. And man, if those cell mergers don't hurt it, this thing could become an intense to potentially violent tornado here over the next couple minutes. Just barely to the northeast now of Hawkins, Texas. Very intense area rotation there. The CC is not that deep, but it is lofting debris almost 12,500 feet up. But it's not that deep of CC. But man, it could very easily intensify very rapidly. If it didn't have cell mergers to the east, this thing could definitely have been a possible violent tornado. Because, I mean, all this rotation here, this is all like 80 mile per hour winds here. And this is all like 70. So that's like 150 or so mile an hour rotation there, which is a very strong tornado. And all that has to do is strengthen a little bit more, and then it could be a potentially violent tornado here. Okay. Okay, so that's good news. CC is considerably weaker now. But will velocities follow? No, they do not. So that does not necessarily mean the tornado is lifted. The velocities are still very much intense. But that CC is definitely weakened some. Alright, just real quick, I do want to go up here. Fort Smith radar site. Yeah, that tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire in 14 minutes. Pretty much no rotation there near Smithville. Very minimal rotation there. Southeast Oklahoma. We do have two supercells that have formed here that are discrete to semi-discrete in central Arkansas. Actually, three of them, matter of fact. Atkins, Greenbrier, and near Hot Springs Village. Three different supercells, very miniature supercells that have fired there in central Arkansas. And then again, some models indicate these storms here will become potential supercells in a little less than an hour. CC is pretty much not even present anymore, so this may have lifted. It may be recycling. This is now a PDS tornado warning. A large and extremely dangerous confirmed tornado is ongoing, going towards Gilmer and Pittsburgh, as well as Rocky Mound in northeastern Texas. That is now a PDS tornado warning, the third of the day. And I mean, if that did lift, what it looks like is it may be doing a little bit of a cycle here. So this is where your original tornado touched down at, right here at my cursor. And then now it's potentially lifting here. And a new, stronger tornado may be trying to touch down in this area. That blue velocity pixel right there is actually an area of rotation of 108 mile per hour winds right there. So it looks like the cell merge from the south might have helped occlude this tornado. And now a new tornado is forming fully rain-wrapped inside the big base of this storm here. So I do believe the tornado is lifted briefly, but I would almost bet that it is going to produce a much stronger tornado here within the next 5, maybe not even 10 minutes. Large wall cloud now reported west of Swifton, Arkansas. Let's go briefly see if we can find that storm. Swifton. How do you spell that? O-N. Swifton, Arkansas. That's very far west. Or rather, very far east. My bad. That's with this storm here. Am I sure I got the right Swifton? There's a good area of rotation there, starting up near Marshall, too. Actually, a lot of areas. Oh, wow. Actually, a bunch of areas of rotation. Look at them all. A lot of these have upper-level mesos now. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then apparently a wall cloud somewhere over here. 7, 8, 9. And I think that was all of them. Like 9 or so. 9 upper level mesos all starting up around this area. Now, this one is not making it to the surface, which is good because it's north of that main boundary. Kind of like what we had yesterday. So a lot of these storms are just going to stay elevated, small hail threats. But these may not. These, all right in here, may pose a notable tornado threat in about another hour or so, as well as these firing up going into northeast Arkansas. Gracious day. Just still a very intense area of rotation forming. Very strong area of rotation there. No new CC, so I do believe that last tornado did lift after it lofted debris potentially 12,000 feet up. And this could easily drop another strong tornado. So we'll need to watch this very, very closely. Extremely intense thunderstorm there with a very large, strong area of rotation. If those can connect, that would likely result in a 150 plus mile an hour rotation. But it's all about if they can connect. So you see these pixels here that are gray? Those need to fill in with extra yellow and blue pixels. For instance, like what we had here. So they need to fill in more. Either way, all it takes is for that to connect a little bit more, and it could easily produce a very intense tornado. Which all it needs is maybe just a little cell merge here from the south, and that could greatly increase the tornado threat, or maybe completely tear it apart. We'll see. We're going to keep the Shreveport radar on that storm. Yeah, the PDS is indeed observed. Yeah, good area of rotation starting up here in Marshall. But it is about to have a lot of cell mergers, which may be destructive. A lot of cell mergers here. So I wouldn't be shocked if they do not issue a tornado warning for this going into Marshall, Arkansas. That is a very concerning storm that is probably just going to be absolutely destroyed by cell mergers. But yeah, look at all these little prefrontals that are starting down here. We'll have to see if any of them get mature or not. Still very strong velocities. Very, very strong velocities. Very strong rotation there. Let me see here. New SPC Mesoanalysis. Still plenty of very favorable environment and ingredients out here. That prime environment by a milestone is okay, that is still pretty broad, but very strong. Yeah, the best environment by a milestone is definitely focused out in this corridor here. Possibly not that far north, but generally in that area is your most favorable environment at the moment. Which does include those prefrontals that are forming. Yeah, we're going to really just stay with this storm. Most concerning storm here. PDS tornado warning still in effect. Gilmer, Lone Star, Betty, Pittsburgh, Casson, Rocky Mound, all in the PDS tornado warning here in northeastern Texas. Again, PDS tornado warning. We have two different ones, radar indicated and observed. This is observed, so that means a large, extremely dangerous, potentially deadly tornado has been observed out here in the PDS warned area. I do think that tornado that originally warranted the PDS warning did lift, but now we're keeping an eye on another, still the same area, but just keeping an eye on if this storm can re-intensify here and try to become more gate to gate. Which it looks like it's failing right now. So we may be spared, quite significantly spared here. Because that type of area of rotation definitely could have produced an intense to even possibly a violent tornado if it ramped up, which it might not. A lot of cell mergers are hitting it, so hopefully that is the case and we don't see that try to produce an intense tornado. Although it very easily could ramp right back up. So this is your little line here that the HRRR has been calling for. And it's really just two big supercells that have merged together. It's not really something I would call a line. Yeah, it's really just two big cells here. If we go back to the Shreveport radar, it's just two big cells that have merged together and are rotating. Not really a line. Yeah, you can see those velocities are continuing to break up, and now they're even beginning to weaken. Weaken slightly there. So that's good news. Hopefully that continues. Still a PDS warning, though. And just not verifying out here in Arkansas by any means. Definitely not verifying. A little layer of rotation still there west of Mountain View, north central Arkansas, but just very minimal prefrontals have been able to maintain out in front of that line. Two guesses for why. Lower level lapse rates have been too minimal and too low, as well as just not enough forcing out in this area. Those are my two guesses on why this hasn't performed as expected. Trying to see if there's any other hints towards why. Okay. No, it's really not that early. It is almost 6 o'clock here on the East Coast. That's 5 p.m. Central. If you look at some of the older model runs that were showing a more long-track tornado threat, most of them had prefrontals firing and potentially producing tornadoes about 2 hours ago out in central Arkansas. So it's really not too early. Our prefrontal threat doesn't seem to be verifying at the moment. One older model run, the 06ZH did have prefrontals really going at 6 to 7 o'clock. Specifically 7 o'clock out of these storms down here, but that's an older HRRR run. Newest HRRR run really only has these storms trying to produce tornadoes, but likely they're going to end up failing due to a messy mode and just all clumped together. So I'm not very concerned with the prefrontal threat, honestly. Still going to watch that one there south of Marshall in north central Arkansas. Lapse rates aren't expected to improve much at all. Maybe they may be improving slightly, but not by much. That area of rotation is still strong. It's getting more and more broad. More and more broad here. I don't believe so, Ben. Now, they've maintained a PDS tornado warning for this area for over 38,000 people. All right, I'll go take a sounding on Mesoanalysis right now, but wind shear isn't an issue. We'll take one right at those prefrontals north of Little Rock. Matter of fact, that looks to be a Cape issue. With those prefrontals near Little Rock, looks to be an instability issue. Only 500 surface-based instability. Warm sector is not far enough north. Further south, 5,000 instability. And plenty of wind shear. Plenty of veering in the mid-levels, too. Could use some more veering towards the upper levels, but mainly it's the lower level and mid-levels that matter, especially the lower levels. That matters significantly with veering, so that way you can have enough backing, hence storms firing. So it looks like south you have a very good environment. Let me look at lapse rates again down here. This is for southwest Arkansas. Let's see. Lapse rates. Yeah, about 7. 5.5. More like, yeah, 6 to 7 in southwestern Arkansas. So honestly, I don't really know why these guys aren't growing more upscale. I believe this stuff up here north of Little Rock may be a little elevated, potentially a little low on instability. So unless something very significant changes here in Arkansas, looks like you guys are going to get a good underperformance in the risk area. But unfortunately, as expected, we didn't fully escape the strong tornado threat. Even though the day isn't even over, we didn't fully escape the strong tornado threat with the third PDS warning recently being issued. So we'll watch how these prefrontals form here. But I mean, you can see some of them just formed and died. Not really doing too well, honestly. Ben, there's like no cap. It's probably a lapse rate issue. That's what it looks like when you have a lapse rate issue, too. I don't know. See, that's what the HRRR had picked up on lapse rates being an issue, and that's why I didn't initiate much open warm sector supercells. Whereas the WOFIS, I mean, that just initiated supercells everywhere in the open warm sector. So this may be a partial HRRR win here. Even though it definitely was a little bit too linear on the cold front, it may end up being the winner out of Wolfus and the HRRR here. No, I don't want to do that one. There we go. I don't know. Wolfus has confidence in those prefrontals. Especially Wolfus runs 1 and 2. Eh. Which one is Arkansas Storm, bud? Arkansas's a big freaking state. You can't just say CC on Arkansas and expect me to know exactly what that is. Well, I don't even see a plum. Let's see here. Plumville. Did you spell that right? Because that's not coming up. Plummerville? North of it. Okay, so how far north? Radar doesn't give anything a chance of touching down here. Or being on the ground, rather. Okay, there's a hail spike. Where, dude? I see nothing. There's a few more areas of rotation, though. There's a lot of areas of rotation here that are starting to slowly pick up. But, we'll see if... Oh, well, there you go. There you go. There's our first prefrontal tornado warning. Out here in Arkansas. Literally just got warned right in front of us.
Tornado warning for Central Van Buren County in north central Arkansas, north central Conway County in central Arkansas, Conway, and Van Buren County in Arkansas.
I still don't see any CC here, though, Rockets. No, you called the tornado being ongoing here. This is a radar indicated warning. I don't see any CC. That? Nope, that's hail. No spectrum with it all. But we do have a tornado warning now for Scotland, Cleveland here, and Arkansas. Make sure you're in your safe spot. That's our first few. That's our probably one of our few tornado warnings we'll end up seeing here for prefrontals out in Arkansas. And there is 2 areas of rotation in this, but the main warning is for the Cleveland storm here. And there's also a pretty good looking storm near Perryville as well, but these are still quite miniature supercells. They're not extremely mature supercells yet. But they are still attempting to produce a tornado threat here. Yeah, as expected, this has continued to get broader and broader. We'll see if it tightens back up, but it's being hit by so many cell mergers. That's in near Glimmer, Northeast Texas. And like I said, we do have a tornado warning now out here for Cleveland, Scotland, in north central Arkansas. Definitely want to be in your safe spot, but not overly concerned about a strong tornado threat out of these. New severe watch issued till 1 a.m. Eastern. That is going to be up towards just south of the St. Louis area. Let's see. Your main threat is damaging winds and a few small hailstones being possible. Maybe some isolated large hail can't be fully ruled out there. That goes from 1 county east of Springfield in southwestern Missouri all the way until Mount Vernon there in south central Illinois. Oops. Hello, can it open? There we go. Special weather statement out here. I got a notification for that because it was issued by Blacksburg.
Tornado warning for southwestern Stone County in north-central Arkansas, southeastern Searcy County in north-central Arkansas, north-central Van Buren County in north-central Arkansas, Searcy, Stone, and Van Buren County in Arkansas.
All right, so that is a warning for that second area of rotation I was talking about. So here's that first warning, the one that Rockets was attempting to call out as a possible CC. And then here's that second warning here going up to the northeast. That's heading up just east of Marshall in Arkansas. I wouldn't be surprised if the tornado threat does rapidly increase here in Arkansas as the cold front gets closer. But the HRRR doesn't really pick up on that. That would be closer to 7 or 8 tonight, Eastern time. So about an hour and a half from now, tornado threat could increase. All right, let's go back to Little Rock here. My radar says we are still at PDS. They did update that, but I'm pretty sure it's PDS, yeah. Hold on, I want to go back to that one. Can I get to it again? Lord have mercy. Yeah, it looks like this one is attempting to produce a tornado imminently here in Cleveland, in central Arkansas. So we'll keep monitoring that. Let's go back to it. Connor's storm, if he's still up there. Let's see if he's still up there. He is. It did just go toward possible. Way up here in northeastern Arkansas. So yeah, definitely some strong rotation being noted there. Stronger. I shouldn't say strong. I should say stronger rotation being noted here. Southwest of Clinton in Arkansas. Still contamination here. Thus why the CC just disappeared. So still no tornado confirmation there from radar. Looks like Ben fell for contamination yet again. Come on. Man, how I would love to have a radar site in southwestern Arkansas. Looks like this has gotten to much of a mess here. Just this huge area of very broad rotation. That's all that's left here in northeast Texas. Once this area, if it ever does, fully disorganize, doesn't look like we'll have a notable threat left in Texas here. Although as the lower level jet increases over the next 2 hours, definitely could pick up on some more severe warnings and potential tornado warnings here in Texas. Yeah, we'll keep watching it. But at the moment, that is a dying storm. See Mesoanalysis here. Yeah, that warm front will lift a little bit more north, up into the Boot Hill of Missouri in about 4 to 5 hours. Actually, I was going to say 6, but 4 to 5 hours it will lift up into the Boot Hill of Missouri. So that'll be closer towards 10.
Tornado warning for northwestern Sevier County in southwestern
Oh, that's
Arkansas,
yep.
northwestern Howard County in southwestern Arkansas, east central McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma, Howard and Sevier County in Arkansas. McCurtain County in Oklahoma.
That's right here. Yep. Right there. Umpire, southwestern Arkansas. Now in a tornado warning. Just multiple little areas of rotation. You can see them all. Multiple areas of little rotation in these tornado warnings. We'll continue to keep an eye on them. This one, I don't know how much it's rotating, but it does have a little hook. I'm not too interested in that just yet. And then our storms back here, they're not doing too well. Those prefrontals just haven't ignited. They're still staying on the lower side of things. See here. Okay. So these storms, whoa. Not this storm. I meant to go to these storms. These storms are in a very primed environment, but they are clustered. So this is an overconvection issue right here. Too much convection, especially on this northern side. We'll see if that sorts out somehow, but I'm not very confident in it sorting out. Still could see a brief tornado 2 out here, but in the short term, tornado threat is very low out here in Arkansas. Not sure about those 2 storms, though. In southwest Arkansas, maybe a different story. Hard to tell if they're doing anything. Probably rotation right in there, and then maybe rotation back in here. Very hard to tell. No good radar sight. Then you look at a bunch of products. Spectrum width, ZDR, CC, reflectivity, velocity. See how many of them line up. And also make sure everything is on the same scan, too. Sometimes their spectrum width will be a minute ahead or behind, or your velocity will be a minute ahead or behind, and that could make it look like a debris signature instead of corruption. Yeah, I do think one of the biggest issues here is the lack of forcing. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out where that forcing issue is exactly, though. Oop.
Tornado warning for northwestern Little River County in southwestern Arkansas, north central Hempstead County in southwestern Arkansas, Sevier County in southwestern Arkansas, Howard County in southwestern Arkansas, east central McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma, Hempstead, Howard, Little River, and Sevier County in Arkansas. McCurtain County in Oklahoma.
Yeah, so it looks like there's an area of rotation in here and an area of rotation somewhere up here. But it's very difficult to tell. I would expect them to continue a radar indicated tornado warning for this storm, but I mean it's getting pretty close to the edge of that tornado warning, so we'll see. Yeah, you just have a lack of a forcing mechanism out here from what I can tell. I mean, you have your trough, obviously, but it seems like the forcing is just too weak in the main warm sector.
Tornado warning for northeastern Randolph County in eastern Arkansas, Randolph County in Arkansas.
Let's see here. Yeah. Forcing is the big issue here. Where was that one? Oh, hey, that's Connor's storm. No way. He left it. He just found out. He just screamed, "What?" He left this storm already. There might be a little rotation there, but he left it. He went and booked it south. He called it the dumbest tornado warning he's ever seen. That's what Connor just said. Well, being your safe spot in Menard, northeastern Arkansas. Make sure you are in your safe spot there. Connor was on that storm about 30 minutes ago. He was really on top of the storm here. Let me go see when he started to leave. Yeah, 30 minutes ago he was on the storm, and then about 20 minutes ago he started to book it south. About 20, 25 minutes ago he started to book it south. All it takes is one storm to get into this environment and become a more mature supercell, and it could easily be a long track strong tornado. But with the lack of forcing, I don't see that happening today. I don't see that happening anytime soon. Let's go to this radar site again. Yeah, too far. Still some spotty rotation around Lone Star, but not nearly as well defined nor as concerning as what it was about 15, 20 minutes ago. Maybe a new area trying to spark up here, very close to Lone Star, Northeast Texas. We'll watch that. That might promote a new tornado warning further downstream. We'll see if they issue that or not. And all these storms, they still have little areas of rotation. The one in Scotland just took a cell merge.
Tornado warning for
and died out.
northeastern Perry County in central Arkansas, southeastern Conway County in central Arkansas, northwestern Faulkner County in central Arkansas, Conway, Faulkner, and Perry County in Arkansas.
Yeah, but see, these aren't the type of storms to produce strong long track tornadoes. These are the type of storms that will produce extremely brief and very weak tornadoes, and not last very long. They're not your mature, intense supercells that were possible today. Let's see. Oh,
tornado warning for
probably
northwestern
Texas.
Cass County in northeastern Texas, southwestern Bowie County in northeastern Texas, northeastern Upshur County in northeastern Texas, Morris County in northeastern Texas,
that's PDS
southeastern
again.
Titus County in northeastern Texas, eastern Camp County in northeastern Texas, southeastern Red River County in northeastern Texas, Bowie, Camp, Cass, Morris, Red River, Titus, and Upshur County in Texas.
Radar confirmed my foot. Where do you see that at? Let me go to the Dallas radar site, I guess. No, that's way worse. If it was radar indicated PDS, I wouldn't question it, but it is observed, so they're saying that this is on the ground right now. Right here, as it's recycled. I do not see that. I don't see that. No, it is radar confirmed. So, new strong to potentially intense tornado ongoing here. And Lone Star up towards Hughes Springs, Naples, Omaha, northeastern Texas. On the newest scan, there is some new CC, but that is contamination from inflow there. If we draw out the inflow, there is a very large area here of inflow, of course, and I just don't see anything in there. So there's your new scans. It would be in here. We would have a good CC drop right in there. And if we look at anything, reflectivity velocity, but then your main products to confirm a tornado. Spectrum width, it's there. ZDR, not one bit there. No notable ZDR decrease, and no CC. So the two primary things, ZDR and CC, that can pick up debris being lofted, especially CC, both of those do not have it. It doesn't necessarily mean there's not a tornado, because we are far from the radar site. So there could be a tornado ongoing. It's definitely best to make sure you're in your safe spot. This is in Lone Star, Texas. All right, let's see here. Yeah, we're gonna just give this another scan here, wait to see it, then we'll go back towards the storms in Arkansas. Yeah, that's the next scan, and there's like the rotation's fully weakened there.
Tornado warning for South Central Stone County in North Central Arkansas, Southeastern Van Buren County in North Central Arkansas, Northern Cleburne County in North Central Arkansas, Cleburne, Stone, and Van Buren County in Arkansas.
Oh, now it just got stronger over Lone Star again. Yeah, but like all these areas that you've just warned out here, they're all going to be very brief regions of rotation. Worth seeking shelter, and most likely worth the tornado warnings, but they're not something that I'm concerned for a strong, long-track tornado threat. We could see a brief spin-up tornado or two out of one of them, but I'm not extremely concerned about them at the moment. They did go ahead and just increase the MCD to 170 mile per hour winds like they did on April 2nd. Where is that going to be? It is going to be over our primary warm sector. So a few strong to intense tornadoes, potentially long tracked, will be possible. And there is a possibility for a violent tornado. So because of that cold front and its forcing mechanism arriving here, they have gone ahead and increased the overall tornado threat in this area, with a special mesoscale discussion just issued by the Storm Prediction Center. And they have pulled out the pink hatched area here. Why? Not for a high risk, but for something. They have hatched that mesoscale discussion. I am very, very interested to read this MCD. Wow. They don't pull that out lightly. That is violent, very strong to violent tornado potential if they're pulling that out. It must be for maybe prefrontals or something. The potential for multiple strong EF2 tornadoes will be maximized this early evening across the Arklatex area into far northeastern Texas, while an increase across north central Arkansas will be possible. Tornado Watch 113 continues until 10 p.m. Eastern. Multiple intense supercells are ongoing at the time of 5:25 p.m. Central across far northeastern Texas and extreme southern, southeastern Oklahoma and far southwestern Arkansas, including a particularly intense supercell with a prior history of tornadoes in Upshur County, about 25 miles north of Longview. While the storm mode complex is a little uncertain, the environment remains highly favorable for tornadoes, potentially a few strong tornadoes amidst the 150 to 200 lower level 0 to 1 kilometer SRH and the 70-degree temperature dew points, with a temperature dew point spread of 10 to 15. Yeah, so the storm mode is complex. Obviously, the environment still remains very favorable there. Farther north, semi-discrete supercells have intensified across central and northern Arkansas. This trend is likely to continue as an increase in tornado potential across this region. This zone will be increasing and continue to be pronounced into the early evening hours. A strengthening lower-level jet and current surface observations, about 2 to 3.5 millibars every 2-hour pressure falls, and dew points have recently increased by several degrees. So they don't particularly note any violent tornado potential in the mesoscale discussion, but they have gone ahead and highlighted a pink hatched area along the best chance for prefrontal supercell development and strong to intense long track tornadoes, all the way from in front of that supercell in northeastern Texas, all the way back up to Little Rock, Conway, and Batesville. And you can see they have increased that peak probable tornado intensity to potentially violent at 170 miles per hour now. So that pink hatched area is where we have the best chance for long-tracked, strong to intense tornadoes. And we cannot fully rule out a violent tornado. Let's see here. Okay, still PDS there. Yeah, that's still getting stronger there. We'll keep an eye on it. Give me just a second. I still don't see anything crazy with this. All right. Walden, Arkansas. What about it? What am I looking for? A little bit of lightning? Quite a lot of bit of lightning. That's quite a lot of lightning. That's corruption. All right, let me go back to here. Yeah, this one in Lone Star is looking a little bit more gate to gate, so I wouldn't be shocked if it is on the ground now. We'll see here in this next scan, which may be in 2 seconds. Nope. Gonna be another 30 seconds to a minute. All right, this should give us a scan. Considering that doesn't match up with your velocities that well, nor the spectrum width, and doesn't match up well with your ZDR, I'm not confident in that. Not very confident in that.
Tornado warning for western Logan County in western Arkansas, northwestern Scott County in western Arkansas, Logan, and Scott County in Arkansas.
I mean, your velocity scan is nope, it's what, 5 seconds ahead? I can't tell. 15, my bad. At least on my end, it's about 15 seconds ahead. Yeah, 15. And that's just not going to make that big of a difference there. Yeah, it says actually that's 17 apart. My apologies, I can't count. Okay. I do see why they tornado won that. Looks like some rotation somewhere around there. Yeah, right in there. They did not warn the contamination, people. The contamination's over here. This is contamination. This is a proper area of rotation. Contamination. Rotation. They did not warn the contamination. Although that rotation is very, very weak. Not something I would actually expect them to warn. Like I said, all these storms are so short-lived, they're barely even rotating now. Like, literally, I really think the only one of some concern is this one in Fairfield now. That's the only one I'm slightly interested in for rotation. Yeah, you could see on Enrot too. That's literally the only one that's possibly rotating now. All the other storms have died off. There goes one big tornado warning. There goes two, so... Well, no, actually, that was a big disextension right there. Never mind. So we just lost one tornado warning. They've kept a tiny one for Clinton. That sucker died off fast. Look at that. That sucker is gone. So they'll cancel that warning in... I doubt they'll let that hold for 29 minutes. This one might hold for... how long does that have? 29 more minutes? They may even possibly extend that. I wouldn't be too shocked with a little extension, but... Not very, not very concerning storms, in my opinion. Just going to keep paying attention to this PDS one. Still no notable CC drop there, but wouldn't shock me if we had a potential strong tornado there. Just not probably not picked up much debris. Let me see. So a chaser did have this on the ground at one point. Trying to see if I can find out where that was. How long ago was that? 8 minutes ago, potential tornado out of this storm, but heavily, heavily rain wrapped. Heavily rain wrapped. You really can't tell. But potential tornado about 8 minutes ago from a chaser on this storm. But again, so heavily rain wrapped, it could have just been a little bit of a lowering. That storm really strengthened near Mount Airy. That is not going to survive till it gets to me, though, just like the other storms. Look at that. Winter storm warnings now in place for Amarillo, Texas. We're going to be getting snow in about a day and a half, maybe even less than that. I don't know exactly when it's supposed to start up here. Probably tomorrow. Yep, actually tomorrow morning. Winter storm warnings for Amarillo, Texas. And guess what? Going into Sunday, that's going to actually impact some of the areas that saw severe weather yesterday. You guys are going to be getting snow. Potentially snow tomorrow. Yeah, it was very hot out here today. I think it got up to like almost 82, 83. That was the hottest it's been up here in probably almost a week and a half or so. Right around there. We'll see if they extend that warning, but they just canceled 2 more tornado warnings as expected. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, so this is rotating a little bit in Fairfield Bay. You still need to be in your safe spot. They still are continuing this tornado warning here for another 24 minutes, and they just canceled it. Right in front of your eyes, right there. You can see they disextended it, which I thought meant they were going to continue it for a little while longer, and then boom. We are now all the way back down to a radar-indicated warning. The PDS warning in its entirety has been dropped and fully downgraded to a radar-indicated warning.
Tornado warning for Stone County in north-central Arkansas, southwestern Izard County in north-central Arkansas, northeastern Van Buren County in north-central Arkansas, northwestern Cleburne County in north-central Arkansas, south-central Baxter
Okay,
County
they
in
did continue it.
north-central Arkansas, Baxter, Cleburne, Izard, Stone, and Van Buren County in Arkansas.
So Fairfield Bay, make sure you're in the safe spot for at least the next 24 minutes or so. Mountain View, Arkansas, make sure you're in the safe spot. So far today has significantly underperformed in the moderate risk area out here in Arkansas. It performed, definitely performed very well on the southern end of this moderate risk right out here. It performed very well. But so far, the actual moderate risk area in Arkansas into southern Missouri has significantly underperformed. And I think it will stay that way. I don't think we'll see any significant uptick in activity. I don't see a lot happening here. Just being honest with you. Which is quite a shocker, honestly, because today had a very high chance. Just not enough forcing. Let's see here. Nah, probably not, Caden. If anything, that just helped prevent a overmixing issue. Central Arkansas, 8273. No issue. Lapsites had plenty of time to increase. I mean, shoot, we had clearing for like almost 6 hours south of Little Rock. I have to get a different loop back here. I have to go further back than that. I have to go further back than that. We had clearing almost since the sun rose. Since 14Z. And it is 22Z. So we had almost a good 10 hours of clearing in south central Arkansas. So I would put all my my bets on into forcing being the issue, and probably just that. Probably just that, honestly. Really, the forcing. Overconvection was a little issue once storms got going, but not a huge issue. You could see it was a bit of an issue for these storms up here. But just nothing. I mean, look at it. Look. Just no robust supercells out here. This had subtle forcing with it, but I assume the subtle forcing was too subtle. And tomorrow just doesn't look like a high-end day at all to me. I don't know why CSU has such a high-end threat. CSU has a mid-tier moderate risk for strong to long track tornadoes. For some reason, CSU has it primarily over southeastern Arkansas. I have no idea what it's doing. Wait. It might be cooking. Hold on. That's where your cold front and warm front meet. I don't think that's going to be a discrete storm mode, though. I think that's going to be a QLCS threat tomorrow. So I think that's more for just general weak spin-up tornadoes, not necessarily strong spin-up tornadoes. But the timing matters so much. We'll see. I'll figure out tomorrow morning. We'll be live eventually, but I just don't know how long. An enhanced risk requires us to be live for 3 hours on this channel, so we'll see how that goes. Yeah, it's 10 sig worthy tomorrow. I don't think it's 15 sig like CSU has and Nowcast has. We're down to what, 3 tornado? Oh, 6? Where all of them at? Felt like 3. Okay, we have 1 there with like no rotation. We have 2 here with dying rotation. We have 1 here in a radar hole. And we have 1 here with a broad area of rotation that we do want to keep an eye on. So out of all 6 of these warnings, I'm technically really only watching this one. But we'll continue to mention all of them, of course. And keep an eye on them. But the only one I'm a little concerned about is this one down here towards Douglasville in northeastern Texas. So SPC, where's that peak tornado threat supposed to be? Until 10 Eastern. Until 10 Eastern. Oh, wow, the whole tornado watch expires in 3 hours. Yeah, this thing's a bust. This thing's a bust in central Arkansas, man. Which is absolutely awesome. Because we had a crazy tornado threat. Yeah. Dude, you've gotten what? 1 tornado warning out here? Look at this. Rain, 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 rain. 3 severes, 1 tornado, rain, 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 nothing. Like, the main area that had the greatest tornado threat today, including a Nowcast 45% tornado risk, has seen 1 tornado warning. The event as a whole is going to be marked as a significant underperformance, but we did have that 1 potentially violent tornado, very strong 2 potentially violent tornado in Clarksville. And then we had a few other weak tornadoes, maybe 1 other strong tornado. I mean, we haven't even hit outbreak criteria. We're like halfway to outbreak criteria right now. This hasn't even been a tornado outbreak, and we are probably past peak. Let's see here, 23Z. I do think we could see an increase in severe activity up here over the next 2-3 hours or so, but I'm not too sure if this is worth continuing a very long duration stream for. Unless something very notable changes here. I mean, we're going to lose those warnings in 15 minutes. That will be lost in 15 minutes. Same with that one. We might get down to 1 or 2 warnings here in about 15 minutes. Yeah, we already did, Sam, but lower level jet doesn't really do much good if you don't have storms in the environment. I mean, the lower level jet's gonna increase by about 10 knots, but you're not going to see probably another single storm in the open warm sector. And I mean, you're already at a 50 knot lower level jet. A widespread 45 to 50 knot lower level jet. That is very sufficient. Let me go here again. Give me a moment. Keep an eye over that. Where's Batesville? Oh, over here. Connor sounds like he might be done. We'll see what Connor does. He's just chilling in Newport talking to other chasers. Yeah, I think HRRR is going to take the dub on this one. Pretty big dub, too. It was a little bit linear on the cold front, but I think the HRRR is going to take a big dub on this one. No. The whole risk is not a bust. No. This is what you call a underperformance moderate risk. I'm listening to chasers. So, yeah, the Clarksville tornado was, that was really bad. And then we had a few, like, 2 or 3 other tornadoes, but here comes a new warning. Ripley County, southeastern Missouri, that's up here. Connor's gonna see that, and he's probably about to freak. Oh, see if Connor realizes that. Let's see here. I mean, we have some damage reports south of Clarksville. Actually, I didn't see that. Report of a house destroyed on Farm to Market Road 909 from local sheriff department. I actually didn't see that. So yeah, that is one. I just don't see much, y'all. This is going to get embedded into the slop to its north and become a nothing event. These still need to be monitored because they are somewhat semi-discrete, but they are getting more clustered now. So that's really good that they're being more clustered as opposed to semi-discrete. We'll still keep an eye on this. I do think the severe threat is going to increase up here. I do think that severe threat's going to increase. We're going to keep going for a little while more. But I don't think I'm going to stay here until 11 and a half hours on this one stream. I'll probably head off here in a little while, a little bit longer. I think I'll be available tonight, so if need be, I may hop right back on. We'll see how things go. But yeah, look, it seems like they're gonna keep a severe on this and let that tornado warning expire in 9 minutes. They just issued a severe there and a severe there. So they're gonna let both of those tornado warnings expire. This one they just recently issued that tornado warning on, so we'll see about that. I have no idea, Ben. I have no idea what I'm doing tomorrow. Yeah. I'll probably have a good 5-day break, Ben. So I don't plan on skipping out on tomorrow. And then I have race weekend late April, so I really don't want to miss that many events. But we'll see. New HRRR coming in doesn't show much tonight. It shows a wind threat, very isolated, strong tornado threat. It does... The tornado threat is mainly with embedded lines. That's what the HRRR has. I think the main area to watch here is going to be back up in this region. I'm going to keep an eye on that area, because it looks like we could have quite the intensification of thunderstorms tonight in this region. Maybe could see an embedded tornado threat start up down here, but not really a big risk left over here. I think we have well past peak. Oh yeah, I didn't even realize that. Instability is decreasing very rapidly. So this entire southern part of the warm sector is becoming less and less favorable by the minute. I would keep an eye on that cold front, warm front intersection back up here. I think that might be the main threat for the overnight hours here, up here. That might be our main threat. Because you're going to have your cold fronts here, your cold front's back here, and then you're having your warm front, which is like generally in this area, slowly continuing to go up to the north. Here, let's see. Let's see here. So yeah, your cold front is back here, and your warm front is generally in this area. So that's going to keep on rising, and once those two intersect, probably somewhere generally up here, we could see an increase in severe activity and all hazards. Actually, we have just seen multiple new severes get issued out here. We just got a new severe up here, new severe up here, a new severe up here. So 3 new severes just got recently issued there. And another severe down here. You know why that is? That's because everything's turning into a severe storm as opposed to a tornado warning. Yeah, the Texas moderate risk verified. That did. But just nothing. You could see just a open warm sector. It looks so weird. Honestly, it looks quite weird. Seeing such a favorable open warm sector with like no storms. It looks very, very odd. Just not enough forcing. So you have storms along the warm front up here, and you have storms along the cold front down here. And like I said, that warm front's going to keep going more north very slowly with time till the cold front hits it. And then this is going to become your main threat up here. Let me show you what that looks like on the new HRRR. So here's these storms currently ongoing. Back out here, they're along that cold front. So they're along that cold front. They'll continue to congeal up into a line. Mainly just damaging winds, small hail, and a few spin-up tornadoes. But along that warm front, you can see we probably will see an increase in severe activity right along that warm front from just south of the St. Louis area back down into the Boot Hill of Missouri around 9 p.m., 8, 9 p.m. So about an hour and a half from now, we should keep seeing activity increase there. And then 11 o'clock, that's going to start congealing more into a line as well. Probably begin weakening as you get closer to 11 o'clock, midnight tonight, but still could be quite severe. So that's going to be worth watching tonight to see how strong that line may be. So I would watch out personally the most, in my opinion, return on that SPC outlook. In my opinion, I would be keeping an eye on this area the most tonight. From about Mountain View all the way up towards near West Plains, all the way east up towards southwestern Indiana, back down towards Bowling Green, Kentucky. That's where I'd be watching. Then tomorrow we have an enhanced risk for severe weather. 10 significant tor risk. I wouldn't be shocked to see that expand up possibly into the Memphis metro. Widespread damaging winds will be the biggest issue. Widespread 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Isolated gusts potentially approaching 90. Can't be ruled out. And then some isolated large hail when those storms first fire closer towards the morning and early afternoon hours. A lot of question marks revolving around tomorrow's threat. Definitely a lot of question marks revolving around the threat, but there could be the possibility where we see an upgrade to a moderate risk for tornadoes / wind for tomorrow. That possibility just seems extremely low and doesn't seem like a possible outcome at this point. We'll see, though. I personally don't see much tomorrow. I'm not expecting much, but, we'll still go and keep an eye on it either way. It's a severe day. And going on into Sunday here, big slight risk, mainly a big wind bag, spin up tornado threat. Not much for Sunday. Sunday looks very low end. I don't expect to see an enhanced risk on Sunday. If there is an enhanced risk, it would probably be for wind, and it would probably be somewhere out in this area. somewhere out here. And then after Sunday, that's it. That's it. Monday may have a marginal risk. We could still see some isolated thunderstorms along the coastal Carolinas into Florida. May see some severe storms here, severe storm or two, so I wouldn't be shocked if Monday has a marginal. But Monday will be very low end. And then Tuesday, nothing. Wednesday, nothing. Thursday, looks like nothing. Friday, nothing. Saturday, nothing. Sunday, we might start seeing an increase in severe weather towards April 13th or so. Depends on how the pattern goes. But overall, I don't see any slight risk plus severe weather days after Sunday. And there you go. We are down to, just like that, 2 tornado warnings. Very broad rotation here. I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning. What happened here? Gracious day, this looks like something that happens to a broken TV. But yeah, it looks like this area of rotation's really broadened out. I don't think they'll continue that warning beyond 14 more minutes. This one up here, I have no idea about. Poplar Bluff, southeastern Arkansas. No idea. No idea about that tornado warning, but everything's dying out. So, I mean, I'm comfortable with the ending here in about an hour or so. We'll still give it a little time, just in case it decides to really uptick a bit. And then if need be, we can come back on here if it's absolutely needed. Yesterday, I got busy. I was going to come back on because we saw an additional, like, 2, maybe 3-week tornadoes, but I ended up getting busy last night. So I apologize I didn't come back on last night. We did get a new MCD out here for Kentucky. I don't know why. If it's not saying threat decreasing, I don't know why. Some threat for severe hail or severe gust persists. Very low end. However, recent convective trends have continued to weaken, and thus the loss of daytime heating. Storms should continue to decrease in both coverage and intensity. There you go. So could get a gust or a hailstone or two out of these storms, but not much. Overall, today could have been an extremely high-end event, and it definitely didn't play out that way. Today's ceiling was extremely high. We could have had multiple long-tracked violent tornadoes today if the forcing was a little bit greater, and that just didn't happen. I mean, everything lined up perfectly. If we just had a slightly better trough, it could have been a very, very bad day for severe weather. But unfortunately, we still did see some very impactful storms, which is not what you like to see, but it could have been a lot worse. But it was still, you know, we still had that potentially strong to possible violent tornado in Clarksville, Northeast Tennessee. Multiple severes and also some other spin-up tornadoes as well. But like I said, it could have been a lot worse. Did I say Tennessee? Clarksville, Texas. I'm sorry. I have a lot of viewers from Clarksville, Tennessee. I even have I used to have family that lived there. Or at least friends I considered family. Not actually bloodline family, but close friends who I considered family. It just, anytime I say Clarksville, I just say Tennessee instantly, just right away. That's why earlier in the stream when Clarksville, Texas was being hit, you heard me stress multiple times, Texas, 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 Texas. because I know I used to have friends up there. Tornado watch was just disextended from Nashville. So just 5 minutes ago, it included Nashville. Now it does not. Just to update there. Clarksville, Texas had a very impactful storm, and they did not continue that warning. We are left with one, and
Tornado
now
warning
we got
for
two.
North Central Hempstead County in southwestern Arkansas,
We got down to
Howard
one
County
warning
in
at
southwestern
some point.
Arkansas, Hempstead and Howard County in Arkansas.
Y'all saw right there for a split second, we got down to one tornado warning. They just reissued this tornado warning here for Nashville, Mineral Springs. We will be live for that entire warning, so we'll see if they continue that beyond that 24 minutes there. But yeah, that one's going to be allowed to expire in 9 minutes. So in 9 minutes, we should be left with just one tornado warning again. So, yeah, a little area of rotation approaching Nashville, Arkansas. Did I say Tennessee? I don't think I even mentioned this area. I think you're just kind of pointing that out. But yeah, Nashville, Arkansas in that warning. No, not this time. Yeah, like I said, Clarksville, Tennessee, that's just an area where I've had a lot of people who I consider friends from that area, and just a lot of viewers too. There's been a bunch of viewers from that area. A lot of people have storm anxiety in Clarksville, Tennessee, so I've had a bunch of people tune in from there, so I mixed that up. I think only one time, though. Tor possible severe just got issued. That is definitely not a bad idea. And this storm could try to re-intensify in rotation, but it's very broad, very weak. Not something I'm very concerned about, but just in case they did put a severe tag on that, you 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, Tor possible. Little area of rotation picking up there. I don't know. They have it for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. I don't think this storm's going to do anything, but it is a little bit of red and greens there over Mountain View, north central Arkansas. In Shreveport, no. I think they're going to keep that for until it expires in like 3 hours and 7 minutes. How long is it? Oh, 2 hours and 37 minutes, actually. Till 10 Eastern. I think they'll keep that the majority of its duration there. Sorry, that was Connor Croft's audio right there. I wanted to go hear what he's saying. It looks like he's going towards these storms. There's really not much more robust storms in the whole state of Arkansas. These are really the only possible tornadic storms in Arkansas at the moment. But yeah, Ben, you did say something interesting there about tomorrow popping off. Considering today underperformed, that's possible. Because that resulted in less convection today, which may not result as messy of a warm front tomorrow. That is a possible thing there. That is possible. So we'll see what the 0ZHRRR has tonight. The not as messy warm sector, thanks to not as much convection in the open warm sector and along the warm front. That may somewhat allow for a greater threat tomorrow. But we'll see. Tomorrow's going to have even weaker forcing and a significantly less volatile environment. There will be a lot less wind shear tomorrow and a lot less forcing. Or will there be less forcing? You know what? No, there's going to be more forcing tomorrow. Because your trough is going to be traversing more east into Texas. We'll see. Tomorrow may also feature an overnight threat as well. We may have a bit of a substantial overnight QLCS tomorrow as the trough ejects off to the east. Tomorrow actually could end up being a bit higher threat for tornadoes than today. Today was a moderate risk. I don't think tomorrow is going to have a moderate risk, and I don't think tomorrow's environment will be capable of violent tornadoes, but I do think tomorrow, considering how today performed, I think tomorrow could be a bit bigger. We had, like 4 tornadoes, potentially 1 or 2 strong. That Clarksville one in northeastern Texas was definitely strong, so we had definitely 1 strong tornado today, potentially another strong one, and then 2 other tornadoes for today so far, which that's still 2-3 tornadoes off of a tornado outbreak. So tomorrow may have more tornadoes than today. That is a possibility, especially if we see a significant QLCS in the overnight hours. Especially in the overnight hours there. Like I said, I mean, I just thought of that. That's going to mean more wind shear and a better lower level jet. So you definitely could have a good QLCS threat tomorrow after sunset. I think Clarksville in northeast Texas, I think it was a violent tornado, but I doubt it will be rated as such. No, well, just saw the most significant damage I've seen so far out of today's event. That was in just northeast of Tyler. Was that the PDS warning? It was. That was the PDS warning southwest of Lone Star. A house completely collapsed. And that is the most significant damage I have seen today. It looks like somebody literally just added me in that as I'm looking at it. Literally 4 seconds ago, I got added in that as it came across my feed. So, yeah, that had a pretty good damage with it. It looked like the home collapsed. It didn't look like it was like swept clean or the slab was very revealed. It looked like the house was, it looked like it collapsed because of winds. At least to me, it looks like it collapsed. I'll have to go look at that. No, I don't want to do that. I have to go look at that again, see if it fell a certain direction. And it's hard to see exactly what it is. But definitely significant damage. Connor's going to go on a big road trip, so I'm going to close his feed for the time being.
Northern Butler County in southeastern Missouri, Butler County in Missouri.
All right, they continued that for 30 more minutes there. We are still going to be live for that time. We'll continue to monitor that storm. Still tornado warning there. Going to keep an eye on this one. This is turning into more of a big-time hail threat and wind threat here. Wouldn't be shocked if that severe needs a little expansion to the south, too. There's a... wait, is it moving northeast? Yeah, no, that's a good severe. Never mind. Random little severe, like, directly on the cold front back here. Near Bentonville, northwestern Arkansas there, west of Eureka Springs. 1-inch hail, around 50-mile-an-hour winds possible. Yeah, like I said, after we end this, there's the opportunity I get back on tonight. I am going to turn off my computer all the way, though, because the little thing needs a break. Real quick, y'all, I'm going to go do something. I haven't gotten up in 7 hours. So just give me, like, it'll be 1 minute. I'm in like 40 minutes, but that's too long. All right, I'm back. Good morning. Boo. Let me go check this real quick. Give me just a second, y'all. There we go. None of these areas are really concerning to me. We'll just keep an eye on it anyways. Oh, dang. Okay. That's good. Sorry, I just I apologize. I wanted to check something real quick. I also want to go see. I don't think I'm going to be live for the 9 o'clock update. I'm probably going to end an hour before that. Okay, so they did actually expand that severe south. Never mind, I was right. I mentioned that, but I took it back, and they actually did end up doing a little expansion to the south. I can see why they have continued this tornado warning. Very classic looking supercell here. Well, you know what? That's because of a cell merge. Look at that. It gives on the appearance of a classic supercell. See, y'all, that's why it's important to loop things. Because that looks like a very classic supercell until you realize that's a cell merge right there. Not actually a classic hook. Little fake out right there. Yeah, I do have some very unfortunate news. Tomorrow is actively uptrending. Yep, definitely. Tomorrow is actively uptrending here on the HRRR. It actually shows an extremely significant QLCS beginning tomorrow around 7 a.m. Am I really about to get up at 7 a.m.? If that stays on the model runs, I just might have to. Because that is a very significant QLCS capable of probably up to 90 mile an hour winds. Look at this. 7 a.m. Wild QLCS. Right there. And then actually look at this. Noon. What are those? Prefrontals. And if you look at the environment, it has uptrended to a pretty dang good warm sector. So, little bit more concerned now for this area. As it is actively uptrending. And you can see, I mean, we get a QLCS beginning tomorrow morning, 7, 8 a.m. in the morning. And I mean, it tracks the entire way here, this whole entire area. We're going to have to back it up to an older model run real quick, but I could just show you, even on the older model run, it still shows a QLCS tracking that whole duration tomorrow. And then look at that, look at this. So the trough spawns one QLCS, but then as the trough traverses more into Texas and the right exit region progresses further into Texas, you get a second area of initiation here in Texas and Louisiana. So you actually get a 1-2 hit here. One hit up here, and then another hit down here. And that spawns a significant QLCS in the overnight hours tomorrow. So you actually get a 1-2-3 hitter. One hit here with prefrontals, 2 hits here with prefrontals, and then a QLCS 3 hit here in the overnight hours. So you actually get 3 different times. So starting to see why CSU has a moderate risk for tornadoes tomorrow, with 3 different QLCSs training over the same area. And if we look at flash flooding, yeah, you have a high risk. I wouldn't be shocked if that high risk for flooding goes down a little bit more south, too. All right, we're back down to 1 tornado warning. 21 more minutes, and we will be tornado warning free if this area of rotation doesn't increase anymore, which I don't think it's going to. Our only tornado warning is for Poplar Bluff in southeastern Missouri, where we have a fake hook echo because of a cell merge that is formed over Poplar Bluff. I haven't gotten a scan in almost 6 minutes. Over 6 minutes. Should get one any moment. Thunder snow where? It's probably in like New Mexico or so. I think there's snow over there. There's your new scan. Doesn't look that impressive on reflectivity. Multiple different shortwaves. Look, Ben. Shortwave 1 right now. Shortwave 2 tomorrow morning. Shortwave 3 tomorrow afternoon. And then tomorrow night, the actual trough. You can see all the little ripples here in the jet stream, if that's what you want to call them. And then Sunday, that QLCS continues. I don't see Sunday being a big threat, though. It's very messy, very low-end environment. I mean, like I said, if we do see an enhanced risk, I think it would be somewhere in this area for wind. I don't see it being a big tornado day or really a big anything day, to be honest with you. I don't see much with Sunday at all. And then Monday, like I said, could see a little bit better of an environment on Monday here. Maybe a marginal to slight risk caliber setup along the coastal areas of the Carolinas into Florida. We'll see how that goes. Sunday, I do have a NASCAR race. I'm not going to the track, of course, but it is Darlington, which is a track I would love to watch. That starts at 3 p.m. and will likely end towards 6 p.m. So Sunday, I don't know if I'm going to be covering Sunday or Monday. We'll see how it goes. It depends on which way things trend. Let's see. Yeah, you can already see the severe threat, not tornado threat, but just the overall severe threat is starting to increase a little bit over here. That should continue for the next couple of hours. Yeah, I don't know when I'll be live tomorrow. We'll just see how things trend. It looks like we could see two, three different lines tomorrow. Okay. I just don't see much there. So we'll keep watching this little tornado one in here. 16 more minutes left on that. Grumpy, it's just best not to. Like I said, I'll, most of the time, if there's a stronger violent tornado on the ground and a chaser has it, I'll allow that, of course, but, I try to just stay away from mentioning all channel names the best I can, because, it just causes drama, and, It's just not, it's just a rule we've had. Just a rule that we've had. But like I said, if it comes to like an imminent tornado threat or violent tornado or a strong tornado, yeah, I don't mind channel names because that could save lives. Let's see here. Yep, it has, Catman. That's another thing. It's just other channels also can cause more drama because you get their members to interact with your members, and you never know who has beef. So it's just best for just to try to refrain from channel names. And that's been a rule since day one. It's not like I just introduced that out of nowhere. You could ask anybody in the channel who's been here for years, Lucky as well. You could ask anybody. It's not a new rule. That is one of the first rules that has been established. Let's see here. Actually, we did manage to get a random severe southeast of Joplin. You can see how pretty much everything around that, look at that. You can see how it's like everything around it is very weak. And you just have this random severe southeast of Joplin. But nah, Joplin's in the clear. You're in the clear now. Not a whole lot, Ethan. I was just talking about tomorrow's threat for severe weather, how we're going to get like 2-3 different QLCS lines, and how I'm starting to see what CSU sees with a moderate risk for just spin-up tornadoes. Not necessarily strong, long-track tornadoes, but more of just multiple spin-up tornadoes over multiple locations. Especially in this area here. We're also seeing some slight uptrends in the environment for tomorrow as well on the newer model runs. We'll see if the 0Z model runs show that as well. I look at that. That's wild. 11 a.m. to noon tomorrow, Eastern time. Just a line of damaging winds, potentially a few spin-up tornadoes, maybe 1 or 2 strong, going through much of the same area that's been impacted over the last 2 to 3 days. And then just look again. Here you go, Saturday. Look at that. Same ordeal. Still tomorrow afternoon. So that first line was in the morning. I just go back to that. That's around afternoon, near 12 p.m. Eastern. And then another line forms close to 5 p.m. on the southern end of that. And then guess what? A QLCS forms Sunday, very early Sunday morning, technically Saturday night here as well. So you just get, some areas get as many as 3 different rounds of severe weather. And that does include the threat for prefrontals throughout much of the day in Mississippi. But the forcing isn't going to be that crazy, so I don't expect a notable prefrontal threat. And also, your warm sector in front of the actual front doesn't look that potent either, so I don't expect much of a prefrontal threat for tomorrow. Which is why I'm not expecting much of a long track threat. I think we could see multiple spin-up tornadoes tomorrow, some of which may be strong, but I don't think they will be long-tracked.
Tornado warning for southeastern Stone County in north-central Arkansas, northwestern Independence County in north-central Arkansas, southeastern Izard County in north-central Arkansas, southwestern Sharp County in north-central Arkansas, Independence, Izard, Sharp, and Stone County in Arkansas.
We did get a considerable severe torr, possible 70-mile-an-hour winds, 2-inch hail out here for the Texarkana area. Just moments ago, that severe was upgraded. So if you are in Texarkana, make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows. Also, just got a new tornado warning, as you heard right there. We'll see what happens. David, I haven't been in your stream in months, buddy. But hello to you too, I guess. Weird how you just come in here and act like that, but okay. Is that actually David? Gracious day, that's actually David. Well, David, Pete just banned you, buddy. Well, you know what? I'm just going to go over here and do that. Well, there you go. That's one way to get yourself banned. So, David, if you want to make that up, you can not accuse me, and maybe I'll consider unbanning you, but that's quite absurd of you to come in here and throw accusations like that around. I haven't been in your stream modded, and I don't think I'm even modded. I don't even think I'm a mod on your channel. You unmodded me like a month ago or something. I'm not even a mod on your channel. I'll go check. Just so I can clear that up. Yeah, I'm not even mod. Yeah, I'm gonna unban David, because it seems like that's a misunderstanding. I just unbanned him. But yeah, that wasn't me. I'm live streaming, so I didn't have anyone pulled up. Let's see. There you go. I'm not a mod, man. I literally just typed in your channel. I'm not mod. I'll send you a screenshot. I'm not a mod. I didn't do anything. There's actually quite a few fake me's out there. I'm not even lying. Like, we've had multiple fake TRGs come in here that get banned. I have no idea what's happening, man. I've never gone into anybody's channel and done something like that. Yeah, a lot of people have impersonated me, actually. Um, Actually, that happened in a bigger channels. One of the bigger channels here on YouTube, a bigger weather streamer, and they actually got banned for impersonating me. I could also show you the hidden things on my account, and I could actually prove to you that there's been multiple occasions where somebody comes in here with my name and get instantly banned. Yeah, you're good. You guys are good. No need to really apologize. It was just a big misunderstanding. I was just very confused why David came in here like that. It just really confused me. Let me see. Yeah, I can actually. Here you go. One, two. Two fake TRGs so far have been banned on my account, and actually a fake David too. Oh, three fake TRGs. TRG Tornado with a space, TRG Tornado with a 2 at the end, and TR with a lowercase g Tornado. That's insane. That's insane. So I've banned 3 TRGs on my own channel. Oh, man. Yeah. The thing, the way how you could tell if it's me is if it's the exact profile picture that you see here on this channel and spelled the exact same way. And if you're even more, maybe if you're like a mod on the channel or if you're the owner, you could also just click on my profile and then see if it's the real me or not. That's what I did to when David just joined right there. Since I'm the owner of the channel, I just clicked on David's profile picture. And then I went to, what did I do? I did channel activity. And then at the top, it showed me his, when he joined and his subscriber count. And then I knew it was actually him. JMJ, that's your opinion on him. Personally, he's never done anything to me, but don't try to start drama between me and him. That the little incident we just had, that was just a misunderstanding. But yeah, still one tornado, right? Yeah, one tornado warning in effect. They canceled that one in southeastern Missouri, so this one's in effect for 31 more minutes. How many mods do I have? Like, it's like near 5. I really should know this. People have asked me before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ha ha ha! Let's go. So I have 5 managing moderators. And then there's also 4 other moderators too. So I have 5 managing moderators and then 1, 2, 3, 4. So man, I have a lot of mods actually. It's hard because some of you guys have alt accounts, so I'm trying my best not to count the alt accounts that I've modded, the gaming channels. I shouldn't call them alts. They're gaming channels like Lucky and then Lucky Games. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. That's easy to remember. All right. Well, after that event right there, misunderstanding, we're probably about to conclude here at the 8-hour mark. There's 5 managing moderators. 5 standard. Yeah, we're probably getting ready to conclude. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that's really concerning here. Well, there's a little concerning storm here near Queen City. Linden, right there. So we'll need to keep an eye on that to see what happens as it moves up to the north and east. But I'm not really too concerned about them. I think our tornado threat is very low. Other than this one here. Anything... You know what? We might as well just stay live till 9. I mean, we're right there, right? What's another few more minutes? We might as well just stay live till 9 so that way we can see if that wind threat really explodes here in an hour. And that way we can give you guys an update on the SBC outlook. Yeah, 45 sig wind is on the table, Catman, tomorrow. I'm not sure if you looked at the newer models, but they've definitely uptrended. Matter of fact, actually, we're getting the 23Z now. Yeah, it looks like the wind threat should rapidly increase tonight around midnight. You aren't going to catch me streaming at midnight, unless it's a very, very notable threat. So at midnight tonight, just acknowledge the wind threat's going to be... it's going to be increasing, especially on that northern side. Jake, that is not likely a tornado. I don't know where that is. You kind of might have to zoom out for me, but a tornado's signature on velocity, it depends. So see, you can't really call that if it's a tornado. Just looking at velocity, you're not going to be able to tell if it's a tornado. You have to look at multiple products. So what you showed me right there doesn't look like rotation. This is what rotation looks like typically on velocity, where there's green and red pretty close to each other. Lucky, I think, is at the beach. Last time he texted me, he sent me a picture of a beach. So, I don't know how he got from Raleigh to a beach in like a couple hours. Just freaking teleported there, but he did. Shockingly, not at work. Oh, hey, actually, he just got online. He actually just got online, went to Do Not Disturb. Now, let's see. That's near Mount Vernon. Mount Vernon. I recognize that. Is that Texas? Was that a while ago? That had to be a while ago, right? Benton. Unless it's over here. Yeah, that has to be a bit of an old screenshot. Lucky just texted me he's not home. Like, yes, I know that, buddy. Like freaking an hour ago, you sent a screenshot that you are at the beach. Okay, he's at somebody else's house right now. So, let me see. I'll ask him about a gaming stream. Yeah, we may be able to do a quick gaming stream. Yeah. So we may have a gaming stream from like 11:30 till 12:30 or so. But whenever I do a gaming stream, it does make me more tired for the day after, so I wouldn't probably be able to do a very long stream tomorrow, but who knows? I've been pushing myself anyways over the last 4 days or so. But it's all been worth it. Thanks to you guys, I've helped reach like, I don't know, how much, like 40, 50,000 people or something crazy like that. Oh my goodness, never mind. 90,000 people, my bad. Yeah, 90,000 people with the word of severe weather over these last few days. Gracious day. That's a lot of people. Well, I'm not going to take a break. I think Sunday may be a break. I don't know, but I'm definitely going to start an extended break between Sunday and Tuesday. Like, I just don't know which day is going to be my last streaming day for a little while. It may be tomorrow or not. I just don't know. But we're going to stay live here till the next SPC update here. I still got a tornado warning there in northeastern Arkansas. Okay. Now we wait. I think. Oh.
Tornado warning for southern Ballinger County in southeastern Missouri, northwestern Scott County in southeastern Missouri, east central Wayne County in southeastern Missouri, southwestern Cape Girardeau County in southeastern Missouri, north central Stoddard County in southeastern Missouri, Ballinger, Cape Girardeau, Scott, Stoddard, and Wayne County in Missouri.
So there's a new tornado warning up here for Zelma. Didn't we have a tornado near this place the other day? That looks awfully familiar. Well, Zelma, southeast Missouri, you're in a tornado warning for potential of a tornado, but also destructive hail. 2.75-inch hail. 2.75-inch hail there. So Zelma, Southeast Missouri, Advanced, Delta, Whitewater, Marble Hill, all need to be in your safe spot. Glad to see that warm front threat didn't play out. We did have 2 tornado warnings along that warm front. I believe they were out here in southwest Kentucky, northwest Tennessee. We mentioned them briefly in this stream. But that conditional strong tornado threat didn't play out. Okay. Yes, that is a way to read hail. Wait, vertically. I mean, that's... Oh, dang. I haven't used that a lot. Is that on a radar scope? Where is it? It's VIL. I know what it is, but I've kind of forgot. Yeah, it's this. Yeah, this is a way to measure hail. Is it on radar Omega? Yep, right there. Yeah, so this is a way at, I don't know its exact algorithm, but it definitely calculates using, well, that's definitely not what it's supposed to say. It calculates it using a bunch of different products, specifically, I believe, reflectivity. I think this indicates 2.9-inch hail. Is that on here too? Oh, yep, there it is. Is this in hail? No, see, that's also measured in kg meters squared. I think radar scope might do that conversion for you. I know a product tells you the hail size. Maybe it's not VIL after all. But I know for sure there's a product that tells you the exact hail size. I doggone forgot it. Alright, so there's the new tornado warning, by the way. You can see it there at the top right. I'll go to this radar site so you can see it better. So again, that's for Zelma and Advanced in southeastern Missouri. I don't use storm tracks because I find it messy and it clutters up my whatchamacallit, my radar. Let's see here. Where do you find storm tracks? It's been a hot minute. Is it these? Look at that. I don't know how the heck I remembered that, but I did. Chat, I kind of think mods, I kind of think that was a genuine question. I don't think Cold was trying to troll. I'm gonna unban him. But no, I didn't Cold. Also, we don't allow any channel names other than people who we work with, like Connor. And then we also, Connor Croft is the channel name we allow. And then we do allow Reed Tamer because, seriously, who doesn't know him? But yeah, there's your storm tracks. I just find these messy, see? I see how it puts blue dots like everywhere. I just find them messy. Yeah, we allow Trey. We don't really call him Convective Chronicles though, do we? We call him more by his actual name. Weed Twimore. We got Weed Twimore, Trey, and then also just gone. Left my head. Connor Croft. Jeez. Connor Croft is the chaser we work with. I want to try to get more chasers, but I haven't reached out to them. I gotta just shoot them a message because for all I know, they'll say yeah. It doesn't hurt to ask. I just gotta actually shoot them a message instead of... That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Clark County in southwestern Arkansas, northeastern Pike County in southwestern Arkansas, southwestern Garland County in central Arkansas, west central Hot Spring County in southwestern Arkansas, southeastern Montgomery County in western Arkansas, Clark, Garland, Hot Spring, Montgomery, and Pike County in Arkansas.
There we go. 2 tornado warnings, unless they didn't expire that. Okay, that one expires in 12 minutes. So actually 3 tornado warnings. And we did just actually get a flash flood emergency, catastrophic flash flooding ongoing over Van Buren in southeastern Missouri. That is a flash flood emergency there. And I'm going to change that color table real quick. For emergencies, I try to do white here. Okay. Don't worry, I'll fix it. I know it's very bright. Okay. One more. Come on. I think I need to go a little bit lower. My eyes, buddy, it's not that bad. Okay, you know what? Let me see here. 3-3-4 is what I do. 3-3-4. Dude, if I do 4, this thing's gonna be a flashbang. Yeah. It looks like a flashbang. Okay, so there you go. It's just to highlight it more. That's not too bad. Because you can see that sticks out throughout all the warnings. That definitely grabs your attention. So let's go back to here. Oop, not there. And it is 3-3-1. Nope, 6-3-1. Now let's go to GR2. Six, 3, 1, light. And I do want to go back to here. Just fixing this a little bit. And I want to make this a little bit darker. Perfect. There you go. See, now that grabs your attention without actually, like, flashbanging you like I had it just a second ago. And that is now a confirmed warning. There you go. What is that based on? Law enforcement. Oh, law enforcement. But law enforcement has apparently confirmed a tornado here. Let's see here. Bad radar coverage here, y'all. Bad radar coverage. But apparently there's a tornado on the ground over here near Sydney, northeastern Arkansas. And yeah, this one does have me a little bit more concerned. We'll keep an eye on that. Oh! Can I not get a good radar scan on that? I think that was a debris signature right there. The radar scans are slow for some reason, but I am 90% sure that was probably a tornado near Amity. And actually, we just got another observed warning. So now I believe, did that not just go observed? I swear I saw that go observed. It is observed. I don't know what radar Omega's on. This is now an observed warning. So now a tornado also ongoing here near Advanced. I don't know what radar Omega's on, because that is actually on the ground. My poor little computer needs some... It needs a little bit of rest. It ain't doing too well. So it looks like that was a tornado that just went to the southwest of Amity. I can't tell where the heck it is now.
Tornado warning for southern Ballinger County in southeastern Missouri, northwestern Scott County in southeastern Missouri, east central Wayne County in southeastern Missouri, southwestern Cape Girardeau County in southeastern Missouri, north central Stoddard County in southeastern Missouri, Ballinger, Cape Girardeau, Scott, Stoddard, and Wayne County in Missouri.
See, this is a 10-minute-old radar scan. Lord have
Tornado
mercy.
warning for
And I do think it touched
northwestern
down right
Clark
here
County in
near
southwestern
Rossboro.
Arkansas, northeastern Pike County in southwestern Arkansas, southwestern Garland County in central Arkansas, west central Hot Spring County in southwestern Arkansas, southeastern Montgomery County in western Arkansas, Clark, Garland, Hot Spring, Montgomery, and Pike County in Arkansas.
Okay. Yeah, so there's that observed warning. That could be a pretty... possibly a pretty big tornado there. Look at that very large amount of inflow and then outflow winds here. Remember, we are reversed on the radar site. So if we go ahead and actually do storm relative velocity, which it's not going to work because it's freaking 10 minutes behind. Lord have mercy. That was a glitch and it just about gave me a heart attack. See that jump scared? Big old jump scare right there. That showed like 150 some rotation right there. Yeah, so, yeah, there is a tornado reported by trained spotters. Tornado is ongoing right in here near Rum Branch. And then another tornado I'm quite confident was on the ground here near Amity. That right there, pretty sure was a debris signature. I can't confirm that 100% because I do not have GR2 here. Actually, you know what? Let me see. See if I can find it on here. I forgot what it's called. There's spectrum width. When was that CC drop? 821. Right there. There was no winds there on spectrum width. Oh, I think that's it right there. Hold on. Nope. I can't find it. I know Radar Omega has what I'm looking for here, but I can't find it. I might have to just try to see if GR2 is updating yet. Oh, there it is. There we go. Okay, there is definitely a ZDR drop in that area, but is that right where the CC was? Okay, it was. So we did have a ZDR drop there. Likely was a tornado. Is this still radar indicated, but there's your ZDR drop. What I mean is, Pez, it's not updating. I don't know why, but it not updating. It's very far behind. All right, they just let that go fully unwarned there, so I assume they know it's lifted. Law enforcement state police has reported a tornado there near Crushman. I'm guessing they're confident that lifted and they are not continuing that warning. I'm quite worried for this one here. Because this one possibly could have been a little bit stronger of a tornado here. It does look like it's dying out again, though, as it's now getting a cell merge. So we just had 3 tornadoes on the ground at almost the same time right there. And the last 15 minutes ramped up a lot right there. And I don't think we'll see that again. So I don't think we'll see like a big ramp up like that again, at least with tornado activity. This one's been trying to produce for, man, who knows how long. I mean, that's been trying to produce ever since it was Tornado 1 here at about 5, what is that? That's 6:24. So about 2 hours that thing's been trying to produce, and it finally succeeded right there. Law enforcement reported tornado with this storm, and that actually has been trying ever since way back here near Hot Springs when it first started rotating. And then this one that just dropped a tornado was actually more of an embedded tornado. That just finally started to increase in rotation there. Okay, we'll go back here. Okay. I'll go back over here again. All right, let's go back over to... You see that jump scare right there? That's crazy. Goes from like nothing to boo. So I definitely believe that was a decently strong tornado right there. Potentially up to about 150 mile an hour rotation there. So that's definitely, that was definitely very, very concerning there. I think we're back at a radar indicated warning. I'm not for sure. Radar indicated and radar indicated. Okay, we are. We indeed are. Yeah, GR2 is still 10 minutes behind over here. You know what? Look at that. It completely skipped that CC drop right there. Completely skipped it. That's why it's good to have multiple radar sites. Give me a moment. Okay. I don't know. It's a little weird how everything upticked at the same time, isn't it? It is a little strange how all three storms upticked at the exact same time. But I don't really know why. Like I said, these have been trying for a while. And then this one just managed to recycle out of nowhere. It's not even tornado warned anymore. We're down to one warning again. There you go. So it was just like a little random uptick out of nowhere. New Outlook should be out here in about 26 minutes. Oh, wow. That was a really good stovepipe. That was a little over 30 minutes ago from Reed Timmer's stream. I didn't realize that. Yeah, so that actually was a pretty strong to possibly intense stovepipe up here off of Reed Timmer's feed. As it was very close to or just to the north of Advanced in southeastern Missouri. Nope, I think they'll keep it enhanced for at least wind. Probably, actually. Yeah, probably for wind and tornadoes. I don't know. You know, that's a good question, Sam. You know, it's actually possible we go from moderate to slight. I know for sure they're going to downgrade it. At least in some probabilities. Watch them keep the moderate in all hazards. That'd be a little insane. I do think this has a chance to... Wow, that was a bad circle. I do think this has a chance to recycle here. As it goes just barely off to the south of Jackson in southeastern Missouri. I don't know if this storm is fully done. It is being engulfed by cell mergers now to the west, but it might have one last little opportunity here to try and produce a tornado. I think Case will be fine, Pez. I don't see a big threat over his area. There's a chance to get some good storms, though, closer to like 1 a.m. Eastern. But I think he'll be fine. Tomorrow may be a different story. He could be hit head-on by a very intense QLCS. But he won't be live at that time, but about like 2 p.m., that could be a very intense QLCS that could definitely knock out his power all day tomorrow. It wouldn't surprise me, Legacy. Oh, man. I love his reactions. Although I do wish he actually took shelter and at least went to his interior room. Because, actually, I don't know if he has any windows in his room. I don't know his house layout at all. I was going to say he has windows behind him, but he's made that clear multiple times that those are mirrors. Yeah, pretty sure he's in a mobile home. I don't know, Pez. Some of those tornadoes yesterday, man, I think they would have been... I mean, they were pretty strong tornadoes 2 days ago. I think I said yesterday. My bad. April 2nd. Those were some very intense to violent tornadoes. 1 or 2 on the 2nd, and then also on the 14th. I sure do, Ben. I was on March 14th. I was live during that. Yeah, they were very intense tornadoes around him. I'm glad he got very lucky. Even though he lost power and got a bit of some hail, he still got very, very lucky. Because they were not far from him. Both on the 2nd, on April, 2 days ago, and then on March 14th. I mean, they were intense, strong to potentially violent tornadoes. And he just acted like it was nothing. But I mean, man, if I was in his shoes, man, I would have been freaking out, honestly. Even as a weather enthusiast, I don't mess with those higher end days, man. 10 sig Tor plus, that stuff starts to get me anxious and very worried. Mm-hmm. He's north of he is I know you're around here somewhere. Where is he? Ah, there you are. There he is. Goobertown. He lives around here. He's just northeast of
Tornado
Jonesboro.
warning for southwestern Union County in southern Illinois, northwestern Alexander County in southern Illinois,
It kind of surprised me here
northwestern
in
Scott County
Illinois.
in southeastern Missouri, southern Cape Girardeau County in southeastern Missouri, Alexander and Union County in Illinois, Cape Girardeau, and Scott County in Missouri.
Yeah, like I said, once it gets to 10 sig tour days, that's where I'm like, I kind of don't want to chase anymore because I want to make sure my house is going to be okay and my family's going to be okay. Like, I don't want 10 sig tours, honestly, over my house. Can we get new radar scans? Like, come on, bruh. We are 22 minutes behind, y'all. 22 minutes behind on this scan. I'm definitely going to have to update my computer and shut it down for a bit after I end this stream. '60 triple sig, yep. You already know it, 2026 triple 60 sig. It's going to happen. New SPC categorical risks, too. Well, I believe with those new risks, a triple sig 60 means that there is a very high chance for EF4 and EF5 tornadoes. Like, I'm pretty sure the more sig you get, the greater the hazard. So, like, a normal sig, that's like EF2 plus. Double sig is like EF3 plus. Triple sig is EF4 plus. So, I'm pretty sure a 60 sig, 60 triple sig would be a 60 significant chance for EF4 tornadoes every 25 miles of that point. That would be so ridiculous. Because that would mean you could see a bunch of EF4 to even multiple EF5s if that were the case. Like a triple 60 sig, which doesn't exist at this moment, but I think it's going to be into existence probably in 2026 or maybe even a little later. So I just explained it, Ben. A 60 sig is a 60% chance of EF2 plus tornadoes. Another sig, a 60 sig, double sig, that is a chance for EF3 plus tornadoes. And then a triple, a 60 sig would be the chance for multiple violent EF4 plus to EF5 tornadoes. So that would be every 25 miles of a given point, you have a 60% chance for an EF4 or an EF5 tornado. 10 triple sig would be a 10% chance every 25 miles of a given point for an EF4 or EF5 tornado. And that's when it gets very confusing. See, I bet I just confused every last person in here, whether you're a weather enthusiast or not. I bet that was very confusing. And that's kind of my little, that's what I'm worried about for the new outlooks in like 2026 and 2027 is if I can't understand them, how the heck is the general public supposed to? So that's, I really hope that they're a little bit easier to understand than that. Yeah, so we're going to keep watching this little area of rotation here. It's right along that cold front, warm front that we were talking about. If we go back here, your cold front's like generally in here is where your cold front is. And then your warm front is up here. So that tornadic storm is right attached to your warm front there. I like this SPC outlook, like the categorical risks we have now, but I do believe that we should have something like a 5 sig. I do believe a 5 sig tornado risk is something that should exist. Because there's multiple days where it's a very conditional risk. Hence why a lot of 10 sig tornado risks are either extreme booms or extreme bust. So, I do think a 5 sig is something that I would like to see. That's experimental, Catman. So what I just talked about, not experimental. Well, I guess it is experimental, but it's not official. It's not officially released. That was not supposed to be leaked to the public, I'm pretty sure. I don't think they were supposed to release that on a YouTube video. So that's not the finished product. It's very experimental, and it wasn't supposed to be shared online. But instead, someone shared it on a YouTube video, which I forgot exactly what or who, and then it went viral all over the weather community. So it's not a finished product, which is why I'm still, I'm still hoping a lot of that's going to change with the 60% tornado risk is only a level 3 out of 5. And then, oh yeah, the 75% triple sig wind, that was also there. A 75 sig wind risk. Like, bro, what? They also, that was also on the chart too. So, we'll see. I don't think that's going to be something that will be into effect until probably 2026 or 2027. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine being under a 75 sig for wind, on top of a 60 sig for Tor. And what about a 75 sig for hail too? How about that? How about all triple sig hazards all maxed out? Dude, that sounds like some freaking weather X from like a hypo outlook or something, like a mega extreme risk from a weather weenie on Twitter. Triple sig maxed out every hazard. Into the universe, exactly. But like I said, that doesn't exist yet. The SBC hasn't put that into effect, and they, like I said, I don't think they will until 2026 or 2027. And even then, a lot of that stuff that we just mentioned is probably going to change significantly because that was not supposed to be leaked. I might have saved the video where it was first released on YouTube. Let me go to my liked videos, see if I liked the video here. I don't know when it was. I don't see it. Maybe it's been deleted, or maybe I didn't save it. I don't know. I'm glad to see this wind risk isn't rapidly intensifying like the HRRR was originally showing. But I do think it's going to intensify quite a bit more as we go from midnight Eastern all the way till 3 a.m. Eastern. So you can see here, 2 a.m. Eastern. It's when Queso could lose power. And there's going to be probably some damaging winds there, at least according to the HRRR. Never, Catman, never. All right, let's go back here. Still warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds here for the Texarkana area, as that severe is making its way through. Good old wavy severe down here. Let's try to draw that better. Very wavy severe. Look at that. So we're going to be seeing up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, specifically on the northern side of this, going towards Hope in southwestern Arkansas. Hey, glad to see you're back, GR2. Welcome back. After being down for almost 30 minutes, it is back. Let's go back to the Little Rock radar site here. And a doggone jinxed it. It hasn't updated in 7 minutes on the Little Rock radar site. Yeah, right after I'm done ending stream, I'm going to go ahead and just refresh my entire computer, and I'm going to probably keep it off for the rest of the night. I can't, because we're going to do a gaming stream. Man, I'll turn it off for like 2 hours. I'll turn it off from when we end here near like 9:10 or so. I don't know exactly when we're ending, but in about 20-ish minutes or so, I'll turn it off from then all the way till we start stream. Still live, V. Still live. Still live. I'm still live, but I'm not alive. I sure don't feel alive. I may still be live, but I don't feel alive. Least favorite mod here? You, Caleb. Because you keep asking that. Yeah, we're waiting for the new SPC outlook. We were going to end it like about an hour ago or so, but then we had like 3 tornado warnings pop up and 3 confirmed warnings, and this one's back on the ground. Well, there you go. We're back to an observed warning. Weather spotters have confirmed another tornado near Gordonville. So another tornado is ongoing. I told you guys it would try its best one last time, and it seems like it is indeed trying that, and it is producing a second tornado. I don't see any CC here, at least at the moment. But there is definitely an area of solid rotation in here. How about you? Let's see here. Yeah, so you can see it was likely on the ground here at this point. And then it's pushing up to the east, now up here. And now it's much weaker right in this area. So now you can see that a little bit better on Radar Omega, right in there. See, because Radar Omega was doing this weird flipping thing here, so I couldn't tell what was happening with the velocities. But it looks like there is broad rotation right in this area, right along that area of what looks to be corruption. So we'll keep monitoring that, see if we ever get a CC drop there. That is the only active tornado warning. And we should see the SPC outlook here within the next 10 minutes, so we're going to stay on this page here so we can see it update in real time. I'm going to pull up weather-wise on my other browser so that way I can see this area of rotation. It's gotten very broad, very weak. So we're going to wait and see. We're going to wait and see what this next outlook is from the SPC. What do you guys think? Do you think it will maintain moderate? Do you think it will maintain enhanced? Or rather, maintain moderate, drop down to enhanced, or drop down to slight? Personally, I think they'll keep a pretty big 10 sig tour. I think they'll keep a 30% wind, and I think they will probably keep a 15 sig hail. That's what I'm thinking. 10 sig tour, 30% wind, 15 sig hail. So still just a broad area of rotation here. It looks like your tornado was like going up. It's hard to tell. Stubborn old radar here. Not keeping a very consistent couplet. Well, there's your report. Spotter confirmed a tornado heading towards Gordonville. That was over Dutchtown. So I'm going to pull out Radar Omega again. Or rather, Radar Scope. That way I can get a good loop of this. So that's where your tornado was reported here. Over Dutchtown. Right here at my cursor. So we follow that couplet. This was the last time it was quite well together. On the next scan, it kind of split up into two on the radar. And then on this scan, it went back to one whilst this one weakened. So I don't think there's a tornado on the ground at the moment, but there definitely was over Dutchtown. Tracking from Dutchtown and going into just east of Gordonville. So likely tornado tracked somewhere around that area. Somewhere in here is what I'm thinking. Now I have no idea where the primary area is.
Tornado warning for southeastern Hempstead County in southwestern Arkansas, northern Miller County in southwestern Arkansas, north central Lafayette County in southwestern Arkansas, west central Nevada County in southwestern Arkansas, Hempstead, Lafayette, Miller, and Nevada County in Arkansas. Tornado warning for northwestern Union County in southern Illinois, southwestern Jackson County in southern Illinois, northeastern Cape Girardeau County in southeastern Missouri, Jackson and Union County in Illinois, Cape Girardeau County in Missouri.
Weather spotters confirmed tornado near Jackson. Is this going to say the same? Near Gordonville. So I guess there's a new tornado ongoing here up towards Jackson with this area of rotation. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado. So I guess there's another tornado there. So make sure you're in your safe spot. Tornado ongoing, going up towards Wolf Lake in south central Illinois. We should see this updated any second. At any second, we should see this SBC Outlook update. We'll stay on here because I want to see that update in real time here. Oh, I think it's just got issued. They have maintained moderate. 15 sig tor, 30 sig hail, 30% wind, all maintained. Me trying to figure out why. Huh? Especially for the west side. Like, there's literally nothing's gonna happen here for the rest of the night. Okay. Whoa, that's very strong rotation right there. But I feel like some of that is corruption. Wouldn't be shocked if we're about to have a tornado touchdown southwest of Spring Hill in southwestern Arkansas. It's very tight rotation there, almost over 100-mile-an-hour rotation. Right here. So we'll keep an eye on that. Next scan, this did break apart. That should be in here in 15 seconds or so. We'll wait for that. Yeah, you can see that broke apart. They haven't just maintained some of the moderate. They have maintained the entire moderate. Just a small disextension in northeast Texas. And the entire moderate still remains. I mean, just the smallest disextension. And that's it. That is it. Look at you, Ben, in your tiny little thunderstorm. Okay, that area of rotation fell apart too. I think we're going to end now. I really need to give my computer a break. We'll be back on the gaming channel later on tonight. So keep an eye on that. We'll be back tonight, likely at 11:30 Eastern, on the gaming channel. And just make sure you stay weather aware if you're in the rest of the risk area. I'm going to head off, give this computer a break before it freaking blows up on me. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your Friday night. Thank you for tuning in to this long duration live stream. I'll see you guys at some point tomorrow. And on the weather channel, I'll see you guys at some point tomorrow. And then on the gaming channel, I will see you guys later on tonight at about 11:30 Eastern time. Have a fantastic rest of your night. Once again, thank you, mods, for Mod Chat. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And hope you have a fantastic rest of your Friday night. Stay safe, rest of your weather. I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Observed tornado warning, tornado ongoing for Hope in southwestern Arkansas. So you'll never believe it. I started this outro a whole minute early. So yeah, this is awkward. Thanks, Caleb, for being here less than 30 minutes all day. I hope everybody has a great rest of their Friday night. I don't think I've ever done this one before. I was too anxious to end here and get the computer to cool off that I may or may not have miscalculated my outro music, so whoops. But there is a tornado ongoing, going towards Hope. You can see it in the background. Southwestern Arkansas. Still 2 confirmed warnings up here. Well, actually 1 confirmed warning now. They just downgraded 1, so a confirmed warning still in place. Just to the northeast of Jackson in southeastern Missouri. And yeah, I'll see you guys at the gaming stream at 11:30 p.m. Eastern tonight. Or the weather stream, whenever that may be tomorrow, whichever one you like to tune into. And I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your night. Stay safe, rest of your weather. Have a fantastic rest of your Friday night. Thank you much for